Mogu? Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way to the main ballroom floor for an introductory video to begin the fourth meeting of PTEC. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, šta sam ga? Ladies, please, Čim je uključen mikrofon? Ne znam zašto, ajde. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so we can begin with the introductory video. Thank you.
The events of last year have tested global energy security like never before. As we pursue cleaner and more dynamic energy systems and confront the growing threats to energy infrastructure, we see the critical importance of energy diversification, physical and cybersecurity, energy resilience and equity, and carbon-free power. These critical needs and opportunities are at the heart of what unites the United States with its Eastern and Central European partners. Collectively, we form the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation, or PTEC, an initiative focused on tackling our shared climate and energy security challenges while fostering clean energy jobs on both sides of the Atlantic. Relaunched in September 2021 with an increased focus on clean energy and decarbonization, PTEC is a platform we can use as a springboard to answer the most consequential questions we face today. How do we diversify our energy sectors to ensure long-lasting security? What will it take to integrate innovative, renewable, affordable technologies into our electrical and transportation sectors? How could we collaborate across borders to turn the clean energy future we want into a reality? These questions and more fuel our work under PTEC every day. Over the past 2 years, our grid vulnerability assets, electricity sector modeling, cybersecurity trainings, energy diversification plans, and other efforts have supported the region's plans for a clean power transformation. We're facing a pivotal moment for the planet. In addition to physical and cyber attacks on critical energy infrastructure, the effects of climate change, including rising sea levels, catastrophic weather events, and dwindling resources, mean we must act decisively to create reliable, resilient energy systems. Now more than ever, the world demands commitment and collaboration to reach an energy-prosperous world. Amidst these challenges, PTEC is uniquely positioned to lead with new ideas and solutions while advancing our mission. Together, we can advance a just transition to a low-carbon economy for all our communities and find new ways to protect our energy infrastructure from natural disasters to environmental, physical, and cybersecurity threats. Together, we can leverage our commitment to clean energy solutions like geothermal, nuclear power, wind, solar, and hydrogen. Together, we can create jobs on both sides of the Atlantic to help our economies grow and thrive. And together, we can bolster the bonds of friendship and alliance forged among our nations, because only through cooperation and dedication can we establish a lasting energy security that is clean enough, diverse enough, and strong enough to build a bright energy future for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning and thank you for joining us today in Zagreb. The U.S. Department of Energy, the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development of the Republic of Croatia, the American Central European Business Association, and the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center are proud to host the fourth meeting of the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation, beginning with today's forum. I am Mladen Sirovica, economy and news reporter at HRT, Croatia's national broadcaster, and I will be your master of ceremonies. We are excited to bring together in Zagreb esteemed leaders in business, government, and civil society from the United States, the European Union, and 24 European countries who together form the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation. The PTEC initiative provides a forum to coordinate efforts to improve European energy security and transatlantic climate cooperation, which is becoming increasingly important, bearing in mind what the global events brought us in the last year. Today's business forum will include 6 panels from energy security, grid optimization, geothermal energy, with Croatia as a country in spotlight, civil nuclear strategies, hydrogen as a technology in spotlight, all the way to the panel about rebuilding Ukraine. This will be followed with discussions and presentations from energy experts from across the PTEC area. Please see our printed agenda for a full list of speakers and panels. An agenda can also be found online on the Atlantic Council website. As a reminder, this is a public and on-the-record event being live-streamed by the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center to an audience around the world. We are honored to begin the business forum with high-level opening remarks featuring officials from Croatia and the United States, namely His Excellency Mr. Davor Filipović, Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development for the Republic of Croatia, and the Honorable Don Graves, Deputy Secretary of Commerce of the United States. Speaking first and representing our hosts for this forum will be Mr. Davor Filipović. Please take the floor.
Dear Mr. Graves, dear Ms. Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović, my dear colleagues, ministers, esteemed members of delegations, members of our business community, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to extend my warm greetings to you and we wish you a pleasant stay in Zagreb. I'm pleased that the Republic of Croatia is hosting such a significant event at an ever more challenging moment in the history, not only for Europe, but the entire world as well. Russian aggression against Ukraine, the migrant crisis, energy insecurity, climate threats, and inflation are just some of the pressing issues we deal with on the daily basis. Our task is to continue assisting Ukraine in its continuing fight for survival and freedom, and in particular with the reconstruction of critical infrastructure that is ruthlessly destroyed by the Russian aggressors. Freedom and peace are not just a set of values, they are what distinguish free people from slaves, proud nations from enslaved nations. I'm convinced that precisely PTEC and your participation in it will help us handle more efficiently the current energy, as well as many coming challenges that we must intelligently prepare for today, so that we will not be made vulnerable by them tomorrow. The strategic partnership between Republic of Croatia and United States is reaffirmed in various areas of close collaboration, and energy, along with military matters, is the pinnacle of that cooperation. Allow me to remind everyone here present that the LNG terminal project, which we can now freely say is a visionary project, which we stood firmly behind, and you supported us in all of our efforts. With all in that situation, we had a lot of leftist and right-wing populists which were against that project, and with all of the deception and intimidation of citizens from those who are silent today and hope that no one would remember their dishonorable honor and role. And what they did in that moment, they tried to do everything in order to prevent that project. And now we can see how important project is for the stability of supply of gas for Croatia, and in today's discussions and tomorrow's discussions, we'll see what are Croatian plans in order to expand the terminal on Krk. Diversification of energy sources alongside security of supply is one of the priorities in the long-term process of reducing dependence on dominant fossil fuels, which protects us from a lot of para-state actors, but also one of the modalities for strengthening competitiveness of the national economy. To be very direct, it is one of the important tools in the efforts to achieve prosperity. We are making concrete and measurable efforts to integrate climate and energy targets throughout the decarbonization processes because it is a way in which infrastructure and financial resources should be used to strengthen entrepreneurship and ultimately to meet those goals that we have set before on our continent. Croatia's energy policy is set, is elaborated and enforced. With several key strategic documents, we defined our actions until 2030 with a view to 2050. We strongly promote the development of renewable energy sources and anticipate more than 2,500 megawatt-hours of new installed power renewables. We place emphasis on the production, storage, and utilization of hydrogen as one of the essential elements for the decarbonization of industry and the energy sector, and clearly list the main national targets in the area of decarbonization. We are most certainly aware that in the area in which we live, green and resilient have to become synonyms. The concepts of clean and profitable are not mutually exclusive, but will, in decades ahead, become inextricably intertwined. A strong economy, clean living space, and energy interdependence in our time mean strong state, a developed society, and protected national interest. All of this means free nation and defended peace. I wish you all a pleasant stay in Croatia and fruitful and constructive discussions over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for these welcoming words to begin this forum. We look forward to hearing from you more as PTEC continues. Now, I would like to introduce the Honorable Don Graves, U.S. Deputy Secretary of Commerce, to his opening remarks, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sirovic, for that kind introduction. I'm grateful to Minister Filipovic and the government of Croatia for hosting us today. Thank you for your partnership, your friendship. I also want to thank Secretary Granholm and the Department of Energy for all the work that they've done, as well as the Atlantic Council for organizing this critically important event. Ministers, Excellencies, corporate partners, most importantly, friends, I want to begin on a somber note of reflection. Almost 27 years ago, U.S. Secretary of Commerce Ron Brown and 34 others perished in a plane crash while flying from Zagreb on an official trade mission. I was actually supposed to be on that flight, but ended up not traveling on that trip. The victims of that crash included 11 Commerce employees and 2 Croatians serving as support staff. In our shared grief, Croatia and the United States grew even closer. Months after the crash, the new Commerce Secretary returned here to finish that mission. It's a stirring example of our commitment to each other, even in the face of tragedy. All of the people on that flight were working on behalf of peace, prosperity, and making our world a better place. Their example and their sacrifice continue to inspire us. And it gives me a special purpose being here representing the Commerce Department when I was originally supposed to be on that flight, and I'm back again to continue that effort of peace, prosperity, and this effort to make our world a better place. Our enduring mission to ensure economic opportunities for all of us. So I'm honored and humbled to once again participate in the PTEC Business Forum Since we last met in Poland for the 2021 forum, the importance of accelerating Europe's clean energy transition has become even more urgent for two reasons. First, across the world, we've seen the climate crisis continues to lead to higher temperatures, rising sea levels, and weather-related shocks. It's having a direct impact on our people all over the globe. We've witnessed the severe drought exacerbated by heat waves, among other weather crises, both here in Europe and in the United States. Climate change is an existential threat that sees no borders, and time is definitely not on our side. Second, you know all too well the acute energy crisis that Russia unleashed with its war of aggression in Ukraine. Europe's efforts to break its dependence on Russian oil has been unprecedented, but it only underscores the importance of shifting the continent's energy mix by rapidly growing clean energy sources. I should add that Russia's attacks on civilian targets in Ukraine included deliberate efforts to destroy its energy infrastructure. This, too, is something that the United States and Europe will need to work together to rebuild. So even as the United States and the EU collaborate to support the clean energy economy here on the continent, we must understand the massive market, the investment, industrialization, and job opportunities it affords on both sides of the Atlantic. Working together on enabling commerce within and across borders, we can unlock the region's abundant clean energy resources and vast carbon sequestration potential while promoting zero and low emissions goals and services. So where is the Department of Commerce in our efforts to fuel this transition? A year ago, we established the US-EU Task Force on Energy Security to diversify supply and reduce energy demand. It set ambitious targets for US LNG supply in both the short and long term. And last year, nearly 70% of total US LNG exports reached European markets, totaling approximately 75.5 billion cubic meters. We recently launched the U.S. Clean Tech Export Competitiveness Strategy, which is leading to more international engagement on clean tech strategy standards and intellectual property protection, as well as developing targeted trade missions and trade events. The U.S. believes public-private partnerships are critical to combat the global climate crisis. We'll depend heavily on the innovation, the dynamism of our private sector. It's critical that we work with the private sector to develop and deploy cutting-edge technologies to decarbonize every facet of our economy. This can't be done by government alone. It requires the partnership, the engagement of industry. We need a surge in development and implementation of clean energy technologies, including hydrogen, wind, solar, geothermal, nuclear, and carbon capture, utilization and storage. None of these technologies, either individually or collectively, have reached the scale needed to stabilize global temperatures and avoid the worsening threats of climate change. This presents the United States and Europe alike with a massive market opportunity. Countries that make it a strategic priority to foster these industries of the future won't only help to reduce emissions both within and outside their borders, they'll also support economic growth, job creation for all of us. One example of where we're working together to deploy clean energy is Poland's announcement that it will acquire technology for its first 3 nuclear power plants from a U.S.-based company, Westinghouse. This deal cements the type of long-term partnership that I believe will help Poland achieve energy security while creating thousands of clean energy jobs on both sides of the Atlantic. The U.S. Department of Commerce designed and launched the Small Modular Reactor Public-Private Program, or SMR PPP, in 2020 for this exact reason. We're collaborating with our European partners to remove barriers to the deployment and development of this technology. This program has become a key platform in the U.S. for sustained public-private collaboration on SMR technology between the United States and Europe. You saw an example of this with Romania's stated intent to build a first-of-its-kind U.S. SMR. By deploying U.S. innovative clean technology first, Romania is taking an initial step, but a huge technological leap in advancing climate action and clean energy clean energy access throughout a critical part of Europe and the world. The United States is committed to working with PTEC members to improve the commercial enabling environment for attracting innovative energy and climate companies, improving financing options, and promoting partnerships. But we know that governments can't solve Europe's energy challenge all alone. As I said before, we need strong partnerships with all of you, including industry, to get the job done. We're eager to continue our work together and learning how our public and private sector partners can contribute to the solutions that Europe needs so urgently. I believe that if we all work together, we'll meet this moment so that we can all prosper and thrive in a clean 21st century global economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary, for these profound remarks. With those opening speeches, we would now like to turn to our first panel session. As we all know, energy security is one of the key challenges the world, especially Europe, is facing. Can we find the appropriate symbiosis between the various governments, but also between governments and private sector to develop new projects in the region and to fulfill key foreign policy and energy security goals? The first session topic is Roadmap for European Energy Security, and I will now hand it off to our moderator, Mr. Landon Darintz, Senior Director and Richard Morningstar Chair for Global Energy Security and at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. Over to you, Mr. Darintz.
Well, good morning, everybody. I am Landon Darintz. I am the Senior Director of the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center, and we're thrilled to be a part of the conversation and the PTEC Business Forum here in Zagreb. Let me start by just thanking the Croatian government for your hospitality in hosting us, congratulating the Department of Energy, the U.S. government, the Croatian government, the broader transatlantic partners, and frankly, this community, both business and government here, for coming together for the fourth meeting of the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation. It's a pleasure to kick off today's discussion and the 2023 Business Forum in a dialogue about public-private partnership and collaboration that will accelerate and strengthen European energy security. I think reflecting just on how effective the PTEC platform has become, how important transatlantic unity is to shared prosperity on both sides of the Atlantic, especially in the face of Russian aggression and hostilities in Ukraine and the consequence to the broader European community and global community, frankly. We have a stellar lineup to kick off the conversation today. Across government, across industry, it is quite a community. So let's go ahead and meet our panelists and dive into the conversation. I'm really thrilled this morning to be joined by a Minister of Economic Affairs and Infrastructure from Estonia, Minister Reena Sikkut. It's great to have you. Of course, we just met Deputy Secretary Don Graves of the Department of Commerce, U.S. Department of Commerce. Also joined this morning by Owen Herdstadt, a member of the Board of Directors at the Export-Import Bank of the United States. Minister Mikhail Kurtyka, a distinguished fellow of the Atlantic Council, which I will lead with, but also the former Minister for Climate and Environment of Poland. Daniel Bustos, Executive Vice President and Chief Commercial Officer of Accelerate Energy. Jake Levine, Chief Climate Officer at the U.S. Development Finance Corporation, and Justin Siberel, who is the President for Europe and Middle East at Bechtel. Great to have you all this morning. Minister Sikkut, let's kick off the conversation with you. I think You know, Estonia and in particular its role in Northeastern Europe with your neighbors has been a leader in opposing Russian aggression, and I think most recently reflected in your leadership on energy diversification with the FSRU that you're sharing with Finland, but also I think some sustained and enduring, very deliberative efforts over the years to diversify your power sector away from Russian reliance as well. You know, can you shed some light on Estonia's strategy for strengthening European energy security, and maybe reflect on just how that process has changed in the recent years given current events?
Thank you. And really, even in energy, the perspective matters a lot. In Estonia, where we have for decades produced most of our electricity from oil shale, it's almost like coal, but more damaging for the environment. And it's the wasteful way to produce electricity in Europe. So we know our challenge, but even in Estonia, it was difficult to explain. It's something local, we've used it, it's secure. But at the same time, the production plants, you can see them from Russia. You can take them down from Russia. And now the war has shifted the perspective that the oil shale power plants might not be the most secure way to produce electricity in Estonia, but distributed generation in the form of solar energy, wind, offshore and onshore wind. Now looks like it's local, it's affordable, and it helps us to do this green transition and clean our energy production. So the perspective has shifted, but our energy system and the consumption is very small. So basically we need 1 gigawatt of onshore wind and 1 gigawatt of offshore wind to cover our own consumption. So the aim for Estonia is to produce 100% of our annual need from renewable sources by 2030, and after that be an exporter of green electricity. And it's totally doable, but cooperation between public and private sector is needed, because public sector won't put up the offshore wind parks, but we need to create an environment when there is enough certainty to actually make this large investment. And I'm sure we can manage this in a year or something. We have elections on Sunday, so after that we'll see the strategic choices for Estonian energy system and how to secure the supply for the coming years will probably be made in March for Estonia.
Secretary Graves, just building on the minister's conversation here, you've referred to economic cooperation between the U.S. and the EU, Europe, as indispensable for growth and security on both sides of the Atlantic. I'm interested to hear from you how the Department of Commerce is working to get U.S. industry involved, create a more secure and more sustainable European energy system that you heard the ministers kind of elaborating on how Estonia is thinking about achieving that, and certainly in the context of Central and Eastern Europe here in Croatia. You know, what are the market opportunities that you think are ripe for collaboration?
That is a great question, and I could probably spend half the day answering it, but you all heard from me already, so I'll keep this fairly brief. I think, as I said in my remarks, we have two competing but also supportive things going on in the world. Obviously, we have the climate crisis that we have to meet. It's an existential threat to the world. This is not something that we can pray will change. I think we all recognize we have to act for the benefit of our people. And we're also recognizing that we have a challenge exacerbated by Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, of a need for continued energy to grow our economies. And I think that energy security and climate goals aren't mutually exclusive. In fact, the ways that we meet the challenge of climate change will allow us to be more resilient, to have more reliable sources of energy. That's why the Commerce Department put out its clean tech export competitiveness strategy. It was really a way for us to think about the ways that we partner with our friends and allies around the globe to ensure that we're building that reliability, that resilience of our energy infrastructure, while also creating opportunities for jobs. The private sector, let me say this, governments are never going to be able to deal with this crisis alone, and we're never going to be able to create all the jobs that we need for our economies to grow. Certainly Croatia has figured this out. They had 6.3% growth in their latest numbers. They've recognized that the private sector is crucial, and the private sector is going to give us the innovation that will allow us to succeed in this, meeting these challenges. The way we do that, though, is the question. And so it's going to require a mix of technologies, a mix of energy types. We know that today we can't meet all the challenges that we have for our energy needs just with renewables. It's impossible right now to get there. So we have to have this transition. What that transition looks like is critically important. So looking at moving towards SMR technologies is critically important. We think that could be a good, an efficient source of energy, but also still making sure that we're doing what we need to do to provide energy through things like clean LNG and the like. So it's going to take a mix of these, and the Commerce Department is committed to working with the private sector and working with our partners all around Europe to make sure that we deliver that in a timely fashion to meet both of those goals.
So if we can build on this, Mr. Hernstadt, Owen, of course, energy security and energy transition can't happen without finance. As we go everywhere else, all of these technologies that the Minister and the Deputy Secretary are discussing, there's a role for organizations like EXIM to resource the transition to a more secure energy future. I know that there's collaboration that the Department of Energy is doing with EXIM in Poland, for example. There's a lot of illustrations here in Europe where you're involved. Can you elaborate a little bit on the role of EXIM and also the role of finance in this transition?
Sure, I'd be glad to. And let me start off just by thanking you for the invitation to serve on this panel. The Export-Import Bank is part of the Biden administration's whole of government approach when it comes to handling these very important issues. For those of you that don't know, the Export-Import Bank of the United States is an independent agency of the U.S. government. We were established 89 years ago to finance the export sales of U.S.-made goods and services, which in turn support U.S. jobs. We fill gaps by private financing vehicles so U.S. companies can win more sales and ultimately be more competitive in a crowded marketplace. EXIM financing is unique. We finance the sale of U.S. exports provided by top-tier innovative U.S. companies, and our focus is to assist countries around the world to gain access to these quality products through financing support, as you mentioned. The Biden administration has been pointed out, including, of course, EXIM shares the goal of ensuring energy security within this region, and together we are focused on doing so in ways that support American jobs and that are within the EXIM's charter and statutory language. EXIM is committed to investing in energy solutions of the future and would like to work with each of you to ensure that your energy storage, energy, and environmentally beneficial innovations are American-made. Our programs represent some of the tools that can be utilized to build and implement a European energy strategy. We provide direct loans and loan guarantees to credit-worthy international customers and provide export credit insurance and working capital guarantees to U.S. exporters. We have a long history of being in the forefront of financing projects important in this avenue of it. EXIM financing can be a cost-effective source of financing for international customers. EXIM Bank enhancements for renewables include the maximum OECD repayment terms of up to 18 years and financing for local costs of up to 40% in high-income markets and, of course, 50% in all others. Our track record speaks for itself. We financed the first of 9 projects for India's solar mission. We supported hundreds of millions of dollars to develop projects in Peru. And last year, we awarded our Deal of the Year to a solar project in Guatemala that used panels built in the U.S. We've got several programs of interest that will help incentivize clean energy projects throughout Europe. These include our Environmental Exports Program, our China and Transformational Exports Program, our new Make in America Exports Program. Additionally, the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, the G7 initiative, will mobilize $200 billion from the U.S. These programs can serve as valuable and effective tools in the roadmap for a European energy strategy. And although we don't have time this morning to get into further details, please let us know if we can furnish you with any information. My colleague in the front row, Craig O'Connor, is our EXIM Renewable Energy and Environmental Exports Officer of the Project Finance Division. He's here, and I know he, along with me, would be glad to talk with you more during the breaks. Once again, I want to thank you for the invitation to share about EXIM's financing opportunities with you today. Thank you.
Of course. All right, Michal, you're the second European, but the first that's no longer in government. So, you can really make this a little bit exciting at this moment. In the perspective of a former minister for climate and environment, responsible for designing, implementing, and thinking through the financing of the energy transition, drawing from your expertise in Central and Eastern Europe, how does the European Green Deal, Repower EU, other climate initiatives and energy initiatives throughout the bloc contribute to energy security? How do these all function really well? And just given the context of the current environment, what's going on in the world, is this a new European paradigm that we're experiencing, or is this a momentary transition? It'd be great to hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much, Landon. You provoked me a little bit. No minister in office could afford with the anecdote I will tell you right now. So I remember 25 years ago, I traveled with my wife. We had backpackers, and we went not so far from Croatia to Greece. And at that time, I spent the entire economies of my life trying to impress my future wife, going with her in Cyclades, etc. And now, 25 years later, if I want to impress my wife now, I have to invite her at Polish seashore. Why? Because it has become cheaper, actually, for a Pole to go to Greece for holidays than to go to Baltic Sea in its own country. That's 25 years of growth, entrepreneurship, but also integration of Poland within a larger context of Western community, and along with Poland, together with other Central European countries. So we are blessed because we are part of a larger community. 40 million Poles could have been working in a 400 million single market, and we just delivered beautifully. And so, let me right now turn a little bit more official, Landon. So as you provoked me, I answered with a non-ministerial start. But let me be serious right now regarding PTEC. And we have the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Community. Let's turn the P into an agreement, and then later on in a treaty. So let's move forward the trust that we have built in this partnership to a more institutionalized level, and let's make it another tool for integration of Western alliance. We are here gathered by Atlantic Council, and we can think of shared cooperation, of integration of our energy markets And so what if not we fought in a very concrete manner about transatlantic treaty for energy and climate cooperation, and what it could be consisting of. First of all, it is coordination of infrastructure. Yes, we are answering extremely quickly, and we have FSRU, and you, Minister, you have been dealing with this subject very quickly, very efficiently, together with your Finnish partners. And on the 3rd of March, there will be the official inauguration of FSRU terminal in Helsinki, serving both countries. That's great, but we have to think of LNG as a global supply chain across the Atlantic. And we need not only to build FSRU terminals in Europe, but also to think about infrastructure in Europe, but also infrastructure in the US. How can we make sure that there is enough gas in the US serving energy security in Europe? So we need to have this coordinated approach towards development of infrastructure alongside the supply chains of energy. Then the second, recognition of standards. Again, we are a community of values. We trust each other. Let's turn this trust into concrete investment opportunities. You mentioned, Minister, Secretary Graves, you mentioned SMRs. The biggest challenge with SMRs that we are facing right now is licensing. But why to the hell, if I may say, are we going to license these reactors separately, country by country? Why not to recognize that we can trust our partners? Why, if you develop in Romania SMRs together with your Romanian partners, why not Romanian authority could say, okay, I trust American standards in this regard? Why not we in Poland developing FSRU terminal in Gdańsk couldn't use the experience of our German friends developing extremely quickly their own FSRU terminal? So recognition of standards could be another important pillar of this treaty. And the third one, common investment in new technologies. This has been already mentioned with Exim Bank, with DFC. Jake, you will be certainly talking about it. But within the context of Inflation Reduction Act, we have a lot of discussion in Europe right now. How can we keep the pace? So what does it mean for the transatlantic community to invest together in new technologies, geothermic, SMRs, etc., etc.? What does it mean in terms of practical instruments that we can put in place? And last but not least, emergency answer. I'm working for energy security for my country since 20 years. And we proposed in 2005 NATO kind of alliance for energy security. We said, okay, there is Article 5 working for military, but there is no Article 5 working for energy. And together, today, what we see for Ukraine, for example, is that our Ukrainian colleagues are missing desperately spare parts. I'm not even talking about LNG, I'm not even talking about coal or petrol or renewables, panels, etc. I'm talking about spare parts. So how can we make sure that there are some emergency answers that we are able to develop and then to trigger in the case of emergency? And last but not least, if we turn an agreement into a treaty, then somehow at the end there might be a common energy market, transatlantic energy market. Thank you.
Really, you lived up to it there, Michael. Very thought-provoking. Justin, just bringing in the energy, the industry perspective here, obviously this is a business forum on the first day of PTEC, and thinking about actually putting infrastructure into the ground, infrastructure deployment, Bechtel, an EPC, major EPC, engineering, procurement, and construction company. From an infrastructure side, what do you think we need to see really happen to reorient the European energy market away from Russian reliance to achieve our not only near-term goals, but the long-term goals of decarbonization as well?
Thanks very much, Landon, and it's a pleasure to be on the panel with fellow panelists. I think, as Secretary Graves said in his opening remarks, it's really an all-of-the-above strategy. Really, there has to be continued build-out of renewables, and the minister referred to plans in Estonia for doing so, utility-scale renewables. But as you do that, you need to also consider balancing the grids and the loads on the grid, so more longer duration storage options, and we think that pumped hydro storage is a very important component that will be necessary. And as you build out additional renewable power, you also need to have a reliable source of clean baseload power, which I think is, gigawatt scale nuclear is the best option, and needs near-term investment, as the Polish government is undertaking, as the Czech government is undertaking, as Secretary Graves mentioned. Of course, additional gas is absolutely vital. That means more build-out, as the minister said, of the infrastructure for import terminals and distributive pipelines. And then I think additional research on advanced fuels, hydrogen, green ammonia, and carbon capture. Carbon capture will be important in Europe because to ensure that there's consistency with European climate objectives, that's going to be an important component. I think that just the effort to get away from overdependence on Russian hydrocarbons, it's fair to say more could have been done, obviously, before the invasion, but I think since then the response has been quite strong. There's been a unified response, there's been quite a lot of urgency, and importantly, there's been pragmatism. And we've seen that, for instance, in the decision to include natural gas and nuclear in the taxonomy of the EU taxonomy on sustainable energy, which is an important pragmatic step. Other pragmatic steps could be taken. For instance, the willingness to sign longer-term LNG purchase contracts, which would be one way for the Europeans to ensure access to that additional LNG that will be coming on the market in the medium term. And let me just add back to your point about an EPC and an engineering construction company, which is what Bechtel does. From our perspective, this is a moment that, on the one hand, there are significant requirements for investment in large projects, but it's a very challenging environment for the construction market with, supply chain disruptions, a very tight labor market, and then, of course, inflation, which has the risk of cost escalation. So it's very important, I think, when you look at the complex projects, the big projects, to involve the contracting community early on in the planning. And be a collaborative approach, a partnership approach to large-scale complex energy projects. And this, I think, is important as well when you get into the procurement, where it should be a collaborative win-win instead of, if you're driving down, if it's a low price at all costs model, I'm not sure you're going to arrive at the solution really that is required for this very important moment. So I'd say all of the above strategy. Pragmatism is important, and then that partnership with the contracting community are what required to meet this objective. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. Jake, you're the Chief Climate Officer of the DFC. You have a firm respect of both, I think, the DFC's overall mission of financing and risk management tools to help us realize this energy transition. But you're obviously doing it in a very holistic, long-term vision for the future of the global economy. But we're here talking about the transatlantic partnership. How is DFC helping address the energy crisis in a way that's enduring, that brings these tools to bear in a very impactful way for new generation assets to come online? And again, I think many of our fellow panelists here have referred to not just the challenges affiliated with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but I think the long-term implications and, frankly, opportunities that we can draw for our climate ambitions in these moments as well. Can you expand on DFC's role in that?
Sure. Thanks, Landon, and thanks to the Atlantic Council and the Department of Energy and to the Croatian leadership for putting together this critical discussion. I was struck just before this panel, I had the chance to meet with leadership from the Croatian Hydrocarbons Agency, and we spent the majority of our time talking about opportunities in geothermal, in carbon capture, and in green hydrogen. And I was reflecting somewhat on this conversation and thinking about just how emblematic that discussion was of this energy transition, this inflection point that we're seeing, where you have an entire agency focused on hydrocarbons using its expertise in seismology, in drilling, in exploration towards clean energy development. And that is so emblematic of the work that we think about at DFC. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Development Finance Corporation, we're the U.S. Development Bank. We're much like our friends over at the Export-Import Bank, although instead of focusing on export credit, we work broadly with the private sector. In fact, when DFC was created through legislation only 3 years ago, we were given the mandate to work with the private sector within the United States, and we love working with American companies, but we were also given the mandate to lean in and work with non-US companies, to work with Europeans, to work with folks in local markets who have know-how and relationships and understanding and expertise in the areas in which they work. And so that has given us tremendous latitude to work on tough regional issues. There was a companion piece of legislation that passed alongside the BUILD Act, which authorized DFC, and it's something called the European Energy Security and Diversification Act. And this legislation gives DFC authority to work all across Europe on transactions that bear on energy security with respect to mitigating and preventing the kind of malign influence that we've seen from Russia and in Ukraine and elsewhere. This is important because typically DFC is limited to working in low and middle income countries. But under this authority, we can work in any country in Europe, and we are determined to do that. In just the last few months, I've had the opportunity to visit with friends and colleagues in Bulgaria, in Poland, with Michal a couple of times, both in his role as minister and now outside of government. I like the provocative Michal better than the minister Michal. And in fact, had the chance to visit Kyiv just about a month ago with our CEO to try to build on the more than $800 million of investments and exposure that we have in Ukraine. And one of the things that is so exciting, and maybe this gets to Landon's question about what we're seeing, is that in the world of energy security investments, the most promising, the market-leading investments, the cheapest, the most reliable, the most affordable products that we're seeing the market provide are clean energy products. I was in Poland just a few weeks ago and learned that the heat pump manufacturing industry, which is now critical to moving homes and businesses off of the kinds of fossil fuels for heating and cooling that got us into this situation in the first place, has exploded. More than 150% year-over-year growth. It's poised for another year of more than 100% year-over-year growth. It's the type of opportunity that we will be looking to support. I do just want to mention one thing, because Michal was kind enough to clear the path on the following topic. But he mentioned this issue of licensing, and it reminded me of an issue that we face. And I think that this is the kind of challenge that this PTEC and the ministerial and the group of leaders in government can help us work through, which is this topic of standardization. So Michal mentioned nuclear licensing. The problem with standardization goes far beyond that. DFC adheres to the IFC performance standards, for example. One of the key value propositions that the private sector gets from working with DFC is that we will hold you to a set of rigorous environmental, labor, social, and governance standards. It is a different model than the kind of model we see from some of our competitors around the world who are willing to write a blank check for any quality of project and then just hope with a prayer that the project survives. We're not interested in doing that. We have a shared set of values, and we live up to those standards. But sometimes those standards we've seen have gone a little too far in terms of holding up projects. If we were going to partner with the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development or with the European Investment Bank on a project in Europe, it would be not uncommon, in fact, it would be normal for each of those banks to conduct the same analysis on the same exact performance standards. So we're talking about one compliance regime rather than several that each financier is required to do its own diligence, its own research, its own investment to conduct. And we know that that is a challenge for private sector companies that are seeking to work quickly, to work at the speed of the market, and to work against the urgency of these dual challenges of energy security and climate security. So I would just offer one note of one plea for help from our partners in the regulatory agencies and the policy agencies to help us think about this issue of standardization so that we can move faster with our friends in the private sector. I'm happy that I'm surrounded by the two private sector panelists, and so that we can be better advocates for the private sector as we invest. And the last thing that I want to just mention is I'm here with my colleague, Agata Ciesielska, who I'm looking for in the audience. I hope that you will have, there she is with her hand up. We are eager to find opportunities from you to invest together, to work alongside you, to support your work. So please don't be shy, and we're looking forward to meeting you. Thanks.
Thanks, Jake. Look, on this topic of licensing, we're in Croatia. In my time in the U.S. government, I remember the early years of Kirk LNG trying to get the facility in FSRU built. There's obviously change underway because we look at just taking Germany as an example this year, licensing 6 terminals, building 3, and an accelerated timeline. Accelerated, this is convenient. Daniel, accelerated timeline here. You've been busy at Accelerate. You're getting LNG infrastructure built to bring energy security to the European market to help the broader community achieve its climate objectives. Let's take this in a perspective from industry on long-term market outlooks and the effect this has on investment decisions. I think there's a plea for collaboration with between industry and government right here, right now. The long-term nature of many of these projects require some certainty. And can you speak to the underpinnings here of what you're experiencing with your company and the outlook that would be most beneficial and conducive for continuing progress from the private sector side?
Thank you, Landon, and thank you to my fellow panelists. Good morning, everyone. Accelerate has a pretty unique perspective in regards of what is needed for this kind of infrastructure, this kind of projects to become reliable and useful for energy security, because we've been focusing on that for over 2 decades. Our systems, our technology, the FSRU technology, the import terminals, are a tool. They're not a product by themselves. And those tools have been generally developed together with governments. And we can see when we look at our initial projects in Argentina, in Brazil, Israel, you can follow the path, the thought process, and the policies that were implemented. They all started in an emergency situation, and we've seen economic crisis, energy crisis, geopolitical conflicts that brought the need and the opportunity for the solution. And then there was a moment of pause, and the governments and the institutions started seeing the long-term benefits, and the instruments were created after the solution was implemented. And I found that as being very natural. Governments take a little longer to make decisions. Institutions need some time to adapt to this new technology or to this new approach. And what Accelerate is seeing in Europe is strikingly similar to what we saw on the rest of the world. We did help the LNG industry as a whole, help Europe not to be a hostage of Russia during this last year. And that's an incredible accomplishment for everyone that helped on that. You were mentioning Germany, but Finland and Estonia, they established a partnership in record time. Accelerate has the honor to be the company providing the services. And thank you for joining us in a couple of days on the inauguration. You have an enormous credit to take. And by the way, you're there's an Estonian company being the first one on booking guaranteed capacity on the terminal. It shows how energy integration works across the border when true partnerships are in place. What we're seeing now is exactly that. There's a first wave of projects, but also there's a need of starting looking on the longer term. And what are the steps that we see? First one, standardization. Again, the ability to look at what your neighbor is doing, as Michal was mentioning, and taking the common sense approach of saying, hey, I respect you, we are partners, why do we need to reinvent the rules? Germany has shown leadership on how a common sense approach to regulation can achieve results that they were seemingly opposed in the past, which is you can go fast and be safe and be reliable. That approach is going to be critical. The second one that is true for the rest of the world, and it has to be true for Europe, is the role of LNG on net zero goals is undeniable. And unfortunately, in the past, LNG has been a victim of this polarization where there was a competition or seemed competition for resources between renewable and LNG. We are glad to see that quickly disappearing. And one of the shining examples is DFC. DFC has taken a common sense approach. They have changed the approach of who needs what. They are accepting the fact that LNG is needed for continuing and deepening energy transition plans. The more aggressive energy transition plans are the ones that need more security of supply. And we are receiving the support from DFC for some of the projects that we're developing in Europe. So that coordination, it is critical. And for the long term, what we believe as a private company, we invest and we take risks. But there's a point where the risk is just too much. And that combination is nothing new, actually. We tend to be fairly conservative because our customers already have too much risk, so we try to be on the safe side of the equation. And what we see is actually fairly simple. Governments that live by what they say, that implement common sense policies that are inclusive for what is needed, provide the environment for long-term investment. And the financing of those investments is critical. And we are at a moment where the private sector has a large role to play, but multilateral institutions are there a critical part of what we're going to be doing. Unfortunately, the risks have gone through the roof. That's the reality. We are living in a world where, again, energy is a weapon. But London, as we all know, weapons can be tools too. And that's the transformation that we need to have. That weapon that has been laid bare during this last year can be a tool. It's a tool for integration, for better collaboration, and I think the transatlantic partnership is a shining example of that. Thank you.
I appreciate it, Daniel. You know, just given the robustness of this panel, I'm going to go back really quick to the industry side here. So both the Daniel and Justin, in this concept of taking risks and an idea that, you know, you're doing that certainly in the European market, but really this is a global market. The energy sector is dealing with pressures internationally. And just the issue of competitiveness, of labor, of the inputs into that and the supply side, I think, you know, a lot of expectations of China bringing back on its economy this year. It's going to have repercussions for the European market on gas supply. Justin, I think, just broadly speaking we've been through a period of inflation, and that's had really pretty profound impacts, especially on big companies that are trying to put human capital into these infrastructure projects. Can either of you just take a quick take in terms of your expectations for how this market, the transatlantic community, should be thinking about the aspect of turning these weapons into tools, but in the global context? Maybe I'll turn to you first, Daniel, and Justin, if you have any thoughts.
Well, we were reflecting on that during the dinner last night. I think we have accomplished a first very critical goal of stabilizing the energy system in Europe, and we should all feel proud that we have achieved that. But now we have two more critical goals, and we need to start planning now. The second step is we need to bring affordability to the energy system in Europe and around the world. One of the victims of this push to get energy supply for Europe has been the European industry that keeps losing investments, and some of the large-scale investments are going to be very hard to recover, and that is something that is a trend that needs to be stopped. But at the same time, Europe, unwillingly of course, Europe is exporting cost and is exporting emissions to the rest of the world. Some of the enormous benefits that we were seeing, for example, in countries like Bangladesh, where we have 2 terminals, and we essentially stopped the development of 29 coal-fired plants that were, to make it even worse, were based on imported coal. So Bangladesh wasn't even receiving the benefit of producing their own energy. And on 2018, when we started service, those plants were in full force, and now they've been replaced for a far more balanced approach with nuclear, with renewables, and with natural gas. We're moving backwards on that because of affordability. Energy poverty, food poverty has exploded, and as transatlantic partnership, we cannot forget the rest of the world. The good thing is that there's not a conflict here. If we help Europe on stabilizing, on having a better energy market, the rest of the world will benefit of that stability. And we can be a part of that. And the third one is we need to bring energy transition back on track. We've seen the projections, and when you see the role, for example, of LNG, just to speak of what we do, the expectations that are placed on LNG for energy transition are scary. LNG is going to grow to the 2040s in every scenario. Natural gas as a whole will diminish, LNG is going to grow. Why? Because we provide that flexibility, we provide that access to the places where it's needed. In terms of long-term investments, long-term contracts are an issue, and some countries are either unable or they don't really feel the need to buy long-term. And the conflict on that is if you don't want long-term, you're going to end up paying it on price. That's a balance for each country. We deeply respect decisions. Accelerate, for example, believes on long-term supply. That's why yesterday we announced we signed our first long-term contract, 20 years, with Venture Global. And we believe that some countries are going to need the flexibility, some countries are going to need the long-term. That combination is yet again not a competition, it's a collaboration. Energy transition is going to help reducing costs too. But we need to start now, because if not, this cycle of energy prices being so high is going to have a too lasting effect on the economies.
Justin, quick thoughts?
Sure. I think your question was about how to mitigate against supply chain disruption and tight labor markets. I think it comes down to collaboration, cooperation. I think like the Estonia, Finland example that was just cited, I think there's another terrific opportunity in Central Europe with procurement of gigawatt-scale nuclear. As we mentioned, both the Polish government, the Czech Republic are currently in the process of procuring new build nuclear, which is a terrific opportunity for transatlantic collaboration with U.S. companies in the forefront of that. But it will rely on developing and the great benefit here potentially is developing a very strong, robust European supply chain to support those activities. And so we see tremendous potential for a stronger transatlantic partnership and upskilling across the nuclear supply chain in Europe and the United States, which creates jobs, opportunities for DFC, Exim, really everybody up on this stage here. So I think it's about collaboration and taking a long-term view.
Great. Well, we're going to take a quick pause. Don't leave your seats. Before we return to Minister Sikut and Deputy Secretary Graves for some closing thoughts on this, throughout the day, you're going to have interventions from it's kind of a mix of a keynote coupled with observations from the conversation we're having. And I'm really excited to kick off this first intervention from the Moldovan Minister of Energy, Victor Parlikov, who, Minister, please join us up here. This provides some reflections. The dynamic new minister, only a couple weeks on the job, but we're really lucky to have you here with us today.
Okay, sorry for the voice. First of all, thank you very much to all the partners listed here, Department of Energy, our friends from Croatia. It's an honor, Atlantic Council, the private sector who supports all these initiatives. We are, first of all, proud and thankful for this invitation. My term in the office so far is just less than 2 weeks, so I'm just a beginner. But that also gives me the moral right to kind of be more dynamic and less caught in a previous, in the previous agenda. Now, definitely, I would like to start by saying Moldova is grateful for all the support we have received so far. When we think back where we started about a year and a half ago, nobody could believe that we will travel that fast from being a country 100% dependent on Gazprom, no integration with the European markets, no even an operator who could work or who would be certified anywhere, to a country in less than a year and a half. I'm underlining that because for us it started basically in October 2021, not February, when the war, when the Russians attacked Ukraine. In just less than a year and a half, we are a country that is already, yes, temporarily, but synchronized with ENTSO-E together with Ukraine. We have an operator, basically a state-owned trader, who's been the first one who used the Interconnector Greece Bulgaria in commercial mode. We're the first one who used in commercial mode the reverse flow on Trans-Balkans. We are, for the last several months, 3 months, at all, like relying on, not relying at all on the Gazprom's gas. Basically, we are ensuring our gas supply from European markets. If anyone told me about a year and a half ago that this is possible in such short time, I'd probably say that's fantastic. But times of crisis are times of rapid decisions and times of, tough but rapid decision. It came at a cost. We had, the society was grieving under the pressure of prices. We had disruptions of electricity supply, particularly after the Ukrainian critical infrastructure was born, starting with October 10. But we also had extremely unprecedented support and cooperation with all partners. And probably all people here in the room, if we take them country by country, I would be able to say what was exactly the contribution of that country to support us in the meantime. Definitely the EU, most of the compensations to our consumers to get over this difficult times and high energy prices were paid with the support from our international partners. The EU contributed 250 million. Just recently, the US, in addition to what was already in the portfolio, in the pipeline of cooperation, committed to, which is not very typical, they committed before the voting in the Congress. We hope the voting goes well. But another 300 million in support of Moldova. Now, this is definitely something unprecedented. And what we want to do, while we looking back, it's been the time, this 1.5 years of absorbing the crisis. Now is the time to look ahead. Now is the time to see how we can turn this into opportunities. And actually, when it comes to absorbing the crisis, and I'll come back to this thought, if Moldova could do it, then anyone could do it. If Moldova, being one of the poorest countries in Europe, could absorb that shock, I'm sure Europe is capable of absorbing it and turning it into development. When we look ahead, definitely, much like all our countries, this is about shared values and agendas. We want secure, sustainable, and competitive energy. And for us, what it means primarily, it means as a country that doesn't have any fossil resources, we want renewable energy, and we want increased capacity of integrating the renewable in the grid. This is our constraint at this point. And we're not only talking electricity, we're talking about near to zero energy buildings. We're talking about transport, which is one of the huge parts. We're talking about the decarbonization of the transport as a support to storage and through Internet of Things, balancing the grid. It's much more complex. Now, what we're hoping for is that Moldova can serve as an innovation sandbox for all these technologies that are needed to, let's say, enable this green transition. We're a small country. We're a country that is supposed to be dynamic. If we are not enough dynamic, we will make it more dynamic. And we are very happy to invite partners from private sector and the international financial institutions supporting that to use Moldova as an innovation sandbox for all sorts of technologies that foster green transition. Again, if a country that had no, let's say, strong position in the energy before, now we have an ambition to do the accelerated decarbonization to become energy neutral before the EU. If we can do it, I'm sure everyone else can do it. And thank you very much again for this wonderful event, for this invitation, and looking forward to further cooperating. Please come to Moldova.
Mr. Minister, thank you so much. I've been told we have to close up here on time, and we are out of time, but I do want to do one last moment here. Deputy Secretary Graves, you referred to the U.S.-European partnership as a strategic economic alliance yesterday in your speech in Brussels. And Minister Sikut, I just want to give you one chance to reinforce the importance of this relationship from your perspective with the Deputy Secretary as we wrap up remarks here today.
Well, maybe I'll start and just say it's clear, I said this yesterday in Brussels, it's clear that we're facing a very changing world where the partnership between the United States and Europe is more vital, more important, and I think stronger than it's ever been across the Atlantic. And part of what I go back to what the anecdote that I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks today. I was supposed to travel with Secretary Brown on that trip with my then boss. I was not in government at that time, but was going to be part of the trade mission. And when we found out the news of the plane crash, my then boss was about to give a speech. He threw out his speech and instead gave remarks directly from the heart. And the thing that stuck with me, he said, you have to have a sense of urgency about that which you are called to do, because life and times are tenuous. We are at a critical point, my friends, in the history of the world where the values that Europe and the United States share are more important than ever for the world. But to do that, to ensure that our values, our way of life, the rules of the road that we believe in are adopted everywhere, it requires new ways of doing things. So that means working closely together with the private sector, mitigating the ravages of climate change and the potential that climate change can have for our future by bringing in the innovation, the ideas of the private sector working cooperatively together to ensure our national and economic security, because we can't do it alone. The United States knows it's not going to be just about us doing it. It has to be done in partnership with our closest friends and allies, and that's why I think this conversation is more important than ever.
I can only agree with that. We are not solving separate national assignments. We have common goals and we all have to work on achieving this. But coming back to the perspective, it's very, I'm very sorry to leave the stage here, because it's good to hear the words about the Finnish-Estonian cooperation. Because if you look at the headlines over the last year in Estonia, oh my God, we are going to lack gas, we need to do something. What are we going to do? Are we spending too much on building the mooring quay and a pipeline connection? We must be spending too much. We need to cooperate with Finland. Oh my God, we are competing with Finland. They cannot beat us. So if the ship is in Finland, are we able to book the slots? They won't give us any slots. It's very difficult to believe that, yes, two countries can cooperate, work on world record speed, finish on time, rent a ship, and provide gas for both countries. And actually, the honest situation is that currently in the Baltic and Finnish region, the security of supply is guaranteed in terms of gas. We have strategic reserves, we have enough points to receive LNG. So it's something we didn't believe a year ago. We don't get any Russian pipeline gas, and there's no worry about availability. So, but we cannot deal with only national borders. Electricity, electrons, and gas molecules, they are able to move across borders, and they should move across borders. I flew here from Stockholm, where the European energy ministers met, and I gave them the example that the longest building in Estonia, it's more than 800 meters, and it hosts, I think, 8 this oil shale electricity small power plants or generators. And it used to be that if the demand goes up, you turn off the second one and the sixth one and the eighth one, and you produce more, and the high voltage electricity is distributed all over Estonia. But now we need also to adjust demand. We need storage, pump hydro storage. We need reserve capacity in terms of, in the form of gas-powered plants that can be turned off quickly. So the assignment we solve is a different type than we are used to. It's not just burning more fossils, but taking a more another course in mathematics and physics. But we can do it, and we can do it together. And this is, I think it's more efficient way, it's more secure way, and it's the only way forward in Europe and in cooperation with our transatlantic partners. Thank you.
Well, on that note, please join me in thanking our kickoff panel for the 2023 PTEC Business Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Landon, to you and, of course, to our panelists. Let's Ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to the main ballroom floor. Our next panel will begin momentarily. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will begin very soon. Čekamo je, da se svi Welcome back, everyone, for our second panel. As energy transition accelerates, there are increasing challenges occurring for utility companies. To what extent will the incorporating of renewable energy into the grid require changing business models? How will utilities handle growing grid complexity and ongoing cyber security threats? Many issues to address, while customers and markets are only interested in reliable and efficient grid. Our second panel is called Strategies for Grid Optimization in the Energy Transition. I would like to welcome to the stage your moderator, Director of the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, Dr. Stephen Ashby. Please take the floor.
And welcome to this panel on strategies for grid optimization and energy transition. And I'd like to thank our wonderful hosts for organizing this business forum in historic Zagreb. And we have a great panel today. I'm going to welcome to the stage our panelists. First up is Dainius Krivius, who is the Minister of Energy for the Republic of Lithuania. Next is Dr. Ansar Shukur, the General Manager for Energy Consulting Europe, GE Vernona. Next is Maxim Timchenko, the CEO of DTEC. And finally, Ron Benioff, the Executive Director for the Net Zero World Action Center, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And we'll have an intervention towards the end of the panel by Ismail Luma, the State Counselor for Energy Issues from North Macedonia. So before we begin, let me set the stage for today's discussion. And we are witnessing the convergence of the accelerated digitalization of our global economy and the increasing need for energy to power that economy and provide higher standards of living for our citizens. And if that weren't challenging enough, we need to do so in a way that mitigates rather than exacerbates global warming and climate change. This requires clean energy, resources, and technologies, including power systems that embrace new approaches to control, generation, and management of energy use. We must account for the electrification of our transportation, buildings, and industrial sectors, which will place unprecedented loads on our systems. And if that weren't enough, we also must contend with intensifying weather extremes and malicious cybersecurity threats. Recognizing the enormity of these challenges, the U.S. Department of Energy in 2015 established an integrated grid modernization strategy that seeks to decarbonize the U.S. power sector by 2035. And success will rely upon significant advancements in grid optimization. Similar efforts are occurring globally, including in the European Union, with approaches underway that are critical to discussions today regarding grid optimization in Europe. Common approaches to system control, protection, and resiliency will be essential to Europe's emerging interconnected power grid. And now, let's hear from our panelists who are working to find some of these common approaches as we seek to diversify and decarbonize our energy system. And I'd like to begin with you, Minister Krivius, to talk about the Baltic states for years been seeking to disconnect from their grid from Russia with a longstanding date of desynchronization by 2025. I'd like to know, how has the war changed that timeline? And what is needed to ensure Baltic synchronization with the rest of Europe? And perhaps you can comment on some of the experiences for both Ukraine and Moldova, as well as some of the lessons they've offered, and how you would see transatlantic and pan-European cooperation playing into this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Actually, times are really challenging, and I would say at the moment we have two challenges. One challenge is desynchronization from Belarusian, let's say, APS-UPS system. We are together, Baltic states, in one grid with Russia and Belarus, in one ring. We call it this Brel ring. And second challenge we face is decarbonization and increase of renewable sources, which you need to integrate into your grid. And this is, I would say even that second challenge is even bigger challenge when you see the horizon, how much of renewables or new energy sources you need to integrate into your grid, it is going to grow in folds, 4 times what we consume now, because you need to decarbonize industries, transport, the heating sectors, and others. But back to the synchronization project. The synchronization project with ENTSO-E, Continental European Network, is on its way, and we have catalog of measures which is approved by ENTSO-E, European Network Association, and project is moving forward. We expanding and rebuilding our grids. We build synchronous compensators. We build battery parks in Lithuania. We already have synchronous link with Poland, which was already tested. It means everything almost is in the place. We need to make some final touches to, as I mentioned, to install some more synchronous compensators, to reconcile additional lines, but everything goes according to plan, and we are planning to have even faster synchronization if it is possible. Now we're conducting studies together with our neighbors, Latvians and Estonians, when we could do this maybe in 2024 even. But as I mentioned, we are, despite being in one grid with Russians, we are on the safe side because all the technical solutions are in the place, and we could disconnect and connect to continental Europe networks and to synchronize with them whatever it is needed. Back to integration of renewables. This issue is much bigger. It's much bigger because most of electricity already in 2030 would come from renewables. We are planning that all our demand is going to be covered in 2030 by renewables. And here we have offshore wind, we have onshore wind, we have solar. To integrate offshore wind in such amounts after 2030, we need island in Baltic Sea, energy island in the Baltic Sea. So it is a lot to do from grid development perspective, and not only electricity grid, but we need here to talk about hydrogen installation, hydrogen transmission networks, and so on. So the perspective is let's say very complex, and solutions should come not let's say from bottom to the top, but from the top to the bottom. What I mean, it means that you have to have a national strategy how you are going to cope with those challenges. I mean, what we are doing in Lithuania since 2007, we have strategies approved in Parliament, National Energy Independence Strategy in Parliament, where we put all the directions where we would like to our energy sector to develop. And from this strategy is approved in Parliament, and from this strategy already we go down to the bottom, and let's say to the 10 years grid development plan, which is obligatory under European legislation, and so on. And in order to have strategy, we are conducting many studies, energy transformation studies, hydrogen studies, and so on. We are working with NREL for modeling. We are going together to model the systems. So it's rather complex issue. So
it is not a simple issue at all. So there's a lot going on in this area. So we'll come back to some of those points, but I'd like to maybe turn now to Dr. Shakur, and perhaps you could talk talk about how General Electric view the opportunities for grid optimization in Europe, and maybe address some of the points the minister just raised. And in particular, how can the private sector involvement help boost the government's energy security and decarbonization objectives?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ashby. And thanks to the Atlantic Council and VTech organization for organizing this critical event, as well as having General Electric on the panel as well. I would like to connect the opportunities with the drivers of change which are happening at the moment. And if you allow me, I would like to start with demand. You know, electricity demand is increasing besides all the energy efficiency measures, and it is becoming significantly different compared to the past as well. In the past, it was primarily very passive demand. Now we have active demand sources and new demand sources also in the form of heat pumps, electric vehicles, and also demand coupled with generation in the form of prosumers. So in my humble view, it will be a great opportunity to exploit the potential of demand in grid optimization. Otherwise, it can turn out to be very expensive. The second driver, in my view, is the drive for decarbonization. And in here, if we look at all the low carbon or no carbon generation sources, my suggestion would be that we need to be technologically agnostic for all the low carbon technologies, give them all the chance to grow and build. And there are huge opportunities, and already we see that in the wind sector, in the solar sector, but there is more emphasis required, for example, on carbon capture side, as well as on hydrogen. For example, General Electric's, most modern turbines, they are capable to burn a mix of hydrogen over and above 50% in the fuel mix as well. However, unfortunately, the production of hydrogen is not at the scale which will allow the continuous operation of these gas turbines. And similarly, the flexibility which is provided from the gas turbines or other forms of generation. And I would also mention about the flexibility which can be provided by intermittent renewables or by wind and solar themselves in the form of grid forming technologies. And then, in order to bring the electrons from the low carbon energy sources to the new forms of demand or the existing demand, obviously there are huge opportunities in terms of reinforcing the grid and in terms of addition of the grid due to the new location and new forms of generation sources. And finally, in order to operate this highly complex system with millions of actors playing various roles on the generation side, on the consumption side, and in between on the grid support measures, we need to develop more control and automation in the operation of the grid. And there are ample opportunities over there. So I feel across the entire chain of the power sector or energy sector, this is one of the era which has seen over the last several decades multiple opportunities. And if I remember correctly, your second question was about how the private sector could support the government.
Boost government investment.
Investments, yeah. I mean, while sitting next to a minister, I'll be conscious in saying what private sector should do for the governments. Thanks. In principle, on a serious note, private sector has to play a critical role in enabling this energy transition in the form of decarbonization, which is not only energy secure, but is also affordable. So in my humble suggestion for the private sector, what I would like to see is private sector being an implementation arm of the government in their policies and targets. And organizations like General Electric, all OEMs, the developers of the projects, the owners of the equipment, utilities, as well as the system operators, in my humble view, they need to have their own goals for decarbonization or energy transition, which are aligned with their national governments or regional policies. And one last point on that, if we include the finance sector as one critical part of the private sector, they should continue supporting the financing of the low carbon technologies, which they are already doing. However, there is perhaps an additional need to also support and finance those technologies which are at an early stage of their development, or which will enable the integration of this vast resource of wind and solar and carbon capture and other technologies. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I want to come back a little later to this theme of coordinating strategies between nations, the region, and with the private sector. But I'd like to turn to Mr. Timchenko and bring it to a very real situation the world's witnessing, of course, right now, and ask you, how can the international communities better support Ukraine's private energy sector? And how is DTEC, in particular, balancing urgent infrastructure repairs with plans for rebuilding Ukraine's energy systems to be resilient against threats? And perhaps you can talk about that, and we'll start bringing this together from grid optimization to the challenges you're facing right now.
Yes, first of all, thank you for inviting and opportunity to speak about Ukraine from the ground. I think it was, and without any doubt, is the most challenging year, of course, for Ukraine as a country, but also for our energy sector. And our challenges started on the first day of this full-scale war when we disconnected from Russia and Belarus. And we started this process, and it's supposed to be for 3 days, but it's turned to be that we disconnected forever. And then I have great appreciation to our European partners. Then on 16th of March, we synchronized and connected to European grid in Tsoi. And it was great achievement for Ukraine and for all our European counterparts. At that time, when war started, probably Putin was thinking that he can take over Ukraine for days, and then weeks, and then months, but it's turned to be that it will never happen. And that's why it's my assumption that first months, it was not so much sharing of civil infrastructure and energy infrastructure, but being defeated along a military line, they changed their tactic. And from 10th of October, we started experience massive missile attacks of our infrastructure and started with our power grid. We experienced more than 30 massive attacks. More than 1,000 missiles and drones were fired to our infrastructure, transmission lines, substations, and all other pieces of equipment. And on 23rd of November, I would say we have national blackout. When the whole system was breaking up on islands. And you know that Ukraine inherited Soviet type of power grid design when we have large power generation sources like nuclear power stations. And then the grid will be playing a very important role, high voltage grid specifically. And they were targeting these pieces of equipment, high voltage grid, 750 kV substations and transformers, to break the system. And unfortunately, they were successful on 23rd of November when we had the situation when we lost 90% of generation in the country, including all nuclear power stations were shut down, and all major thermal power stations. And it was, I think that none of energy system of this size experienced such a situation in the history. And we brought light in 24 hours. We started with hydro supported thermal supported nuclear, and we brought back and connected the whole system in 48 hours. And they continue. Thank you. That's all applauds to our electrical engineers and brave people who did it and who continue doing it, risking their life. But they continue attacking us, and when they see that we reconnect our system, different regions, and bring different pieces of equipment, working together with other energy companies, with our partners. They start selling power generation itself, especially thermal power generation, which is very important for flexibility in the system to support nuclear operations. And then we are the major operator of thermal power stations. We had 8. 2 of them were captured, 1 of them together with Zaporozhye nuclear power station. We still have 6 under operation and control territory, and all of them were attacked for several times at the moment. And they just use all types of missiles, including ballistic missiles, just to go directly to the building where we have turbines and generators and have complete destruction of that. What we have at the end of this story, and I call the end is 1st of March today, end of the winter, is that Ukraine have enough capacity. We have, as of today, for 20 days, any blackouts or power outages, and now we're talking about resuming export of electricity to our European partners. And this is how we fight. This is how we bring bravery and, what is important, creativity of our power engineers, how to reconnect the system, how to bring this power, if 750 kV destroyed, going to lower 330 or 210. So this is how we deal with all these challenges with power grid, and how we bring this to the ground, and how we work with our international partners. Because after synchronization, we had great support from European and neighboring countries, not only importing electricity at some periods when we had deficit in the system, but also to support frequency in the system, to provide more flexibility. And I think, not telling more stories about Ukraine, what I can say, we are winning because of unity, because of our cooperation, because of support of energy companies started bringing equipment to us from March last year. From government institutions and from all donors helping us. What is important now is to realize that, yes, we survived this winter, but we run out of all pieces of equipment we had before. So how it worked, if we have explosion of transformer at one power station, we move it from other, or inside of one power station from one power unit to other power unit. And that's the way how we managed to have such a quick reaction of all this massive destruction. But now we have to start preparation for the next winter season. We need to place this equipment for production, which takes 9 to 12 months, and we need funding for that. Unfortunately, the system is structured in the way that it works like government to government. So we have donors, they send money to the state budget or to the Ministry of Energy, but I think that private sector should be taking more active role and be seen from the side of IFIs and other governments and our partners as a sector who can accelerate the whole process of restoring, not only for preparation for the next winter season, but for the whole recovery of Ukraine. And that's what we discuss, and I think that cooperation and work with all the institutions supporting us, working with private sector should be much more accelerated.
Well, thank you very much, and I think we've all been inspired to see how Ukraine has stood up against the Russian attack and aggression, and kudos to your team for keeping power on. And it really is a remarkable achievement to have synchronized with the European grid so quickly. And I know that the U.S. Department of Energy is proud to be a partner in helping in any way that we can. And that brings me to the national labs, which Secretary Granholm has asked to do all that we can do to help you and to look what the PTEX countries we can do. And so Ron, a colleague of mine from another national laboratory, perhaps you could talk about how the DOE national labs are partnering with other countries, in particular Ukraine and PTEX states, to support their efforts to create a more robust and resilient power system and energy grid.
Yeah, thank you, Steve, and it's really an honor to be here at this critical moment when we're dealing with the huge threat and damage that the Russian invasion has caused. We're dealing with the threat of climate change, and we're all focused on improving the resilience of our energy systems and ensuring continued affordability and reliability and a transition to low carbon indigenous resources as much as possible. So as Steve noted, the Department of Energy laboratories, in addition to Steve and myself, they're here. There are also representatives from Argonne National Labs, including Paul Kearns, the director here, are committed to working with countries throughout the region to support your energy transition. And we already have a robust set of programs, but we're keen to do more. So please let us know what are the opportunities to work together. I'd like to highlight 5 ways in which we work with countries in this region as well as around the world. First, we work with countries on modeling and plans for achieving very ambitious clean energy goals. We're honored to be initiating work with Minister Kreivys and his team on a study for Lithuania on pathways to get to 100% renewable and self-sufficient energy resources for Lithuania for both the electricity and gas sector. There's similar work being initiated in Ukraine that builds on long-standing collaboration as well with the Ministry of Energy in Ukraine, looking there not only at achieving ambitious goals, but also very immediate challenges of how to support energy reconstruction and what do ambitious pathways for getting to low-carbon net zero energy systems tell us about immediate investments in scaling up renewables, supporting a decentralized energy system and grid controls. There's also work with Croatia on energy system modeling and pathways, especially for the power sector. And here we offer high-fidelity tools, state-of-the-art energy system, power systems, as well as end-use modeling tools to help identify the optimal pathways and the economic benefits, as well as the air quality and health benefits for accelerating transitions to net zero energy systems. We just completed a really exciting work with the city of LA, which is sort of a model for really detailed high-fidelity analysis and implementation plans to get to 100% renewable energy system. So that's one mechanism, this work on these detailed analyses and implementation plans for accelerating a transition. Second is the work together with utilities and system operators and private companies on grid optimization, engineering, and operational solutions, where we can bring together our expertise not only on kind of interconnection, including providing input and advice to Ukraine, for example, on interconnection with ENTSO-E, but also on very state-of-the-art technologies, on grid-forming inverters, on inertia monitoring, and other stability tools, working on resource adequacy and new markets for renewable energy, along with advanced controls and storage. A third area that we work with countries around the world and in the region is on energy resilience. We have very advanced tools for assessing cyber, vulnerability to cyber attacks, and for identifying solutions on governance, on advanced controls, on training programs, and a whole series of other steps to reduce vulnerability to cyber attack, as well as to physical attacks that unfortunately Ukraine is experiencing, and how to harden power systems both at the grid scale and at the distribution level. Then a fourth area that we work with many countries is on distributed energy resources, helping do the analysis of what are the best opportunities for scaling up customer-sited solar, for distributed wind, for storage, combined with electrification, advancements in heat pumps, integration of electric vehicles, electrification of industrial loads, and a deployment over time of SMRs, small modular reactors, all with advanced controls, as well as looking at policy incentives and upgrades to the distribution network. And then finally, we make available our state-of-the-art lab facilities. Across the labs, we have amazing facilities for technology testing, for simulation, and even emulating, mimicking, creating digital twins of power systems so that integration of advanced technologies can be tested on a digital basis before they're put onto the system. So we're really excited to make those facilities, the tools, and the models through the mechanisms I noted available to the region, and look forward to working together more closely.
Well, thank you for that initial set of comments, which really range from how do we look at the incorporation of renewables into our future power grids, how do we look at defending them against both physical and cyber attacks, and the role of the private sector. I'd like to pick up this thread on the technology piece that several of you have commented upon. In particular, as we look at the adoption of new technologies to accelerate this digitalization of the grid, to allow it to do more, to be more resilient, it does introduce the threat of cyber attacks. And it's not just a threat. We've all seen these cyber attacks, and certainly Ukraine and others have experienced them, and we've seen it throughout the world. And so perhaps you could comment, each of you, and I'll start with you, Minister, on how do we accelerate the adoption of technology to deliver the promise that it offers in terms of efficiencies in the market and things like that, and greater resiliency, but do it in such a way that is cyber resilient and secure. Maybe just say a few words about your experience in cybersecurity. I know that you've been doing a lot in that area. So let's start with you, Minister.
Cybersecurity, as physical security, is high priority because we are neighboring Russia, Belarus, and we feel this continuous threat, and cyber attacks are happening each day, each minute, I would say. Our grid is attacked every day, and we see waves. For example, yesterday our biggest utility company announced that we will donate 10% of their windfall profit to Ukraine to reconstruct its grid, and they received a huge cyber attack towards their network. And it means that we have to be always ready to defend ourselves, and our systems to be ready technically, and as well at the staff competence level to defend ourselves. And in Lithuania, we have different stages. We have National Cybersecurity Center, which overlooks and let's say we have guidelines to energy companies how to be prepared for cybersecurity threats, what kind of instruments have to be implemented according to the catalog of measures, as well what competencies should be developed. And this is ongoing process. This is ongoing process, and then Ministry of Energy very, very deep in those issues, and each month we get reports what we have on cybersecurity front. Let's say how many attacks, what is profile of those attacks, what additional measures are implemented, what new technologies are could be implemented. It means this is day-to-day work. It's you cannot never stop, because on another side, people are developing those technologies. They are increasing and developing their skills. So you should be at the level to defend ourselves, to defend your networks. But generally saying that our network is secure enough. We have our internal network is closed network. It's nobody from outside could attack it or somehow penetrate it. But whenever it could be some physical attempts, you could control from inside. There are different methods how you could break into, and this is the challenge as well. Second challenge is having the current situation ongoing war in Ukraine, the explosions of pipelines under Baltic Sea. So this physical threat is very real. So in this regard, the Ministry of Energy, we work together with the Minister of Defense, with companies, how to secure our pipelines, our LNG terminal, and other infrastructure as well from physical attacks. And once again, I would like to repeat, this is day-to-day work, and you cannot stop doing that, never cease doing that, and only working hard each day you can secure your system.
Thank you. Let me jump to Mr. Timchenko on this, because I know certainly you talked about the physical attacks on Ukrainian grid, but also we know there's been a history of cyber attacks. So maybe comment on the cybersecurity that you're looking to keep in the grid today, and as you look forward to when you rebuild it after you win the war, what kind of role do you see in that? And then I'll turn to our other two speakers to talk about some of the technologies.
Right. In our case, the irony is that after every attack on our infrastructure, we become more resilient and stronger because we learn from these attacks. And it's talking about attacking and reconnecting the grid, but also it's good story we had in 2021 when some of our power distribution companies were attacked. It was cyber attack, and then of course we learned from that, and probably we have the same story when protection of our power grid is operated from National Dispatch Center, so that we have all these protocols and guidelines coming to the level of regional distribution companies. So we are under cyber attacks every day in Ukraine at the moment. And as you can imagine, it started in this intensity in November 2021. And there is different types of attack. The most dangerous for us is attacking our control systems for power grid and also for power generation. And the most protected systems. And since war started, we had never experienced any power outages or some serious problems as a result of cyber attack of our production systems. So our headquarters is under attack every week. It's part of our life now, and it's another story how we protect it with the help of Microsoft. So Microsoft is playing a very important role in protecting our internal systems to control the whole perimeter of the tech, since we are the largest private company in energy sector. The same, they attacking our websites in dealing with retail customers who are paying for electricity supply. So, as I said, at top level, this function should be taken seriously, strategically, and it's not only because of Ukraine that we are in the war. I think for any energy system and any company, it should be strategic function. We have to follow first guidelines created by the government, and we had great support from the United States government and from other partners to build these systems. But also we need to be a bit in 2-3 steps ahead of potential trouble we can experience, we can get out of these attacks. So from this side, talking about Ukraine and Ukraine energy sector, we feel quite confident.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to you, Dr. Shakur, and talk a little bit about what GE is doing. As you know, great technology is being developed to optimize our grid, to make it more resilient. How does GE approach the issue of cybersecurity as it develops and deploys those tools to your customers?
Yeah, I mean, as I was alluding earlier, that systems are becoming more and more complex now, which means in order to manage those systems, the grid automation and control needs to be a step ahead of the system's complexity in order to manage them. And the only way to do that is, full automation and digitalization. So in GE, our digital solutions team, which is a big part of overall GE business, is working hard that all the new solutions which they are developing, whether those are for the management and safe operation of a single asset, to all the way to the whole system, whether that is transmission system or the distribution system, they need to have inherent security measures against the cyber threats. And this is unfortunately not an easy task. So one of the approach which is taken at the moment is that these cyber attacks, unfortunately, they will happen. It's a known fact. Their frequency is changing, but the ability of the system needs to develop in a direction that the systems can self-heal themselves. So that is one of the critical approach that our automation and digital solutions production technologies are working in this direction. I think that's what I would like to say.
Okay. Ron, let me turn to you. I know that the national labs certainly have considerable capabilities in cybersecurity, and I'll add a comment here in a moment myself. But can you talk about a little bit what you're doing, or the labs in general are doing in cybersecurity, how it might be relevant to the topic at hand of grid optimization?
Sure, I'm happy to do so. And maybe I'll add in a comment too on kind of some of the amazing technologies that are evolving on grid optimization overall, if that's okay. So on cybersecurity, across the labs, we have a whole series of really advanced toolkits. There's a governance framework, for example, that's been established, kind of identifying, a best practices framework, identifying 11 key solutions that need to be implemented, starting with governance, but moving on to vulnerability assessment, to training programs, to advanced controls, and self-healing. And that's a best practices, a cyber resilience best practices framework. We're glad to make available. It's available online. We've applied it with a number of countries around the world. Secondly is actually working with countries on those vulnerability assessments of the systems. And third is delivering training programs. There's a huge need for capacity building for engineers and analysts and planners on cybersecurity. I did want to also just briefly highlight some of the advanced technologies on grid optimization that I think are really critical and very exciting coming out of the labs and coming out of a consortium. We have a consortium working with CEOs of system operators around the world that are at the forefront of managing 100% renewable systems. So this is California, Texas, UK, Ireland, Australia, Denmark, working with a system operator in Ukraine and India and Indonesia, many other big countries. So grid forming inverter technology is one really exciting development. As you get to 100% renewable systems with storage, you need to have alternative forms of stability because you no longer have the big inertial mass systems from fossil generation. There's a whole new generation now of grid forming or stability services that inverters and batteries can provide. Really exciting developments there. We're working on standards and training programs. Second are control rooms of the future, which includes adding into the control rooms the advanced controls and monitoring of cybersecurity, but also the most advanced forecasting technologies and most advanced ability to monitor the system overall. And then there's a lot of work on open source inertia monitoring tools as well, and a whole series of curriculum that we've developed through this Power Consortium for educational programs that are open source, can be adopted by universities around the world. And then resource adequacy is another really key area where there's a lot of innovation happening in terms of grid management, of ensuring and monitoring very closely that there's adequate supply when all of a sudden you're dealing now with hundreds of thousands of generators as you go to a distribution system and variable demand across a decentralized energy system. So that's another area of technology evolution, and that also requires consideration of cyber vulnerability and management.
Well, thank you. I'll just add, moderator's prerogative, if I may, that certainly in the cyber area, what we have found in the United States is that cooperation among the private sector and the government is really key here. And there's programs we have in place where we work with utilities who participate voluntarily to help them understand what the threat environment looks like and how, if there is an attack, how they can respond most quickly to that. And I know that the Secretary has encouraged us to work with others to develop similar capabilities. So that's something there as we look at it. I just want to do a time check. Is this the accurate time that we have left? All right, great. I want to keep going here. On this, we've talked about some of the physical and cyber threats, and we've seen things when we talk. The title of the panel is about grid optimization. But we've seen a lot of part of what we're doing is talking about grid resiliency and survivability in the face of man-made disasters, such as Russian aggression against Ukraine, but also increasingly against natural disasters or hacker attacks, things like that. I want to shift a little bit to, when we think ahead to a more optimal, resilient grid, after Ukraine has won the war and has rebuilt its energy system, we go back to the first point you're making about renewables and what we need to do, bring them in to get to a clean energy future that's so important for our planet. What are some of the key things you think we need to deal with in terms of changes we need to make to the grid, say over the next several years, in order to really achieve that green energy future? And so ask us to shift our minds a little bit to a more pleasant place, let's hope.
Okay. First of all, we understand that the system is going to change dramatically. It means from centralized to decentralized systems. With, as it was mentioned, with hundreds of thousands, for example, Lithuania actors playing in the field. In Lithuania, each third household in 2030 is going to be a producer of electricity and consumer at the same time. It means you should integrate everything into grid, you should balance the grid, you should integrate as well heating pumps, electromobility, and everything. It means this system is going to be completely different what we have now, and you need, from one hand, proper grid development solutions, which is correspond those developments, and in Lithuania we have a huge challenge because huge amount of prosumers are coming into the market, and it's not enough grid capabilities to connect everybody. So you need to develop grid, and as well at the same time to find smart solutions how maybe you could at the same time having grid what we have integrate much more those type of producers. As well, we have when we talk about, for example, balance of the grid, is one level is prosumer level with balance at this level as well. You should have possibility to balance at let's say at higher level at distribution network level when you have integrated solutions as a hybrid parks which we have. Wind technology, solar technology, batteries in one side. So we, according to our legislation, we prioritize those technologies. And the third level is macro level. At state level, we need as well to have reserves, adequate reserves. We should have balancing capabilities at the macro level. This is hydro accumulation, battery parks, and so on. So it means the system is very complex, and as you mentioned, government should work very closely with operators, with TSOs, DSOs, in order to have a very comprehensive picture of the system and to create a right ecosystem in legislation in order this system could develop in the right manner.
Great, thank you very much. We do want time because we do need to leave some time for our intervention, and so I'll ask each of our remaining panelists maybe we could comment in about 90 seconds or so on that question. So go ahead, Dr. Shakur.
Yeah, just a very quick, just building on Mr. Minister's comments. I think besides the things which Mr. Minister mentioned, we also need to be prepared against the weather threats, as a lot of our future technologies are dependent on weather. So a resilience in the system is required against extreme weather conditions. And besides weather, I would also like to mention about the climate-related risks and their impacts. I was in a forum recently in London, Investors Forum, and they were almost agreed that for any future funding, they would also like to see the business case for any investment project that it captures the climate-related risks in their project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Timchenko.
Yes, again, talking about Ukraine. Of course, we are thinking now not only about victory, but what will Ukraine will look like as a post-war country. And I think today Ukraine and territory of Ukraine and country scale, we can call it country scale up for innovations, for new technologies, for everything created by the world to be brought to Ukraine. I'll give you a couple of examples. First, SMR. The first session today, it was said that bureaucracy and licensing can be an issue in implementing SMR as a technology. And Ukraine can be the country to overcome all these difficulties with licensing process, because we are deeply in nuclear. We have more than 56% of nuclear in our generation mix. We have great experience running this industry, and we have acceptance of general public. Why we don't bring prototypes and test small modular reactors in Ukraine? Basically, this is what we are doing now in our initiative called to nuclear. Or let's take a regional power distribution grid. Probably you all now you all know names of our towns like Bucha, Borodyanka, Irpin. So this is Kyiv regional grid which we operate. It was total destruction after occupation of Russians. And now we want to design a new power grid based on European innovative standards. And we can test it in Ukraine at the level of this region, so that we then scale it up in the whole country. So my message is that Ukraine should be seen as a place we can bring all brand new technologies in the grid. Because talking about renewables, we can build a lot of renewables in Ukraine, but if you don't have proper technologies in our grid design, that it will not be supported.
Very good. I'll just point out there is a session this afternoon on rebuilding Ukraine on this. We'll probably go into some of these topics a little bit more depth. So 90 seconds for you.
All right. So I'd highlight 3 points. One is flexibility. It's been talked about a fair amount already. There's multiple sources of flexibility, diversity of sources of generation, plus demand management and controls is one source. Interconnection and power trading, another key source of flexibility, creating a much larger balancing area. Second is use of advanced technologies and control devices and tools and monitoring tools, grid-forming inverters, control rooms of the future, inertia monitoring, stability monitoring tools. And then the third, we haven't really talked much about, but is market reform and innovation. So there's a need for very liquid trading markets, for provision and payment for new capacity and stability services that can be provided, and really a new market paradigm as we shift to high amounts of variable renewables plus storage and a very decentralized energy system. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. At this point, I'd like to call up to the podium Ismail Luma, who's a state councilor for energy issues for North Macedonia, and I'd like you to maybe reflect on a few things you've heard today, as well as what's going on in North Macedonia.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the PTEC and all organizers for inviting North Macedonia to this great event here to share our thoughts and to listen new opinions, new technologies, in order to face better the challenges that we as a countries are facing in the energy sector. I listened to a lot of issues raising here by the panelists, and I would start the intervention by saying that we have controlled and uncontrolled sources of energy. Renewables are uncontrolled sources of energy. Sunny days, windy days, or rains we cannot control. But on the other side, We use coal or natural gas, which are controlled but limited in some sense. So in this regard, we have to plan to upgrade and reinforce our grid to optimize in order, first of all, to secure the security of supply for the citizens, for the businesses, for the economies, regional cooperation, and attraction of investments. Because I would share with you the case of North Macedonia regarding the photovoltaics. As a country, we are very committed to the transition, energy transition. We have done a lot of projects. We have incorporated the third energy package in our legislation. Now we are working on the Green Deal, EU Green Deal. It is fourth energy package of EU, and we are working hardly in our legislation to incorporate in order to make secure the investment environment for the investors, because everybody when comes to Macedonia to invest in photovoltaics, and we have a lot of investments. North Macedonia in the region became a hub for the renewable energy sources. Until now, we will reach our targets, which are foreseen in our strategy for development of energy till 2040. We have foreseen it to install by the end of 2040 1,400 megawatt. But now, in our transmission system operator and distribution system operator for electricity, we have multiplied the requests of investors to connect to the grid. This for sure will make troubles, because that energy we get through the days. Through the nights, we have to compensate to balance. Our grid transmission system operator, I would say it's in a good condition, reliable system, but still, with this amount of energy, we need to give somewhere, because we will have a surplus of energy in the system, and not a good planning will make trouble for sure. And some of the panelists raised the question of the market. So the market, right now the price in HUPEX, because for Macedonia the referent power exchange is Hungarian power exchange, is 160. I see today in the morning it was the price per 1 megawatt hour. The investors started to invest very furiously, let's say. Last year when they saw the price in HUPEX, it went 500 euro per megawatt hour, and everybody runs to invest in photovoltaics. But now we are seeing to control a little bit the investment, making some adjustment in the legislation. That's why we have introduced a new legislation and licensing, like the indicative plan for construction of PV, in order first to see does the grid in some region is free or is booked. That's why we give an opportunity to investors if in that like let's say Zagreb is booked, then we say to the investors, okay, then you make storage. That's why in our energy law we introduce it as an energy activity, the storage of electricity. And now a lot of questions will raise regarding the technologies. Does this storage technology is ready to defeat itself from the threats? Which kind of technology we are implementing there? It is automotive, digitalized, and so on. It is expensive because the storage batteries, let's say, are very expensive in this nowadays. Maybe later become cheaper. I remember in 2010, to build 1 megawatt installed capacity of photovoltaics, it cost around 1 million euro. But today, it's half, 500,000. So the cost analysis for the investors, if we impose storage capacities, if they make a calculation and say, well, it's not wealthy to invest because the storage will take much money than the power station. So these are the questions that today we discussed, and I'm very glad to hear from all the panelists and probably to establish the cooperation in the future, how to tackle all these issues, because all from the country, from the region, wants to tackle and mitigate the climate change by investing in renewables, but On the other side, we will have to be very carefully how we are planning this transition, how fast it's going, because I make a joke with the panelists before the official panel started, saying that we invited all investors in North Macedonia, let's say, invest in photovoltaics, good condition, good weather condition, the best radiation legislation. But if we have a huge number of investors and a huge number of power stations connected to the grid, and in the future, if we may account any troubles, then the investors will say, well, you invited us to invest in photovoltaics, but we really face technical issues because the grid cannot consume. Because it's very important. If we have at the moment 5 gigawatt requests and the grid cannot afford more than 1 gig or 2 giga, then it's really a problem, and that's why we have to think very carefully, to plan very carefully, and to share best cases with other colleagues from the region. And I would be very glad because last year I and Minister and delegation, we went to United States in Washington and having a meeting in the State Department, US Department for Energy, and we discussed very interesting issues, and probably we can establish, and as the moderator share the information about the strategy that US Department of Energy has prepared to tackle these issues. It will be very interesting to start working on that. I will stop here just to leave the floor for any question. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, we're at the end of our time here, and so I'd like to sum up by saying what you've heard in this panel is a wide-ranging discussion about grid optimization, really talking about grid survivability and resiliency in the face of threats. We've talked about the need to look at the incorporation of renewables, the role of technologies, the need for cybersecurity in doing this. And we've talked about the important point you were just making there in the intervention, cooperation. We saw what was needed in cooperation for Ukraine to be able to so quickly synchronize with the European grid. We've seen about cooperation in terms of fending off cyber threats. There's also cooperation in sharing best practices and what we've each learned that works in our environment with others, so we can go forward together to create a resilient grid that's optimized to deliver the power that we need for our economies, for our citizens, and do that in the future. So would you please join me in thanking our panelists and the interventionists as well. Thank you very much. All right. I think that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Ashby, to you and, of course, to your panelists for a great discussion. We are proceeding with a third panel that will put the host country, Croatia, in the spotlight. What are country's efforts in energy innovation and security department? Will geothermal energy provide an adequate support in decarbonizing Europe? And what will be Croatia's role in that process? The moderator of the panel will be Bruce Hamilton, Program Lead for Global Energy Solutions at the Argonne National Laboratory. Please take the floor.
Well, thank you all very much. It's really a pleasure to be here and have the opportunity to moderate this panel that shines a light on activities in Croatia to really strengthen climate and energy security. What's really, you'll find very special about this panel is really the insights that come from multiple perspectives. Perspectives from an agency that promotes renewable energy projects and creates an environment for supporting investment in renewable energy projects. Insights from an agency that's responsible for transmission system operations. Insights from an agency that's responsible for both looking at grid reliability and also grid investments and how grid investments can support new renewables coming into the system, and also insights from an institute that really is a leader in providing insightful analyses and decision support for the transition to a net zero energy system. So please let me first introduce our panelists. Mirjan Karpan is president of the management board of the Croatian Hydrocarbon Agency. With more than 25 years experience in the oil and gas field, Mirjan has participated in all phases of offshore gas exploration and production. He has also gained international experience, spending 5 years working with INA, the INA Group, where he led a department of 25 people and occupied a business development role that saw him standing up offices, structuring deals, coordinating existing INA international portfolios, and identifying new opportunities for business development. He has also held the position of Senior New Energy Ventures or New Ventures expert for Europe and the Middle East with RESPO. This collective experience has laid a foundation for Mr. Krpan to lead the Croatia Hydrocarbon Agency transition to become the central body that promotes, launches, and implements clean energy projects in Croatia. We also have our second panelist is Dražan Jasic, who's director of the Energy Institute Hrživo Požar. Dražan's professional career has focused on power system planning and analysis using power system planning models like Plexus, Message, and WASP. His expertise includes generation expansion planning, electricity market analysis, power generation feasibility studies, energy regulation and market design, and emissions rating. He has participated and managed projects in Southeast Europe, Africa, and Asia, and he now leads and manages the Energy Institute Hrživo Požar with a vision to become a worldwide recognized institution for providing sound analyses and decision support to enable the transition to a climate-neutral energy sector. Our third panelist is Danko Blažević. He's Director of System Operations with the Croatia Transmission System Operator, HOPS. Now, Danko has spent his career in jobs related to power system operations. His 12 years of experience as a dispatcher at the National Control Center in Zagreb has really provided valuable insights that he applies in managing transmission system operations. His primary responsibilities include efforts to optimize power system management and to implement network operation codes, risk preparedness regulation, and market regulations in HOPS's business processes. Danko is also actively engaged in the Croatian National Committee of SIGRA, where he leads and chairs the subcommittee on power system operation and control. So to start the session, let me please invite Mirjan to give a presentation, please, on geothermal potential and investment opportunities in Croatia.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Okay. Hello, everybody. So it is a pleasure for me that on behalf of the Croatian Hydrocarbon Agency, I'm going to deliver a presentation of the activities that actually Hydrocarbon Agency took since the establishment in 2014. So we were established basically as an agency completely dedicated to the hydrocarbons. But with the time and taking into account energy transition context, we move ourselves into geothermal world, and this would be the main topic of my presentation today. And later on, we also have some idea about the new energy, meaning permanent storage of CO2 and maybe in the future even hydrogen. So let's speak a little bit about the hydrocarbons, because we are still hydrocarbon agency, even if we have some idea to change the name in the future and to come agency for geoenergy, because we do believe that it better describes actually what we are doing. But this is global picture of oil and gas in the last year. You can see, I mean, that after the area of COVID and the influence of COVID to the overall oil and gas world, this world is back to the normal path, I would say. So you can see the exploration is now going again with the excellent results in the value creation, even if the world is drilling 50% less wells than previously, still there is significant amount of the value created out of it. Also, according to this, there are also net additions in global liquids, which basically confirms that even if we took into account transition, green transition and everything, the hydrocarbons definitely will not disappear in a short time, and they will remain still the backbone of the world energy system for a number of years. So, taking this into account, we took some activities in Croatia here. Since in Croatia there is significant historical experience regarding production of oil and gas. We are speaking about Pannonian Basin and the Adriatic offshore. Pannonian Basin is a very prolific one. In more than 40 years of production, we succeed to produce more than 1.3 billion barrels of oil equivalent of oil, gas, and condensate. And now, currently, our indigenous domestic production is at the level of 20%, 25% for oil and gas. With oil, we are having much more success because thanks to the EOR, we are succeeding to maintain the level of production. Meanwhile, gas is in pure decline, especially in Adriatic. It's also good to say, since, I mean, the political situation and there are a lot of questions, I mean, if we are covering only 20 to 30% of our needs from domestic production, from where actually we are importing crude oil and the diesel and the gasoline. So, I mean, important thing is to say we have no import from Russia. We are not importing crude oil from Russia. We are doing this from Azerbaijan, Nigeria, Libya, Kazakhstan. Meanwhile, diesel and middle distillates are coming from the Mediterranean basin, mostly Greece and Italy. So this is the picture where actually hydrocarbons in Croatia are coming from. So taking into account the fact that currently we are dealing with the decline, our agency took some effort and organized historically 2 bid rounds offering some blocks and introducing new players into the basin that was actually under control of domestic company INA. Now we have foreign investors from Canada, Vermilion, from USA Aspect. They are doing some exploration activities, shooting seismic, drilling wells. They have some discoveries. Still today, these discoveries are not so-called game changer, but I mean, in a way, they are preventing decline. We do also hope that in the future, blocks in the Sava Basin, especially blocks Sava 6 and Sava 7, could bring to us additional barrels of oil equivalent of hydrocarbons. And I mean, still it is a good activity to proceed. We hope in positive results. But overall, yes, the Pannonian Basin is facing the decline of oil and gas reserves, and taking into account the context of the green transition, we decided to move ourselves out of this hydrocarbon world and to address also potential in geothermal and in other areas. So let me briefly say something about geothermal energy. So our knowledge of geothermal energy is actually coming from the oil and gas industry. So there are more than 4,000 wells drilled in Pannonian Basin. There is a significant knowledge. There is a certain know-how, do-how in this country, how to deal with this business of drilling deep oil and gas wells, which is a very similar process, frankly speaking, to drilling geothermal wells. And that was the reason why our agency we are focusing ourselves in order to systemize all the data that we have and to try to convert this potential that we are having into the real business. So, as I already told you, agency is responsible for the data room. We have in our database more than 4,000 wells drilled in Pannonian Basin. There is a lot of seismic, 2D seismic, 3D seismic, everything what is needed to subsurface to be evaluated. These data are attainable not only physically but also virtually. I mean, if you want to study the potential of Croatian part of Pannonian Basin, it is just enough for you to send email and we are going to give you login password, of course under confidentiality agreement, and you can study the data and the potential sitting, I don't know, in Australia, Indonesia, United States, wherever you are actually. And the fact that we are having excellent data room and the number of wells lead us to the fact that we performed a number of studies in order to individuate the wells that we are sure that have geothermal potential, meaning that they are drilled, they pass through the formation, they are tested, and the hot water is obtained on the surface. So we have a good idea about the production potential of these 200 wells. And then taking into account these 200 wells, we delineated 32 blocks for the electricity generation and 43 for the district heating possibilities. Mostly, as you can see, geographically, these electricity generation blocks are located in the Drava depression. Since it is deeper, the gradient is better, and the temperatures are higher. So, I mean, this was a good job done, which was prerequisite, basically, to say that we are having enormous, we do believe in agency potential. We estimated that our potential is basically 1 giga for sure, at least, and many people in Croatia, they do believe that this evaluation is conservative. Okay, this chart is a little bit misleading because we are mixing potential with the production and putting ourselves in with the countries that are already having production. But this is our goal, actually. This is where we want to be, not tomorrow, not in 2 years' time, but definitely on a longer stick. We do believe that Croatia has a world-class geothermal potential, and we will do our best to realize this potential. Our geothermal gradient is 60% higher than the European average. We have a number of data, we have a know-how, do-how, and there is no reason why not to proceed in this direction. So, taking all this in count, since in agency there are people working from oil and gas industry, we decided to put ourselves in an operational phase, meaning that for the district heating purposes, we succeeded to obtain some money from the European funds through RFF. And we, as agency, are currently doing acquisition of seismic on 6 areas in Croatia. And later on, we, as an agency, are going to drill 2 exploration wells and maybe later on even additional 2 wells. with intention to de-risk this area. And all this area are located in the vicinity of cities that are having central heating system. And the idea is, if the wells are going to be positive, if the permeability and deliverability of this well will be sufficient enough, then we have plans to heat basically the whole cities on geothermal energy, which I do believe that would be a significant contribution for the future, because if we succeed in these two projects, then it is clear then we can copy and paste such approach on all cities in the Pannonian Basin, solving situation or maybe problems that they are currently having with the gas price. Okay, this was about district heating, but besides the district heating, the agency is also having idea to promote the potential, geothermal potential for the power generation. And for that purpose, currently, we open a bid round or tender for the 6 blocks. You can see them on the picture. I don't want to, now tell the names of them, but you can see they are all basically in the Drava Basin. They are all having wells previously drilled with the confirmed reservoirs and the confirmed deliverability of these wells. So we are not speaking, okay, this is the bid for the exploration and the production of geothermal water into energy purposes, but this is not a wildcat exploration. We are speaking more about the appraisal and the development of the assets that we are sure that they are there. So, and for this reason, we do believe that at the end of the bid round, and the details of the bid round you can find in the booklets on your seats. And the end of the bid round is 1st of June this year. We are going to have reputable investors capable to transform this potential into the real business, into the new megawatts, baseload megawatts from the renewable energy. We do believe that this is a significant step for the development of the geothermal business here in Croatia. You are welcome to join this process. You can read all the details in the booklet. You can write to us. There are contacts in the booklet, and you can visit the data room, evaluate the potential, and hopefully join the process of developing geothermal potential in Croatia. Just to tell you, maybe later on, Danko is going to tell more things about that we are not offering this in a desert. There is an electric network in the Republic of Croatia, there is a grid, and all the volumes that can come out of this future geothermal plants can be conveyed in a sufficient way under the price that is sufficient enough this project to be economically viable for the investors. This is important. So we have definitely a number of new projects, number of new opportunities, and we are inviting reputable companies to come to Croatia because there is a good law defining all the steps needed to come from the exploration to production. There is a stability clause in everything, and there is no reason why not to have reputable investors in Croatia that are capable to develop this potential. Okay, this is about the geothermal. We are also having some ideas about CO2, permanent CO2 storage. We performed a study about the potential of the Pannonian Basin because there is a number of depleted fields. And currently we are putting on stream one project, hopefully jointly with Hungary, in order to become the member of PCI list, meaning Project of Common European Interest. And the idea is to link 2 cement factories and the CO2, which is a result of their production, to be stored in a depleted reservoir of Botskovci, where agency is going to have the role of the coordinator between the two countries' TSO, our Plinacro Hungarian TSO, and also the two cement factories. We do believe that if we can succeed in this, that again, with the copy-paste, there is a number of other depleted reservoirs in which we can basically perform the same concept and the same action. And at the end, I mean, we would like to say a few words about the hydrogen in Croatia. As you know, the hydrogen, the Croatia is having a strategy of hydrogen, but this strategy is telling us more or less we would like to run this business, and our agency is giving a support to the ministry, and the ministry already made some steps regarding the project of Dolina Vodika, and we would like to move things further on, meaning that we are ready to perform the study which should transform this strategy into a number of the projects that can be linked together and realized in the future. So this is our idea, and of course, knowing our geothermal potential, we are also very keen, and we are already having some idea how to approach European funds for the certain projects in which we are going to try to link our geothermal potential and the possible future production of green hydrogen. Speaking about onshore. Speaking about offshore, I mean, there is a still idea that has to be developed that the Adriatic can become playground for the renewables, mostly for the wind, and there is obviously a possibility and a link, not tomorrow, but in a foreseeable future, that this electricity and this production from the wind offshore could end up in the production of hydrogen. And we see, since this is a concession type of the game, and we as an agency are very well organized and we know how to make bids, we see our role also in this part of the business of the future. So this is the story, basically, how one hydrocarbon agency is using knowledge and infrastructure coming from oil and gas industry to really apply the green transition and become in a future agency for geoenergy. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Well, Marianne, in preparing for this panel, I had formulated some questions that I thought I would pose each. One of the questions to the agency was, to yourself, was how does the Hydrocarbon Agency support the creation of an environment, an enabling environment for investors in clean energy? And I see from your presentation a complete answer that you support with identifying project opportunities, de-risking those projects, making information available to industry, and seeking out sources of investment. My second question was going to be, in addition to geothermal, what other clean energy opportunities do you see as areas of growth in Croatia? And we see that carbon capture and storage or sequestration and hydrogen is developing opportunities as well. So thank you very much for anticipating those questions and really coming with complete answers to them. Very helpful.
That was the reason why we insisted on presentation.
Very good, Einar. Very nice. So Dražen, when we look at the energy system, or from an energy system perspective, can you comment on the progress that Croatia has made with energy security and creating a secure and a sustainable energy system in light of the war in Ukraine? How that the new dynamic may have changed or impacted your planning processes, strategic projects, and the level of investments, please.
Good day to everyone. At the beginning, first of all, as we know, one of the main pillars of energy security is actually the diversification of the energy supply. And I would say that in that regard, Croatia has a very strong position and made tremendous progress. If we look at our power system, it is very well integrated in the rest of the European power system, with very strong interconnection capacities that are much higher than our peak load, for example. Part of this is, of course, legacy, that we were part of the former joint countries, so we have good connections with Slovenia, Bosnia, Serbia, but also investments that are made in new power lines, for example, to Hungary, where we have 400 kV lines. Also in oil sector, we have, of course, terminal on the island of Kirk, so the import of oil from any part of the world is possible, and it is done. As Marian said, we don't actually import Russian oil. Even before this recent crisis in 2021, our import from Russia was less than 10% of the total oil import. So we don't depend on any specific country or market. We are really can secure that on global level. The same is, of course, with natural gas, that besides the pipelines we had to Slovenia and Hungary, the construction of LNG terminal on the island of Kirk was really a game changer in that area, and it was built just on time to enable us import of LNG from all around the world. So concerning possibilities to supply energy, Croatia stands really good, much better than some other EU member states even. But what of course must worry us is actually our level of self-dependencies. Croatia imports about 50% of total energy use. It is about 80% of oil, about 70% of natural gas, and 10 to 20% of electricity, depending mostly on hydrological conditions in Croatia. So half of our electricity, of our energy is imported. And although we in the aspect of this energy crisis, we did not suffer in the availability of energy. We did not have energy shortages. We of course paid much higher price for this import energy, and that of course impacts our economy, businesses. Of course, it impacts prices of goods and services, and has really negative impact on the economy at all, and limits also the investment potential of the companies that must pay much more for the energy needs than that those funds could be invested, for example, in building new generation capacities. So I would say Croatia is on the good track, also concerning European Green Plan and our goals towards that. But much more investments must be done in the future time to increase our generation capacities in Croatia. Of course, geothermal is one part of that can help, and where we see great potential, especially in heating sector. Also, that is mostly concentrated in the Pannonian Basin, so in the continental part of Croatia, but also adopting new technologies, for example, heating from the sea for the coastal cities, and so using heat pumps, and much more also PV generation. We did a great also progress in developing new wind power plants. Today, almost 15% of our generation comes from wind. That is a good result, and there is also huge interest from investors. But maybe where we failed is until now regarding our potential and solar irradiation in Croatia, is to promote and to invest much more in building new solar plants, and especially rooftop solar.
Thank you very much. So, Danko, similarly, by looking at from a transmission system operator perspective, how do you see investments in transmission and transmission planning supporting the country's energy security and decarbonization objectives?
Transmission planning and transmission system development plans are very important, and more important because it's more and more things we have to take into consideration, and we have some surprises also which influence those plans. As you know, we in Croatia and also in whole Europe, we make 10-year network development plans, but sudden situations as war in Ukraine is a very good example, requires that those plans has to adopt, because as you know, European Commission make pressure to Europe to be independent of Russia and to have enough domestic, when I say domestic in European Union, energy sources. And as you know, already some measures and specific documents are adopted regarding bigger investments in new energy sources. I hope it will follow also with similar thing with, regarding developing networks, because there is always gap between time how much you have to spend to build new energy source and how much time do you need to develop a network, because we are now facing limits in transmission possibilities. 10 years ago, our network, especially in southern part in Dalmatia, was relatively empty, but now we have many new energy sources, mostly wind power plants, and in situation when we have just, as we see in these days now, when it's windy, and also we have a good hydrological situation, that every power producer wants to produce in its power plant. So we have problems with evacuating so much energy from a limited area in Dalmatia. And of course, we have to extend our hardware. Our hardware is power system, and we have, let's say, some common solution how to be more faster in that, because it's very complicated question. Building one new line is usually 10 years, and in this situation we can't afford it to ourselves so long period. And of course we need to coordinate with other countries because electricity does know about political borders or usual laws. Electricity follows Kirchhoff's laws or Ohm's law. So we all have to push together in the right way, and that's in one way is new energy sources, and another parallel work is in infrastructure which can transfer all that produced energy.
So I understand that one of the infrastructure improvements that would enable more renewables into the grid is the strengthening of the transmission line from south to north.
Yes, that's very important for us because 45% of energy spent in Croatia is in region Zagreb, and we have mostly production in Dalmatia, so logically we have to make paths to that energy from south to north, so it's out of question for me that we have to build such new line. Maybe we can discuss which segment of that line could be first, but some extending of our network and strengthening that network in between Zagreb, Split, and Rijeka is a must for us, and it's not only a question only of possibility to transport energy, it's also a question of independence of Croatia, because every country try to have a strong inside network to be a real bidding zone with no limits inside that bidding zone, and without new lines we can't achieve that goal.
Can you, so you mentioned how the strengthening of the grid or some strategic investments in the grid can help with Croatia achieving its energy security and decarbonization objectives. How about if we're looking at from a regional perspective? Can you comment on the TSOs in the region? Is there a strong coordination in planning, both on planning and operations, and you know, how is that how would that be an important element of decarbonizing the grid in a regional perspective?
Coordination is a necessary condition, and we coordinate not only in a region but whole Europe in developing European 10-year network development plan. But I see all TSOs have similar problems, and that's how to realistically say so much that amount of new energy sources will really connect, because I heard recently from Macedonian colleagues they have also big wishes. Maybe in Croatia we also thought last year about 12 gigawatts of new projects. It's not all realistic. For us, it's really important to have a realistic number of megawatts which will be connected, and develop network for such amount, not less, not more, just for that.
Thank you. And so, Dražen, if we look at not just the power sector, but if we look at the energy system more broadly, look at natural gas and power together. I mean, with your experience in managing and being involved in both national and regional projects in Southeast Europe, you mentioned, what are your thoughts on the benefits of a multi-country, looking at multi-country projects and coordinated planning from an energy security perspective? For instance, just if we look at one example, the benefits of a coordinated assessment of how expanding the capacity of the Kirk LNG facility can strengthen and support energy security and climate objectives, not just in the country, but in the region. Do you see that type of coordinated multi-country planning for the energy system as a useful and a viable approach?
Not only that it's useful, it is really necessary. I mean, the whole Europe is now have some common goals, climate and energy goals, and also we are in very open economy with good interconnections between us. So there is also a strong impact from country to country on their energy systems. For example, wind farms in western Bosnia impacts a lot on operation of power grid in South Croatia. That's normal. So not only in operational level, but also on planning, it is important to make regional models and to plan on regional or even European level in that sense. Your question was about LNG, for example. So the current capacity of these LNG terminals actually can satisfy Croatian needs for natural gas. But now the plan is to double the capacity of the LNG terminals, so that is not only for Croatia, but for the neighboring countries, for Slovenia, for Hungary, and the rest as a new source of the natural gas. So this is not so coordination between countries and their energy policies is also very important. Me as with the background in energy modeling for dozens of years now, I would say that this whole many things changes from let's say 20 years ago when the country gave some national energy policy and there was just a few state-owned vertical utilities that actually implemented those policies. So the energy strategy was, compared to today, very simple. We must build that and that plants and that pipelines. Today we have many players on the market. We have also inclusion of the citizens, of the households that also now can participate with the demand response or with the production of energy in the households. So it is more complex system, more difficult to plan, and the measures actually and the policy measures must be much more sophisticated in that way. So energy modeling should be used not only to make expansion plan of our energy systems, but to assess how certain policy measure will impact the development of energy sector with the goal of achieving climate neutrality of energy sector by 2050.
Thank you very much. You know, it's been very impressed. I've been very impressed with the role of, how the countries have interacted on the power sector side. It used to be that on the power sector side, every country had their independent system. And then you work together to share information, do regional analyses, and build trust and establish really systems to create a market, an electricity market. And that activity of collaboration between TSOs and planning institutions and regulators has resulted in these countries now being part of ENTSO-E, right, in terms of the power sector. And I think that, you know, a similar coordinated effort for coordinated planning on climate and energy security could be equally impactful. And just to mention that the U.S. Department of Energy has a new project for strengthening climate and energy security in Croatia and the Western Balkans. And so working here in Croatia with our Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development and with the others, the key players that are on the stage here, their organizations with HEP as well. And so if there's other countries that are interested to learn more about that project and how you could engage, we're happy to discuss, you know, on the break, and look forward to the opportunity to engage on this regional analyses. Regional effort really to strengthen climate and energy security. Now we do have time for just a couple of one or two questions from the crowd, if they're from the audience. I know that you haven't had an opportunity to ask questions as yet, but if there are questions from the audience, we'd be happy to share a mic and if you have questions to pose to our panelists. Okay, as we are 7 minutes from lunch as well, if you would prefer to hold your questions until lunch, that's perfectly fine as well. And you know, to me, it's really been a pleasure on this panel. It's been a pleasure I've had a chance to collaborate with you all in the past for years, and look forward to collaborating moving forward. You know, I think while this effort really focuses on and shines a light on really the strength of Croatia in their planning and implementation for the achievement of climate and energy security objectives, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't also compliment Croatia on the strength of their football team in the last World Cup. It was really outstanding effort and accomplishment. Bringing from the United States, I look on with you know, with hope, with the aspiration of reaching that level at some time in the future on our side. But let me also then summarize the outcomes of this session, this panel. I mean, to me, shining a light on Croatia, shining a light on how a hydrocarbon agency transforms itself into a clean energy agency and supports investment, both public sector investment and private sector investment in clean energy projects, and shining a light on how the transmission system operator plans the system to meet the energy security goals and climate goals and objectives of the country, but identify strategic investments in the transmission system, okay, that will enable new renewables to come into the grid, but also enhance the energy security and resilience of the system. And shining a light on how you have this institute, Energy Institute Herzer-Vopozer, who's really is, they have a vision to be a worldwide recognized as a leader in analyses and technical and decision support. They are internationally recognized and really a true asset for national planning and in the region. To me, you know, looking at this panel helps me answer a question of how do you achieve climate and energy security? How do you achieve it? We do it together. We do it together with these institutions, all providing the support and advancing and contributing in the areas where they have strengths. We heard from this morning, from the first panel. We do it by having countries work together, governments work together. We do it by also having industry engagement and by coordinating investment in new projects. And I'm fortunate that we also, that there's a role or an opportunity for the Department of Energy laboratories as well to engage and try to be a value-added partner, to identify areas where we can help. And so I really take pride in that. I really take pride in working together. And I really am impressed and would like to compliment our panelists for all they do and for sharing their insights with us today. Thank you all. Please, sir.
Thank you, Bruce, to you and our panelists. I would like to invite you, our audience, to enjoy lunch. Many thanks to the American Central European Business Association for sponsoring today's lunch. Please be here at 2 p.m. for our fourth panel on civil nuclear strategies. Until then, bon appetit. Ladies and gentlemen, please, our program will continue in a couple of minutes, so make your way back to the main ballroom floor. Thank you. Hello, everyone, again. I hope you enjoyed the lunch break. The next panel is about civil and nuclear strategies. Nuclear energy is an important source of clean power in the United States, but has also been historically relevant in the PTEC European member countries. Numerous of them are developing new projects. Can they ensure inviolable quantities of reliable nuclear power? Next panel will explore how nuclear power can contribute to energy security and decarbonization objectives. Please welcome my moderator, President and CEO of the Nuclear Energy Initiative, Mrs. Maria Korsnik.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to invite my panel to come up, please, and be seated. Well, good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be with you today. I want to extend my thanks to Secretary Granholm, Deputy Secretary Don Graves, and for their leadership and their real ownership to this meeting. Also, Assistant Secretary Light for the invitation today to moderate this panel. And my appreciation to my esteemed panelists here. What a great group of folks, and really looking to a conversation about how we can bolster energy security as we drive for our climate solutions. And I know you all have a lot to share with this. You know, if we step back and look to understand that we really need a reliable form of carbon-free energy and also one that is secure. And if we step back from that and we say nuclear energy can do all of that. Over the course of the past year, the global conversation around energy has really changed dramatically. Following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we really saw energy security perhaps even eclipse the conversation around climate security as a key consideration. And as the world has moved past discussion to real action and concrete actions for the entire economy, not just the electric sector that we have to worry about. Just to name a few things, David, I'll start with the Westinghouse announcements. Poland has selected Westinghouse as the technology supplier for the first phase of their project. In addition, we have heard Bulgaria also expressing interest in the AP1000. Romania is interested in large and small modular reactors. And also Estonia, I think, recently made an announcement expressing some interest in the GE SMR design. And, you know, from Japan to Canada to the United Kingdom, all have seen that they're going to include nuclear as part of their clean energy plans. So together, as we make these steps to move forward, making possible the transition to a clean system that's reliable as well as affordable and secure. And so we're here today to talk about how we can work together and to create this energy system of the future. And PTEC is a great place to do that because this is where, in fact, we have partner countries that are at the center of nuclear energy innovation and the carbon-free transition. So I'm really looking forward to hearing your perspectives. I'm joined today by Virgil Popescu, the Energy Minister of Romania, from Daniel Levacar, Chief Operating Officer at Gen Energia, Sasha Medikovic, nuclear engineer who's on the board of the Krsko nuclear power plant, Mike Goff, the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Office of Nuclear Energy at the U.S. Department of Energy, David Durham, CEO of Westinghouse Energy Services, a nuclear technology supplier, and Chris Levesque, CEO of TerraPower, a nuclear reactor developer. So again, thank you all for joining us in this conversation today. Minister Popescu, I'm going to start with you. And in the past year, especially with the war in Ukraine, what has changed in terms of energy policy approaches dealing with energy security, and how does nuclear energy fit into that policy approach?
So thank you for inviting me to this panel. To be honest with you, Romania has this policy of being a pro-nuclear country for a long period of time. We are not new in this group. We are advocating for nuclear energy for a long time, especially now in the last period at the Energy Council in the European Union. We have an experience of 25 years of nuclear energy in Romania. We have North American technologies, the CANDU one. We want to build 2 more units, Unit 3 and Unit 4, on CANDU technology. And if I quite remember correct, I think 2 years ago at another PTEC meeting in Warsaw, together with Secretary Granholm, we decided to have SMRs and NuScale technology in Romania. And 1 year after, at COP in Glasgow, President Iohannis and President Biden and Secretary Kerry announced that Romania will have the first deployed SMR outside the US territory. So we have been in this issue for a long period of time. Yesterday, for example, at the Energy Council in Stockholm, we had a meeting with like-minded states, as we said, to our pro-nuclear colleagues, and we decided that we cannot have in Europe decarbonization without nuclear energy, and we have to have in some legal framework of Europe that nuclear energy is recognized like a tool for decarbonization of all sectors. So, taking back to your question, yes, the war in Ukraine changed a lot in the perception of other countries, especially in Europe, and now my colleagues are looking at us with more flexibility, and they are more willing to talk about nuclear energy. Of course, there are also countries that are, let's say, more green or greener than us, but as we said, nuclear energy is low carbon, is not emission of carbon, and it's a tool that for us to reach net zero in 2050. Yesterday I even told my colleagues that probably after 10 years we won't be in the same position, but we will heard from NGO organization on environment that renewables and wind aren't so environmentally friendly, they will kill birds and so on. So let's focus on nuclear energy because that's a past, and that's sure it will be a future, and we'll support all of us nuclear energy at the level of Energy Council at European Union. Yes, we have to work together, and PTEC, that's a very good framework for all of us in order to promote nuclear energy, and I think we have to be sure that also inside Europe and outside Europe to have a neutral technology approach in order as it's place for every technology, so we cannot compete between member states. We have not to compete between member states on one or other technology because it's place for every technology. As you mentioned, Westinghouse now in Poland, maybe in other country, we have CANDU, we have SMRs, we choose SMRs, we choose a site on the site of NuScale, first SMRs in Romania. So that's place for every technology on every country. So let's work together and promote nuclear energy and use nuclear technology because decarbonization without nuclear energy cannot be possible.
Thank you. Thank you very much. David Durham, I'm going to come to you next. As countries are working to decarbonize and they're worried about their energy security, it matters who you do business with. Can you tell us a little bit about the work that you've been doing over here in Europe, and specifically how groups like PTEC can be helpful?
Thanks, Maria. I think it does matter who you do business with, and I think most of our customers, our existing customers, have known that for a long time. If you look at a nuclear power plant, it is truly a 100-year relationship. It's going to operate for 60 to 80 years minimum, maybe 100 years. And the time leading up to during construction and then the decommissioning afterwards, it's easily 100 years. And you are tied to that vendor and that company of that vendor for the life of the plant. It isn't like buying a wind turbine and anybody can do maintenance on it, or buying a car and anyone can do maintenance on it. There is that connectivity. And so I think, you know, you've seen after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, you've seen Westinghouse move to become the replacement vendor for the fuel for all of the VVERs. We were already making VVER fuel for Ukraine for about 10 years, and then a couple other countries, and now we're becoming the replacement for all of those countries. So it's truly that kind of a partnership. And you have to, I mean, to be blunt, you have to decide who your friends are. And, you know, I've been working Central and Eastern Europe for the past 6 years, very hard, where you see countries who are committed to decarbonization. And the idea of energy security and national security didn't just arise at the beginning of the war. Czech Republic is a good example. Czech Republic started a tender process 2+ years ago. And what did they do? On national security grounds, they banned the Russians and the Chinese from bidding. And they decided they only wanted to tie themselves to friendly nations. So it's a competition of 3. Hopefully it's only a competition of 1, but we'll talk about that later, Thomas. And so there's really been 2 approaches, I think, what we've seen. You've seen competitions, tendering processes like Czech Republic is doing, where it's limited on national security, energy security kind of grounds. And then you have other countries taking a different approach and deciding right up front, for all sorts of reasons, that they want to partner with, in this case, the U.S. And Poland is a good example of that. Poland and the U.S. government negotiated an intergovernmental agreement creating a strategic partnership for the development of Poland's nuclear program. And it starts at the very top. I mean, our NRC chairman is on speed dial with the president of the regulator in Poland. Universities, DOE, helping with skills development, things like that. Financing, the technology choice, our AP1000. And so that kind of a justifiable sole source, if you will, decision based on a lot of factors that include national security and energy security, as well as technology uniqueness and things like that. And we're seeing more and more countries choose that latter approach. And they're both good approaches, they both work, but we are seeing more. I mean, there are several countries who are in discussions about potential IGAs for Westinghouse AP1000s. A lot of you may have seen the announcement in the press about Bulgaria's parliament directing the government to negotiate an IGA with the U.S. government. We're hoping that'll be successfully concluded by our friends at Department of State and Department of Energy. And so those are the 2 approaches that we're really seeing. I think that PTEC as an organization, as an alliance, can really help kind of foster those discussions. But I kind of liked what Michal Kurtyka said this morning about PTEC should be turned into a treaty kind of an arrangement. And he mentioned standardization of nuclear regulation as being, and licensing as being a primary benefit. I think also standardization of technology selection processes could be a benefit that could help kind of streamline the processes. So maybe it's a 1-year process instead of a 2- or 3-year process. And maybe IGAs become more of rubber stamp, if you're not rubber stamp, I don't know what the right word is, but more of a standardized, streamlined process than they can be now, because negotiations can take a long time. So I think PTEC can really help here.
Great, thanks, David. Sasha, I'm going to come to you next. I know you work closely with the Kursko plant, and that plant was just granted an environmental permit to extend its lifetime. And you also have a permit to site a second reactor, I think, at the same location. So how are you thinking about long-term operation, and how does this help your country with climate goals?
Direct question. Yes, you're right. We were just granted environmental permit to operate additional 20 years. It took us actually a few years to finish this full-scope environmental impact assessment with cross-border consultation, and fortunately without appeals. So at the end of this process, the license was granted to us, and we are now ready for long-term operation. Actually, our nuclear power plant is, when I see the title of our today's panel and the PTEC, is actually a good example of cooperation. partnership and cross-Atlantic cooperation. Our company was started with a partnership between two countries, Croatia and Slovenia, and then with a cooperation with US some 50 years ago. And today, 50 years away from that, we are producing a large quantity of clean, affordable, and reliable energy. Actually, 15% of all consumption of electrical energy in Croatia comes from our plant, and 20% of all consumption in Slovenia comes from that nuclear power plant. So we are actually a living example that something like that can be done and can last for a long period of time. And as our colleague said, you need to choose your partners carefully. So basically, I can say that our grandfathers then choose our partners very wisely and carefully, and we are now experiencing the benefit of it. With respect to a new unit, currently we are just looking at with the sympathy on that project, because as a nuclear power plant, we are running the existing power plant. We are not involved in the construction or developing a new project. For that purpose, currently the GEN company have that project, and they're trying to do that. Daniel can tell you a little bit more about that, and if our owners decide that we are going to do it jointly, probably they will involve us too. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Daniel, he's already called on you. So Daniel is with GEN Energia, which is an energy company that does focus on sustainable low-carbon sources and is co-owner, as you said, of the Krško nuclear plant. So how are you thinking about power grid stability in your region, and how do you think about nuclear going forward?
First of all, thank you for inviting me to the panel. Since me and Sasha are so conveniently put together or set together, I can only confirm that this partnership between the two states that ended up with building a very unique concept of ownership, 50-50 ownership between two states in the nuclear power plant. I believe this is the only one that I know in the world. I can only confirm that this partnership is working very well, to the benefit of inhabitants of Slovenia and Croatia. Regarding the grid stability, this grid stability is an important dimension of security of supply, as we see it. I'm just old enough, to remember the end of 70s, the beginning of 80s, when this region was suffering from grid instabilities, from outages, and in fact, with the connection of the nuclear power plant to the grid, at the moment this is the largest and the most stable electricity production unit in this region. All these problems disappeared. Today, everybody is taking this as a granted thing, the grid stability. But what we are seeing already in the world is that if this is not taken into account, the proper construction or building of the system, grid stability can suffer. At the moment in this region, we are already seeing that there is a need for because all of the countries, Slovenia and the neighboring countries are import dependent in respect to power production or the electricity consumption in their balance sheets. So what we are seeing is already that at this moment we see an opportunity for a new large unit of nuclear power plant. That's why GEN Energia is developing a project on the site neighboring the existing power plant. Slovenia also suffers from, as I explained, from import dependency and the trends that we are seeing. So the trends of electrification, the trends of growth and decarbonization. We see that Slovenia can, by 2035, we can end up, if we do not do anything, around 50-60% import dependent. For a serious state, this is certainly not not something that can be approved or taken into account. So what we are doing, we are developing the project. The project has a large share of support in the neighboring region, also on the level of the state. And we have received an energy permit in 2021, which was given to us by the Ministry of Infrastructure. And we hopefully can end up with an operational unit by 2035. This will certainly have a positive impact to the grid stability, and as a byproduct, we can also totally decarbonize at least the Slovenia's power system.
Excellent. Well, by process of elimination, Chris, you're next. The climate crisis has really shown an imperative to move away from carbon-emitting sources, including coal. And at the same token, when you close those coal plants, it can be very devastating to the nearby community that really was supported by that facility. So how can nuclear play a key role in helping support those communities around the world?
Well, it's great to be with you all in Zagreb, and thanks for chairing the panel, Maria. You know, it's true that as we move away from industries like coal, sometimes we can leave communities behind. There's examples of that, for example, in West Virginia and in the U.S. And I think we've really learned a lot from that in the U.S. And it would really be a shame not to use the skills and the multi-generational, knowledge and culture that an energy-producing community has. So it turns out at TerraPower, we're building our demonstration plant, our first Natrium reactor, at the site of a retiring coal plant in the state of Wyoming. So those of you who aren't familiar with Wyoming, it's in the Mountain West region of the U.S. It's an energy-producing state. Wyoming is known for exporting a great deal of coal, and also for being the home to many coal-powered power plants. So a lot of your rich economies on the west coast of the U.S. are actually powered by Wyoming coal plants. So what we found in Wyoming is this was a region really that was at risk, similar to West Virginia, because these coal plants were scheduled for closure due to obsolescence issues, due to new environmental regulations. So these were communities at risk. And it turns out we're building our first Natrium reactor in partnership with the Department of Energy. The first reactor is half funded by the Department of Energy and half funded by TerraPower's private investors. Lead investor is Bill Gates, of course. And we had to choose, where do we build this first plant? And Wyoming really turned out to be an ideal location because of three resources there that are really important. First, the team. There's already an existing coal-powered plant with 200 plus employees. At a coal plant and at a nuclear plant, you make your electrons the same way, okay? You just replace combustion with fission as your heat source, but you still boil water, run a turbine. So many of the skills at the power plant are the same. You have your maintenance people, electricians, mechanics. All of those really valuable human resources can be reused. Two other things that we're repurposing at this plant in Kemmerer, Wyoming, are the grid connection and the cooling water. So these retiring coal plants are really ideal locations for some of these advanced reactor deployments. And again, the opportunity to take advantage of those skills that have really been developed over generations. Energy producing communities didn't just start 10 years ago. These are communities where people's parents and grandparents worked in energy production. So regions like Wyoming have a very high energy IQ, and doing a project like this, you might imagine when you talk to people in Wyoming about an advanced nuclear project, they have a lot of questions, but we find that they get comfortable with the idea of an advanced nuclear plant very quickly because they know power production, they know large projects. So This has been a great experience for us, and I think there's going to be many more examples like Kemmerer, Wyoming, all across the U.S. and across Europe as well, where, as we know, there are many coal plants that will be planned for closure.
Excellent. Thanks, Chris. And Mike, I don't want you to feel that you're not on my list of targeted people here. Market opportunities are present and ever expanding as the industry gears up to build advanced reactors, and public-private cost-sharing partnerships, which actually Chris just mentioned as part of the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program, are really an important catalyst for innovation. So Mike, I'm going to go to you on how does the ARDP invest in nuclear energy designs to expand access to clean energy and take advantage of market opportunities?
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. You know, in answering that, I guess one thing I was thinking back about, you know, one of the many things I like about the nuclear industry is how much we're a learning industry. And if you look back at our history, what's really helped spur things along as far as the accelerated development of technologies, and it really is that public-private partnership. You know, going back to the inception when we were first developing the technology, or even more recently with, you know, co-funding the licensing application for the AP1000, or our small modular reactor program, we also did the design certification for the NuScale reactor. Those public-private partnerships really do work well to accelerate activities. So we want to continue to move forward them, and ARDP is a great example of how we've been able to do that. But let me note one other thing, though. As we're doing that, it is helping us a lot in the United States, but I'm very happy to see how that public-private partnership from the past history in the Department of Energy is helping with AP1000 in Poland, and maybe in the Czech Republic, Bulgaria, or the NuScale reactor in Romania and all as well. So those activities that we're doing with those public-private partnerships are really going well beyond our borders, which is really why we're doing them, not just for our domestic use, but for international use as well, as we all go about trying to secure our energy security and meet our environmental goals. So again, the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program is a great example of that public-private partnership and really being able to accelerate those activities. You know, probably the flagship portion of the ARDP program that we all think about is the demonstration programs, which Chris is a great example of that, where the department is doing a 50-50 cost share with industry to go forward with deploying 2 advanced reactor technologies. In this case, these are 2 Generation 4 technologies. You know, Chris is sodium-cooled, metal-fueled fast reactor, and also X-Energy has a high-temperature gas reactor, TRISO fuel. So, you know, we are contributing 50% of the funds to move forward and deploy those. And even though we call this a demonstration, to me, it's commercial operation. You know, the plants at the end are owned by the utilities, and they're producing some kind of power, whether it's electrons or process heat or something. They're commercial operations. The Department of Energy is out of that business at that point when we reach the end. So it's, you know, that partnership will really, you know, will deploy technologies this decade, and in this case, those are Generation 4 technologies, you know, the first time we're really deploying those commercially. But the ARDP also has another level. We recognize there's still a lot of innovation out there and a lot of potential technologies. So we do have another portion of it that we call our risk reduction portion and concept development portion. So in those programs, we're again doing cost share with the Department of Energy and industry, but more as like an 80-20 cost share. We're really trying to lower the risk on the development of these technologies so that maybe 5 years after Natrium's deployed, these other technologies could be deployed as well. So there we're looking at, you know, moving forward, and, you know, we're working with Westinghouse on their eVinci design, with BWXT on another high-temperature gas-cooled reactor design, TerraPower and Southern Company on a molten salt fast reactor, which will actually be the first fast reactor in the molten salt design. Holtec on their small modular reactor, the light water reactor cooled design, and Kairos on their molten salt cooled reactor. So we're working to, again, move those technologies forward in a public-private partnership so they're ready to be able to deploy and export as well commercially. Similar, we have concept development as well, where we're working with General Atomics on their gas fast reactor, or MIT is also working on a gas reactor, or the ARC system, which is working on, again, a sodium-cooled metal fuel fast reactor. So again, that partnership is really moving forward. It's been beneficial to us already, but like I say, I think right now we're taking to that next step where we're going to deploy those first-of-a-kind reactors that will hopefully de-risk the technology, so those next reactors will continue to lower down the cost, whether we're deploying them domestically or whether we're deploying them in Central and Eastern Europe and all as well.
Great, thanks, Mike. Very thorough answer. You mentioned a lot in that. You mentioned a lot of different kinds of reactors, and you also mentioned the fact that we're not really just talking about making electricity. We're talking about making electricity, maybe making hydrogen, maybe making high-temperature steam. At the end of the day, it's not just decarbonizing the electric sector, right? We have to decarbonize the whole economy. So just thinking back over the last year or two, there's been a lot of different new policies introduced. There's been things as broad as shifts in national energy policy to new incentives. Mike, you mentioned a few of them. To inclusion of nuclear as an important climate and sustainability policy. So as you reflect on all of those different choices, what trends are you seeing in this space, and what appears to be the most promising to accelerate deployment? And anybody's able to pick up on this. So again, lots of different levers out there. Which ones do you think are the most helpful?
You go ahead.
Just a short answer. So we look at decarbonization not only on electricity, but we have to look at the industry. So when we talk about industry, yes, we all look at hydrogen like a new possibility, like a new, let's say, future green gas. But that's not enough renewable capacity in order to produce green hydrogen. It will, after my opinion, we'll have to double the capacity of renewables like now, and still need more green electricity. So low carbon hydrogen is more than necessary. It has to be included in Europe taxonomy. Has to be included in Europe. If we talk about Europe, in Europe legislation and frameworks. So. And when I look at SMR, and especially when I look, for example, at NuScale technology, and I saw a lot of modules, this could be a very useful tool, a very useful SMR in order to produce electricity, hydrogen, heating on the same central unit. So I think technology will develop, and nuclear energy especially will help very much in order to have more hydrogen, more green hydrogen or low carbon hydrogen that is needed for decarbonization of the industry.
I think maybe continuing on that as well is, one of the things that I've seen, maybe it's not the most important, but to me, one that's very important is really the recognition of the clean. Most of the people have been in this industry for more than 10 years. 10 years ago, it was hard to get nuclear classified as clean energy. We had renewable energy, and then you had other stuff. We have now, I think, made more and more of a transition that nuclear is clean energy, and we're talking about transition to clean energy as opposed to just renewable energy. Because I think, as was mentioned earlier today, I'm a true believer in all of the above. All of these technologies have to come together and work well to meet these aggressive decarbonization goals. So that change to recognize clean, and especially, as the minister mentioned, in the taxonomy, to now include at least nuclear as a transitional fuel, I think is critical that we're having this discussion, and nations are having the discussion of more and more nuclear, because it is that true recognition. It is clean just as other renewable technologies. That's been a big change in focus, and why I think we have so much more revitalization right now.
Yeah, and it's interesting how connected we are. The minister mentioned the EU taxonomy, and on one hand you'd say, oh, okay, that's great, that just affects the European Union, right? It's an EU taxonomy. But not so much, because the conversation, everybody was sort of watching that conversation play out in the EU, and then financial folks pick up on that conversation, and it's not just in the EU, but it's outside of the EU that they're looking at that and saying, well, no, wait a minute, how do we want to think about nuclear? Canada also, passed some recent things very favorable to nuclear, and I think a bit of it was built on the fact that that EU conversation went forward. It had challenges, I appreciate. People wanted to include gas if you were going to include nuclear, so there was challenges along the way. But at the end of the day, got it across the finish line, so to speak. And I think each of these steps, I think, really helps to broaden the conversation. I guess, Chris, I'm looking at you. You've been the benefit of the ARDP, and then since the ARDP in the United States, we have passed legislation for a tax credit. So do you see those two programs, is that enough?
Efficient operation and production of nuclear energy, and last year one of our units reached close to 93% availability. So for Bulgaria, nuclear energy is a tradition, but also a future. One of the advocates for the development of the nuclear energy, and this is not a fashion, this is a very well analyzed, very well thought strategic decision. Just a couple of months ago, I presented in Bulgaria our vision for the power generation sector development for the next 30 years. And we planned development of 4 new nuclear reactors. We started with analyzing demand and with the idea of decarbonization and the electrification of transport, electrification of industry, production of green hydrogen. Our forecast is that demand for electricity in Bulgaria will double in the next 30 years. Therefore, we were looking at doubling the generation capacity. And with the need of affordable and clean energy in order to reach our decarbonization targets, nuclear is one of our top choices, considering also our successful operation and tradition in the sector. We have 4 sites for construction of new reactors that are in advanced stage of permitting and licensing. So we are making the choice and deciding to go forward and continue the development and construction of new nuclear power plants. And there have been many discussions in Europe and all over the world whether nuclear energy is a clean energy and whether investments in nuclear energy actually do not distract us from investing in renewables. Actually, our analysis shows that without the base load capacity that nuclear energy provides, we cannot deploy on a massive scale renewable projects. So not only these two technologies do not compete, but they complement each other. In Bulgaria, we see the investment in the nuclear energy as a tool also to broaden the deployment of renewable energy sources. Regarding security, we will clearly focus on diversification. As it was mentioned here, a nuclear project very easily has a life cycle of about 100 years, starting from permitting and construction to decommissioning. 100 years is a very long period to be tied with only one partner, regardless how reliable this partner seems at the moment. Just 20-30 years ago, Bulgaria was a best friend with Russia, and now things have changed dramatically, not due to anything Bulgaria has done. And when we talk about security of supplies, we mentioned currently only the geopolitical factors, but actually most often we have security supply issues related to technical reasons. Just end of last year, a large fire in one of the largest LNG terminals in the United States prevented supply of LNG to Europe despite the political will of both continents and all the effort of technical people. So for us, diversification has been proven to bring energy security, and this is the direction we're going in the nuclear field. Last December, we signed 2 agreements for fresh nuclear fuel supply, one with the US Westinghouse and another one with the French Framatome, 2 independent sources. This way we see reliability and competitiveness, securing the safe operation of our power plants. Likely we will continue with the same approach for the construction of the 4 new units that we envision in Bulgaria. And hopefully within a few years we'll be able to double the capacity of nuclear energy that we produce. This way providing clean and affordable energy to our end consumers and industry and fostering the economic stability and growth of the country, as well as the national security, not only in the country, but in the whole region, as Bulgaria is one of the largest exporters of electricity in Europe and by far the largest in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I now want to welcome to the stage Tomáš Ihler, the General Director of the Ministry of Energy and Trade of the Czech Republic. Please share with us your perspective.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you very much. Not easy task. Almost everything has been said, so I will try to do some cherry picking and to underpin what's from the Czech perspective, Central European perspective, important and reflect what has been done within last year, also during the Czech EU presidency, in which the nuclear energy was one of priorities. So perhaps, and it has been mentioned, what is very important, political commitment. It's crucial not only with regard to national security and energy security, but I think the complex whole political commitment, and perhaps here to mention what is happening in Czechia. We have 6 reactors, 37% of our electricity comes from nuclear, 3/4 of zero carbon electricity from our reactors. So there is a clear or how we call it in English, trans-political party consensus that all 3 priorities are important. Long-term operation of all installations, nuclear new build of large units, and small modular reactors. Perhaps one important thesis which I haven't heard, it's we should avoid, there should be a technology neutrality or competition, but we definitely should avoid the contradictory approach between large units and small modular reactors. Reflecting what has been said yesterday, published new forecast of power consumption and generation adequacy in Czechia, we would need more than 40 to 50 terawatt hours of new capacity yearly. That means what is being discussed now, up to 4 large units and more than a number of small modular reactors if we want to decarbonize, if we want to maintain security and stability of supply and stability of grid, and if we want to stay also the cost effective, because some scenarios in the EU based on 100% renewable share is perhaps technically viable, at least for some periods, but it's less robust, less stable, and more costly. And I think political commitment, if I switch to second point, is needed towards the project owner, towards investor, and also towards the technology vendors. And I think it has been mentioned or envisaged by David Arham, it's very important to see it as a strategical partnership, all these projects, from our perspective based on competitive selection of technology, but the strong role of the state should be on both sides to really exploit the next of kind conditions to get the best things. And I know it's not easy if the technology vendor is private company, not state-owned. So there is definitely a need to get the best conditions, risk minimizing, but also the commercial aspects and risk sharing. So that would be my lessons learned from the processes. Experienced project owner, investor, we see it. Czech utility plans not only one new unit with site for up to 3 large units, but also small modular reactors. 3 sites has been identified. It's working on that. But what we see, and it's a new field, that the nuclear energy experience utilities can play an investor or, let's say, processor role for the industry to involve in the investment into small modular reactors. And that is, I think, a field where we could focus more on lessons learned, sharing how it works, not only Mankala model in Finland, but it will be definitely, there is a strong interest in the refinery industry, chemical industry. So this is a big opportunity, and therefore we need to use this know-how from traditional utilities also above the rent. Efficient and knowledgeable supply chain, that's a challenge, especially in Europe where 20 years, with the exception of Finland and France, has not been built almost nothing. Okay, Mochovce now success after 33 years, but that's a challenge for us, connected with, I would say, a legitimate reason regarding the local share of industry. It's connected with economic gains for the country. So these are questions which could be also a topic for PTEC as well. And of course, in Czechia, long tradition also can play an integrator role in SMR field. So that would be a topic which we would be glad to put on the table and discuss in the working groups formats. And it's not only about advertisement for Czech industry, but I think it's good to share. We have a good link with Polish friends in this issue, invited their nuclear industry. So it's really looking for synergies. Yeah. To wrap up, very glad that PTEC is strong and vocal in this topic. That nuclear energy is not Voldemort, forbidden word. Minister Popescu mentioned the like-minded pro-nuclear countries meeting. Even with nuclear in taxonomy, it's not our mission, our goal. It's not finished yet. We need really a true level playing field in investment, financing, permitting processes. So we should abandon this ideology and really focus. And this is the process which we will continue to follow. And perhaps very important, it's covered in energy security, but I think we should acknowledge and highlight that generation adequacy is not only a matter of joint common market, because electricity, it's not bread, it's a strategic issue. So the generation adequacy for each state should be at least a long-term principle. We have in our state energy policy 90% of our consumption should be covered by domestic power generation. We want to uphold, to retain this strategic principle. It will not be easy to replace all the lignite power plants, but I think this principle should be jointly be brought and perhaps taken as shared responsibility and not shared irresponsibility, despite knowing technically it's not always easy, but it should be our joint goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, I'd like to thank my panelists. Appreciate the conversation, and off to the next panel. Thank you.
Thanks to Mrs. Korsnik, to her panelists, but also to two interventions from Bulgaria and Czech Republic. Another important asset for a cleaner and sustainable energy future is clean hydrogen, which was partially mentioned in this panel. It offers vast opportunities in industrial and transportation sectors, but is also complementary to different energy technologies. But there are still many obstacles in using this energy component at a large scale. What are they? How can they be overcome, and in which time frame? We'll try to get some of the answers. So, after having a country in spotlight, Croatia, we will have now technology in spotlight, hydrogen economy. As soon as the stage is set, I will leave you to the moderator of the next panel, and that is Mr. Paul Kearns, Director of the Argonne National Laboratory. Please take the floor.
Well, thank you very much for participating this afternoon. I am Paul Kearns, the director of Argonne National Laboratory. Let me say that I've really been both inspired and honored, really, to be here as part of the conversation. I've been quite impressed inspired, I should say. I've been quite impressed and inspired by the leadership and the commitment shown by leaders from across government, industry, and also the other national laboratories throughout the conversation today. Really fantastic in that regard. So I've got three distinguished panelists that will join us for what we're calling a technology spotlight on the hydrogen economy. Let me introduce them and also indicate that we're hoping to save a few minutes at the end of the session for questions from the audience. So please take a few notes and think of questions you might like to ask along the way. Let me start with Assistant Secretary of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, Brad Crabtree. Welcome, Brad. We're really pleased you're able to participate this afternoon. We have Scott Drury, the Chief Executive Officer of the Southern California Gas Company, the largest gas utility in the United States. I'm really pleased to have you here this afternoon. And then we have Mr. Graham Cooper, Global Vice President, Energy Transition, Cost Market Solutions at Jacobs. Graham brings a great deal of experience as well with National Grid in the UK, having recently just moved to Jacobs. So we're quite pleased to have this distinguished panel. As was indicated, clean hydrogen offers an incredible opportunity to decarbonize the industrial and transportation sectors and complement other energy technologies. We've heard many mentions, many references to hydrogen throughout the discussion to date here at PTEC Ministerial, so we're quite pleased to have this opportunity to take a little deeper dive into the technology and where the opportunities exist. I'm going to actually start with a context-setting question to Graham. Where do you think hydrogen will play the most significant role in the energy transition?
That's a really big question. So let's try and keep it really simple. Let's look both downstream and upstream. So if we look upstream, we've had a lot of conversation about growth in renewables, growth in nuclear. Hydrogen makes all of those technologies better. So nuclear is generally on or off with a little bit of margin around the edges, but behind the meter making of hydrogen allows you to have some flexibility. In the same way, when we look at high penetration of renewables, both wind and solar, what do you do when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow? There's an opportunity to actually energy shift through the form of hydrogen. So upstream, really important role to play. But also downstream's a really important one. We see a lot of tribalism around the answer being the molecule or the answer being the electron. The cold reality is we need both. And if we can cut through the tribalism, it will certainly help. So where can we cut through the tribalism? By deploying hydrogen, clean hydrogen, where we're currently using a lot of dirty grey-black hydrogen. So rough round numbers, Europe uses north of 350 terawatt hours of hydrogen a year commercially. That's nearly 9 million tons of hydrogen. So at the moment, most of that goes into refining, ammonia, and chemicals. So let's clean up that marketplace first before we then start to look at how we deploy hydrogen in the margins. But that shouldn't mean we be tribal. We need hydrogen everywhere to get to net zero.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate the comments and the thoughts there as well. Perhaps we'll return to them in a follow-up conversation here as well. The second question, Graham, is also for you, and we've heard this today as well. There's pink, blue, green, and other colors signifying various ways to produce hydrogen. Does the color of hydrogen matter when it comes to bolstering overall hydrogen markets, the opportunity space, if you will? And if so, can we get to net zero without one or the other?
Oh, it's a really good one. So I think what we need to make sure we do is we certify the source of hydrogen so that you can go with trust. So wherever that hydrogen's going, you know the carbon component of that. But what I'd also say is you need to play to the marketplace in which you operate. If you're in a marketplace with no nuclear and they have no plans to go nuclear, you can live without one of those colors, for want of a better term, of hydrogen. But if we're going to make sure that we de-risk this space and make it more investable, having the clarity of the source of the hydrogen is key, because you can't tell when you use it where it came from. And what we don't want to do is be using the risk of greenwashing, being called greenwashing, call it out for what it actually is. So certifying where it's come from will be actually really quite important, but all of the colors of the rainbow play.
Very good. And I like the thought about playing to the marketplace where you're at, right? That's fantastic. Well, let me turn to Scott now. Southern California Gas certainly has a strong interest in many initiatives, really, in clean energy. You bring perhaps a different vantage point from the perspective of repurposing existing infrastructure to deliver energy in a lower carbon way. How do you see blue hydrogen easing the energy transition? And then a second question would be, how can it lessen the fear surrounding stranded assets as an energy supply crisis spurs new investments in hydrocarbon infrastructure? So please, Scott.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and join my fellow panelists today. And thank you, Paul, for facilitating our panel. I want to go back to something Secretary Graves said this morning, which kind of represents the full body of work that all of us here at the conference are working to do, right? He said, how do you make the world a better place? And how do you make the world as a better place in the context of energy, right? And I think energy underpins the quality of life of everyone. And our ability to improve the quality of life for people is going to be dependent on how well we can do three things with energy, I think. One is to make sure that energy is available, reliable, resilient. You could put all of that in the bucket of energy security. And we know today, in a way that we've not known in recent history, that energy security is national security, right? So it's got to be secure. It's got to be affordable. And it's got to be increasingly decarbonized. And so the degree to which we can do that is the degree to which we can make the world a better place in the context of energy. And every country, every region of the world is in a different place in that regard, which is what Graham was talking about. So when I think about our role as America's largest gas company with 6 million meters serving 1 in 15 Americans, what we think about is how do we support our shared aspirations of decarbonizing in a way that supports the other two dimensions of energy security and energy affordability. And one of the most important ways is to leverage the infrastructure that we've collectively invested in, right? So there's an opportunity to blend hydrogen into the existing natural gas distribution system and decarbonize using the infrastructure that we currently have. That could be hydrogen of many colors. I think eventually we have to increasingly migrate towards green hydrogen, but from a global perspective, I think that could be hydrogen of many colors. And then there's definitely specific applications for pure hydrogen with new purpose-driven infrastructure. And as Graham said, you kind of have to meet the region where it is in terms of what its economically viable sources of hydrogen are. But if we can't in energy be one or two things. We have to be three things. And so I think that there is a role for hydrogen of all colors. I think it can be deployed in existing infrastructure to increase the value of that infrastructure and thoughtfully manage affordability on behalf of customers. And I think we can increasingly decarbonize energy and make the world a better place.
Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate those comments. Certainly being available, reliable, and resilient are certainly what we're all about, really essential. I'm also impressed at the scale of which Southern California Gas works at. 1 in 15 Americans, basically, in your service territory.
It's a serious responsibility. And we have great people that do that work every day. And some of the most innovative things in energy in the world are happening in California and Los Angeles. And so the challenge of doing what I just articulated is immense, right? You think about 40 million people in California, the world's 5th largest economy, the idea that the quality of life for those people and the economic competitiveness of the state and the well-being and prosperity all sits on top of this energy network, right? But we're super excited about the opportunity to get at that challenge. One, California is the epicenter of innovation in America. And two, we've had great federal support from the Secretary and in all parts of really the federal government, including the DOE, who recently joined us at our Hydrogen Innovation Experience, which is the first practical demonstration of a hydrogen microgrid that includes on-site generation of solar, electric battery storage, conversion of clean electricity into hydrogen, storage of hydrogen on site, and hydrogen blending into a pipeline network that fuels a building that would look like most any home that you would see in America. And it is a closed loop green solution that could power a neighborhood, for example.
Fantastic. Appreciate those additional insights. Let me turn now to Assistant Secretary Crabtree and ask a fairly high-level question here. One of really addresses policy, but how does the Department of Energy view the transition from fossil fuels to hydrogen as an aspect of European energy security? And then a follow-up would be, what technical efforts are underway to support European initiatives like the hydrogen backbone to repurpose fossil infrastructure? So, Assistant Secretary, please.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I would frame from a Department of Energy perspective and the policies that we have, I would frame it a little differently in that it's not so much a transition away from fossil fuels to hydrogen, but a transition to hydrogen and zero carbon emissions. So in the US context, we have policy in our infrastructure legislation that provides over $8 billion in funding for deployment of clean hydrogen production. And that hydrogen production requires multiple pathways. They're all, however, focused on ultimately zero-emission hydrogen as the outcome, the production, transport, storage, and ultimately the multiple end uses. So you think about the chicken and egg challenge of building a hydrogen economy. Our infrastructure legislation is intended to advance all parts of that hydrogen value chain at the same time. Our hydrogen hub legislation, we're going to be developing at least 8 hydrogen hubs, around the country. And I misspoke. 4 hydrogen hubs is an $8 billion program. At least one of those regional hydrogen hubs has to prioritize the production of hydrogen with natural gas, but with carbon capture and storage. So, the United States, like other parts of the world, have different energy resources in different regions. And so the idea is that our hydrogen production is tailored to the resources and capabilities of different regions. Other regions, when they develop hubs, will do electrolytic hydrogen. And the other interesting thing is that green and blue doesn't really describe the nuances. So our office, the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, we're responsible for all types of hydrogen production that involve carbon capture and storage. But some of that is renewable because you can gasify biomass, for example, produce hydrogen, capture the CO2 and potentially achieve negative emissions. So all those different pathways are being developed. In the context of Europe, obviously, in the European Union, there is more of a focus on electrolytic or green hydrogen. But I also just in this visit when I was in Brussels, it came up in meetings, plans to import blue hydrogen and ammonia in different circumstances. I really think it's challenging, and I agree with Graham, we have too many tribes, and we need to keep the end goal in mind. It's feasible, but very challenging to build a hydrogen economy, and it's essential if we're going to decarbonize industry and transportation that we ultimately get to the point of having an integrated hydrogen economy. In the near term, the priority really needs to be scaling up that ecosystem, and depending on the region and the cost of different energy resources, some of those pathways will look different than others, but the key thing is at the end of that journey, we end up with a zero carbon hydrogen, or in some cases it might be ammonia resource. And so that there was another part to your question, but that's how we're looking at hydrogen and the development of the different paths to get to the end goal that I think is a shared one.
Yeah, very good. Let me ask, did you have another?
No, I realized there was another aspect to your question.
I'm going to move on, though.
Okay.
I think you've done provided a sufficiently complete answer that I'll go on to the next question I had. And we've heard a lot of conversation today about LNG and its importance really here in Europe and across the world more broadly. So, this is a pretty direct question, so forgive me in advance, but the question is, will transatlantic hydrogen trade replace the trade in LNG that is now considerably increased in the wake of the war in the Ukraine? How do they play together?
So I think the honest answer is I don't know. What I would imagine is that, and I actually said this, I was invited to speak last year to a natural gas conference in Washington, D.C., an industry conference that had significant LNG industry representation. And I urged the industry representatives in the room to not think of themselves as providers of a commodity, but to think of themselves as the providers of an energy security and an energy product, a service, if you will. And if you think about where we're at today in 2023 and where we need to be in 2050 with, economy-wide net zero emissions, you could imagine that the very same companies today that are purchasing gas, liquefying it, transporting it by ship to Europe and other places as liquefied natural gas could be delivering a product that is zero carbon. It could be produced from natural gas or electrolytically, and it could be hydrogen or ammonia. But what we have to do now is we have to think very intentionally about enabling the evolution of today's industries to evolve so that they deliver meet the same needs, but in a decarbonized way. And there's flexibility technologically to how that might unfold, but because these are very large systems with significant capital investments, it can't be accidental. We have to be intentional now to have these options in the future.
No, thank you very much. Back to Graham with a question as well. Perhaps you could share a bit of Jacob's excitement really around hydrogen, where the opportunities are, and some of the more exciting things, more provocative things you see occurring in Europe.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, if we want to go really exciting, the inner 8-year-old in me gets very excited because Jacobs have been supporting NASA put rockets to into space. So we've been looking after all of the hydrogen production, the storage, the fueling. So if you want to get to the extremes of hydrogen, that's a pretty exciting place to be. And the inner 8-year-old in me still gets excited about seeing a launch. But no, let's get to the serious sort of level of business, really. I guess from a Jacobs perspective, we're across the entire energy spectrum and the entire vertical. So actually, you need to do that level of sort of, it's a bit of a glib term, but that whole systems thinking, you need to think about the market, upstream, midstream, downstream. You also need to make sure you're really cognizant of the technology limitations. I mean, linking to your comment, it could be that LNG remains shipped, but you convert it at port. Who knows? And again, we are actively supporting the hydrogen hub propositions. So I guess I would add to the argument, if somebody tells you they know the total answer to the hydrogen question, they're probably lying. But what we need to do is we need to be really conscious about thinking this through. And the one thing that we've been doing, particularly in our own organization, is leveraging on the margins. You know, how do you have a renewables populated energy system? You need hydrogen in it to help you balance. But then that brings you the gasification piece, pipe. You need to think whole system. This is not just about pipes, it's about pipes and wires. And that's really where seeking good advice and working collaboratively with partners around that whole system thinking is really, really critical, because you also need those market structures to be able to recognize that and de-risk so that capital can flow.
Very good, very good. Well, let me open it up here and ask if there are any questions from the audience for the panel here this afternoon. Questions or comments are welcome at this point. Raise your hand and we'll get you a microphone if you have a question. While you're considering that, let me ask Scott an additional question. You've had an opportunity, I think, this week to learn firsthand about what's occurring here in Europe regarding hydrogen and the opportunity space here. What do you think is directly transferable from your experience in Southern California to the European situation, opportunity?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that something that's universal is that sort of that architecture that we talked about in the priorities of energy, and this idea that you have to have access to it. It has to be available to you, and it has to be secure. And then it's almost like sort of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? And then, you can't get to the second level of talking about, well, what does it look like from an affordability standpoint if it's not available to you? And then if it's not available to you and it's not affordable, then you don't get to the decarbonization discussion. And so a couple of things have struck me about the last couple of days. One is sort of, which intuitively makes sense, right, that is universal. I think the other thing that has struck me is the broad consensus that we need every clean electron and every clean molecule available to us. It isn't a matter of one technology or another technology that is going to get us anywhere near the aspirations that we have to decarbonize economies across the world. And then also universally across different government delegations here from around Central Europe and private companies is the recognition that there's a synergy between governments and policymakers and private industry that is going to enable the progress that's needed to be made. It cannot happen without that synergistic relationship.
Very true. That's to a great extent what the hydrogen hubs are about in the U.S., really, in terms of creating new public-private partnerships to really drive the opportunity space for hydrogen. So yes. Fantastic comment, certainly.
Yeah, we're counting on one of those.
Okay, question back here, I guess, way back here, please.
Hi there, this is Shiana Gunaseko with the U.S. Department of Energy. As you all noted, the hydrogen hub model in the U.S. is focused on scaling all parts of the supply chain simultaneously. Do you all see a different type of model working in this part of the world?
That's a really good question. I'm not even sure I'm equipped to answer that. I think it is. I mean, the nice thing about having the European Union is you have that commonality of thinking. Okay, it's like the United States of Europe, right? So they're all in this. Everybody across Europe is in the same boat. And that's a Brit speaking from somebody who's suffering Brexit. So the nice thing from my perspective is actually it's countries working together. You could end up seeing that sort of hydrogen hub model work in one country, but by the nature of their interconnection with other neighboring countries, they could be co-creating solutions. So we're already seeing one or two countries co-creating and co-investing on nuclear, where it might sit in another country's jurisdiction, but actually them benefiting and sharing the risk. So I think there's a wider piece to that it's not one country. It's that United States of Europe applying best practice and best practice thinking for a region, perhaps paying a little lip service to some of the borders.
I'm in the same situation as Graham, Shanna. I'm not equipped to answer specifically how closely the efforts in Europe how closely they resemble our hydrogen hub efforts. But what I would say is in the context of carbon management, which has some similar infrastructure challenges, you see a very intentional, broad-based effort in different regions of Europe to build carbon management hubs. And from what I'm generally aware, at least with respect to hydrogen infrastructure, there's shared cross-border regional efforts underway that I think share a lot of similarities. What I don't know is if the EU policy framework very specifically supports that, developing these economies of scale or not. I can't really speak to that.
The only thing I would add is, I think as you continue to see innovation in hydrogen and innovation at scale in hydrogen, those innovations will get exported. They may get modified, but they'll be exported to different places around the world. Some of them may come, you know, from east to west, some may come west to east, but I think that we can count on that. And that's why I think organizations like the Atlantic Council and events like PTEC and the opportunity for us to get together like we are here today are so valuable because it provides an opportunity and a forum for exchange.
And that best practice actually becomes really quite useful. So a lot of the discussion around hydrogen is how do you get it to a competitive price? And if it's electrolysis driven, you need cheap electrons. So one of the things that I'm observing from a UK market is the UK is committed to deliver 40 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. And they're doing that through a framework called a CFD, Contracts for Difference. So I built wind farms previously in a past career, and I never thought you'd be able to develop offshore wind for less than £150 a megawatt hour. The last CFD rounds in the UK cleared at about £34 a megawatt hour. So actually, by observing those not in the hydrogen market, but influence the hydrogen market, it allows you to have a better and broader perspective. And then some of that best practice knowledge should be filtered across so that actually we're all in the same boat together. What are those learnings, those rapid efficiency-saving measures that allow others to realize those technologies that will bring down the cost of an electron?
Very good, very good. Assistant Secretary, look like you lean forward to say something as well.
Just further to the question, one of the things that I've been thinking about today, and we are talking about it in the context with our European partners in the context of carbon management, but this could be an area of cooperation between the United States and the region here is, whether you call them hubs or not, we're all going to have to develop ecosystems for the future hydrogen economy that will include different nodes of hydrogen production and the energy resources needed to power that. It will require infrastructure, both for transport and storage, and it will require sufficient demand to justify all the production and infrastructure. And you think about the companies that will be involved across the value chain, national and provincial regulators, investors, local officials. You could imagine having exchanges between the United States and the region as our country and European countries and regions start to build out these systems, to have real collaboration in actually pairing regions together that have similar resources and circumstances so that they can learn from each other.
Excellent. You've stole the thunder on the final question I was going to ask was about next steps really for PTEC and how it might engage effectively. You've laid a nice foundation or framework for that discussion. So really appreciate the question from the audience. Another question back here, I see. There's one over here as well.
Hi. So I think with the U.S. hubs coming online, there's going to be a lot of supply side, and I'm curious what sort of mechanisms you see are the best mechanisms to help stimulate demand side. I think you mentioned contracts for differences, reverse auctions. I'm just kind of curious how we get those offtake agreements for this future supply.
Very good. Scott?
Well, one of the things that I'll point to is in Los Angeles at Southern California Gas Company, one of the things that we've developed recently is a customer council on decarbonization, right? So the state's got some very ambitious climate goals. We share those goals. And a lot of the institutional and industrial customers that we serve in and around things like the port or in manufacturing also share those goals. And so we're bringing together, much like we're trying to learn from one another here, we're bringing together major users across industries to look at what is it that's necessary on the demand side to be enabled and be ready to take some of these clean molecules, whether they be molecules that are blended into the existing system or whether they be, pure clean molecules delivered through, purposely built infrastructure. So I think that's an emerging space that needs to very much sync up with the development of the supply side. And I would say that there are some, there's some logical attractive targets in that way, right? I'm sure when we're looking at the hubs, we're looking at where are the greatest opportunities to produce at an economically advantaged way, where's the opportunity to displace other forms of energy that give us an environmental benefit, where are the end uses that that offer the biggest opportunity for reduction. So all of that is, will be into the calculus of how each of these regions goes after their hubs, and more broadly than the hubs, just how they go after their energy strategy.
I guess I've got one small build on that, so it's a great answer. But if you start to factor in on the demand side the cost of carbon, and you then linking to my first answer, which is if you can certify the cleanliness of the hydrogen, then actually you in some way potentially help answer the question that you're answering. So if you certify hydrogen at its source and the carbon intensity at its source, then it allows you, if you were to drive that demand side, just put a price on, apply the price of carbon, and then that might actually find a mechanism there. But again, it's very different for different markets. It's different how you apply it. It's, as I say, there is no one simple answer, because if it was easy, it would have been done.
Very good. Question over here, please.
Yes, hello. Good day, Sasha Jovic, attorney at law. I have a question. Europeans tend to over-regulate everything, including the energy sector. So the question is, in countries such as Croatia, which still does not have hydrogen regulation, how not to regulate it, over-regulate it, or how to regulate it to actually make it work? What would be your tips? Thank you.
Well, it's clearly going to be important in every country, and of course here you have the European Union is maybe, it's not a perfect corollary to the US federal government, but it's the comparison that we have. I mean, it will be important to have clarity about what types of hydrogen production will be accepted, and I agree with you don't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good, as we say in English, and you end up having no commercial business model at all. But you do need a minimum amount of regulation so that there's clarity in the marketplace. Otherwise, you won't get investment. So that balance is hard to strike. I do think that this isn't so much a regulatory question, but a policy question. If I were to put my US hat on, there have been, for a long time, some shortcomings in US policy, and it took a long time for us to move forward on climate policy. But in my engagement in the past 6 months with European industry and some in government, but mostly in industry, one of the frustrations I hear is that the support that is provided isn't transparent. And in order for a company to get support, whether it's hydrogen production or deployment of particular technology, they have to go very far down the path with planning and engineering and project development without knowing whether they'll ever get any support, because the support is contingent upon extra decisions of government. And so I think if this is a little different than your question, but I think whether it's the context of hydrogen or the development and demonstration of technologies like carbon capture and storage to really flourish in Europe, in addition to the federal or the monies that are provided, through the European Union, there do need to be some clear financial incentives that are transparent in that you know ahead of time whether you're eligible or not. Because it's hard to build a business model if all of the government's support is subject to future decisions that you cannot predict. Does that make sense? And so I think in the United States, we had a lot to learn over the years in terms of leadership on climate policy coming from Europe, but I do believe the latest round of legislation in the United States is starting to encourage the EU and European governments to maybe think more about how they can incentivize action rather than just regulate an outcome. But again, that's something of a U.S. perspective.
I think I can add a little one. So I would add that what market needs is certainty, because that drives investability.
Yep.
So you need that tension between policy and regulation. But what you don't want is regulation that doesn't understand the value of achieving net zero. Most regulators are purely economic regulators, and they regulate for short-term economics. So what you genuinely find is economic regulators say, don't spend anything today that you can't spend a year's time, 2 years' time. But what we need to understand from a regulatory perspective is regulation stifles innovation, or often stifles innovation. But if you can have a regulator that understands the wider value pool, so the value of not achieving net zero, the value of the impacts of climate change, the value of time, then actually you could get really robust regulation that then gives market confidence, but without stifling the innovation that markets need.
And I think that's so important, because when you think about the magnitude of the transition we're talking about making in the time frame over the period in which we're talking about it, and the amount of cycle time that it takes to even do a traditional infrastructure project, let alone something that's innovative in the way that we're talking about here, it puts those timeframes for those aspirations at risk if we don't figure out a better way to do it.
And regulators often work to that 100% right. Yes. Regulators like to be 100% right all of the time. Maybe they need enough comfort from the markets that they sit within and the policymakers to say, well, we need you to be right 80% of the time. Because that 80-20 rule will get you a long way. But that needs collective will and collective understanding, so you avoid a blame culture.
Yeah, difficult question for sure. It really is. I think we have many instances in the U.S. where it hasn't played out so well to accept risk, and therefore it really drives a more and more conservative approach to really our regulatory framework. So a big challenge in this space, I believe. Good question. Others from the audience are also welcome. I wanted to turn to a discussion around workforce needs opportunity in this space. We haven't really talked about skill set or really. Please, Scott, do you want to kick us off on this?
Yeah, I love that. This is a question that's really important to me. And when you think about, I talked about the fact that SoCalGas is the largest gas distribution company in America and serves 1 out of 15 Americans are in our footprint. We have a really, really talented and committed workforce. And I spent a lot of time talking with them about what the energy transition looks like and what it means to them personally, and what is their role in it. And I was sharing with someone earlier today that I was out at one of our operating locations with a group of about 40 or 50 people, and they were asking me, well, tell us a little bit, tell us what you think. What is the energy transition? What does it mean to a gas company in California? What does it mean to us as long-term employees of the gas company? And, in many different forms, their question was, are we compatible with the decarbonized future? They asked it a lot of different ways, and the answer was yes, unequivocally yes. And it's not only are you compatible, but you can enable it, and you can be indispensable to it. And the way that you do that is through the innovations and the things that we're talking about here, right? Renewable natural gas from sources like landfills or agriculture or waste or hydrogen in the way that we're talking about it here. And I went out after that setting in the operating location, and I was out in the field visiting some folks, and there was a gentleman in a ditch, and he was actually welding a pipe. And he looked up at me and he said, "Thank you, I feel better that you came out and talked to us." And I said, "Well, what do you mean you feel better?" And he said, honestly, he said, "I told my wife, I'm 50 years old and I've got kids, and I work on pipeline infrastructure, and I weld pipe, and I can't get laid off, And I said, "Well, first of all, that's my job is to make sure that doesn't happen. Operate a great company, right? And we need some urgency around the contribution that we can make to this energy transition. but we don't need undue anxiety. And so there is the jobs that are provided, the family supportive jobs that are provided in the energy industry they're unparalleled. And they're jobs that we need more of, not less of. And we can not only preserve, but we can build those. And there is another set of really interesting questions that comes from folks that I interact with, and they say, hey, I saw the proposal on the Hydrogen Innovation Experience, or I saw Angeles Link, so, how do I get over there, and what's the clean molecule look like, and what's that gonna be? And so, what we have to do is we have to make sure that people have done a great job supporting the quality of life for our country, for the world globally, feel like they're part of where we're going, because they are, and then create some really good excitement about bigger and brighter opportunities in things like hydrogen and renewable natural gas.
Fantastic. I think it builds nicely on Chris Levesque's story, TerraPower and their facility in Colda Nuclear in Cameron, Wyoming, basically really utilizing the skill set that's there and providing a really prosperous future for those.
And it's economically intelligent, right? You've got infrastructure that's been invested in that has an opportunity to have its value increase, not decrease, through decarbonization.
Additional comments or thoughts on workforce?
Well, so one thing we're doing at the Department of Energy, I mentioned earlier the infrastructure legislation, and that legislation provides $62 billion over 5 years to invest in energy and climate. And in all of those investments, for the first time, and when we get applications, we put out what we call a funding opportunity announcement. I think you would refer to it in Europe as a tender. And then companies and organizations apply for that funding. And now in our applications, we're asking applicants to specify what they will be doing for training, apprenticeships, workforce development. And these are obviously for projects that we're contributing U.S. federal funding to, but our hope is that we will be encouraging even more attention in the context of these projects to making sure that we're training and creating the workforce of the future as we fund this research, development, and demonstration of the technology and the deployment of the infrastructure, that we build that pipeline of qualified people earning, that are proud about what they do and they earn good wages. And I think here's the important part, and this is really what you're saying. If we want society as a whole to be committed to decarbonization and meeting our climate goals, then everyday people must feel like they have a stake in it. And paying attention to the workforce part of this is essential if we're to be successful.
I mean, I'd like to add just a little bit. We often talk about the growth in nuclear, the growth in renewables, the growth in electricity grids. Right, that's a supply chain challenge. We ignore people at our peril. But the nice thing that we have is that almost the benefit of foresight here. If you look at the scale and pace of those investments, you look at the scale and the high bar of some of those targets, you know that putting somebody through college over a couple of years is money well invested. If you put them through university on 3 or 4 years, that's money well invested. So when we think about the supply chain of transformers and wires and pipes and valves, let's think of the human investment, because that is low unemployment, highly skilled jobs, and they will actually be potentially the weakest link on the journey to which we're headed, because you can scale factory production. It's very difficult. It's quite linear to scale intelligence and education. So there is a real ability now for actually individual states, individual countries to think about how they pump prime the market that's coming through their own education, growth and development. And then by the very nature of that, you actually upscale everyone's living standards and lower unemployment. So there are a multitude of benefits here.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the emphasis on prosperity and really providing opportunity and a future, right, that's quite meaningful for everyone. So fantastic responses there, I believe. Any additional questions from the audience at this point? Looks like the gentleman here. Yep.
It's not a question. It's just back into sectors, these things according to the needs for people to be investing to people and need for the people who have to work in the future. That is very important. If it's possible in the morning tomorrow to present that things. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really essential if indeed we're looking for sustainable solutions, a key part of it for sure. Borrowing a phrase that Graham used in terms of thinking about investment strategy, how best to evaluate from a technology standpoint the opportunity that, say, one of the Eastern European countries or an industry member in one of those countries might be considering, how best to evaluate it from a technology perspective? What counsel, what advice would you offer from your experience? Graham or Scott, really a question for the two of you, so please.
Well, I'll go with an easy one. So the transition that we're on is is happening universally. It's happening at different paces and in slightly different ways in different countries, but the energy transition is on. So what I would say to any country thinking about this transition is get good advice. Now, I would say that I work for a consultancy company, so it feels like I'm kind of, selling my own services. But there are, what the industry is saying is that there's no longer that someone has to lose for someone to win. There's so much to do that actually my nearest competitors are actually now my allies, and we're sharing the load of educating. But what I would say is learn from best practice. Now, best practice comes in two forms. What are the things that have gone spectacularly wrong before? Learn from those failures, not repeat them, because that's the best route forward. But also learn some of the things that other countries are doing that appears to be working and driving better outcomes. Because actually, we're all passengers on the planet, and therefore that best practice and sharing that best practice isn't about hard-won competitive advantage. It's about when the tide rises, we all rise with it. And I think that is, it sounds a little bit preachy, but to be honest, it is actually very much the best way forward. So to get good advice and look to best practice from around the world.
Okay. Thank you, Scott.
I think as part of that, look for good partners that you can collaborate and exchange information with and learn from, and then develop your own sort of portfolio of learning projects and test beds. We've got one of the largest portfolios of clean molecule projects in the country, everything from pure hydrogen demonstration projects to hydrogen blending to hydrogen in transit. One of the things I'm really intrigued by is the idea of blending hydrogen into the gas system, transporting it, separating it out in the back end, and using it in heavy-duty transportation. So you're using the system almost as a mule. But out of all of the things that we're working on, they'll have varying degrees of promise, right? And people can learn a lot from companies like SoCalGas. Conversely, we can learn a lot from other folks. So taking a broad view of this space and then bringing that back to what is most appropriate for where you are and where your region is in the energy transition.
Very good. Very good. I appreciate that, really quite thoughtful in terms of response. I do like the idea of really thinking about learning projects, look for opportunities, also draw upon best practices across the community, think carefully about your partners, and certainly coming from one of the national laboratories, I like to think about test beds and the opportunities.
We view the labs as a great partner.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to return us to the conversation that we started earlier in terms of what would you recommend as next steps for PTEC to take in terms of really facilitating the conversation here in Europe around opportunities associated with hydrogen and the hydrogen economy. So Assistant Secretary Crabtree, would you like to start this one since you really kind of jumped in earlier?
Well, I'm actually intrigued by the hubs question, and not because we call them hubs in the U.S., because I think the elements that are, it's inevitable that if you're thinking about building a hydrogen economy, there's a value chain that starts with production and includes infrastructure and ultimately involves demand, and you have so many players across that value chain. And maybe at a future PTEC to take some actual case studies of hydrogen hub development or regional hydrogen development from the United States and from this region of Europe and dig into them and maybe see where there are opportunities for technical collaboration, maybe even collaboration around technology demonstration, business models, that type of thing. Because there's enough policy support in the United States and in Europe that projects are moving forward. So we're going to have real world examples, and it's going to take a long time for this transition to occur. So we can start learning from what's unfolding as we go. That's just off the top of my head, but I think it could make for an interesting discussion.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think continuing to bring the types of organizations and people together that we've had here over the last couple of days, continue to get strong government presence, strong private sector presence, and I love the idea of a few sort of case studies on demonstration projects or actual projects at scale that folks might be able to learn from.
So I'm going to channel my inner Greta Thunberg, and I'm going to say PTEC's best opportunity is to take words to action. Trying to stimulate, what we all know we need to do, and actually let's move on some of these, collaborate, share that knowledge, learn. If you're going to do something and fail fast, learn from that failure. But I think urgency is time is our greatest enemy, and actually the shared collaboration, that shared risk, that shared reward, actually moving the words into tangible action, which is actually some of the discussions that are happening on the margins of this event. That is really important, and I think as those words become actions, we need to kind of reinvest those into the debate, which is what do we learn, how do we move faster?
Well, fantastic. Wonderful conversation, wonderful discussion. Let's give our panelists a round of applause, please. So thank you very much. Thank you. Next up, I think we have a coffee break, followed by a session on the ongoing efforts on terms of recovery.
Thank you, everyone, for this great discussion. We'll have another short coffee break. We'll be back in 15 minutes with the panel about rebuilding Ukraine. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to the main ballroom floor. Our next panel will begin in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you. Let me introduce our final panel on a subject that could not be more important as we unfortunately entered the second year of the ongoing war in Ukraine. Rebuilding the country will be enormous and demanding mission. Panel Rebuilding Ukraine, and our moderator, the Special Representative for Global Partnership at the U.S. Department of State, Dorothy McAuliffe. Please take the floor.
Thank you to my staff who is here. No, thank you very much. This is a really important and serious topic, and I'm honored to be moderating this panel. I'd like to invite the panel to please come up. Once you come up and are seated, then I'll introduce everyone, if you don't mind coming on up to your seats. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming and attending this important panel today on rebuilding Ukraine. I would venture to say maybe the most important panel of the day. But I will not go into the long and decorated bios of everyone here on the stage. This is a very esteemed panel, but I will introduce everyone. First, I'd like to introduce the Honorable Minister German Galushenko, from Ukraine's Minister of Energy. Indeed, the minister was appointed to this position in April of 2021 and is also a member of the National Security and Defense Council by decree of President Zelensky. Thank you, sir. Also, a deep honor to announce the Honorable Alexander Botenko, Ukraine's Deputy Minister for Communities, Territories, and Infrastructure Development. He was appointed to this position by the Ukrainian cabinet in February of 2023. And I would just like to say a very special and heartfelt welcome to our distinguished guests from Ukraine. Our hearts are with all Ukrainians, and for you to be here with us today is very important to all of us, so thank you very much. Also want to announce Joshua Volz. Joshua is the United States Deputy Assistant Secretary of Energy for Africa, the Middle East, Europe, and Asia. He previously served as the Director for the Office of European and Eurasian Affairs. Next, Dr. Stephen Ashby is Director of the Department of Energy's Pacific Northwest National Laboratory, where he sets strategic direction and oversees its $1.3 billion research and development budget and its 5,700 employees. Roger Martella is the Chief Sustainability Officer at General Electric Power, and in his role, he is responsible for leading a comprehensive and cohesive approach to sustainability for GE as it relates to current issues and emerging trends in environmental, social, and governance efforts. And last but not least, Jake Levine serves as Chief Climate Officer of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, the DFC, where he leads the agency's climate team and is responsible for setting the vision for implementing DFC's climate finance agenda. And I want to thank all of the gentlemen here with us today. And I think we should just get right to it and right to the questions that we have on this important topic of rebuilding and recovery for Ukraine. For the Minister, Galushenko, can you talk about the tremendous efforts that Ukraine has undergone to rapidly integrate the Ukrainian power system into the continental European system and keep the lights on amidst Russia's brutal attack on your critical energy infrastructure? And how do you see the next phase of the war affecting the energy situation in Ukraine? And looking ahead, how can Ukraine work with partners to build a stronger, low-carbon power sector that can contribute to Ukraine's economic growth and diversify the economy away from Russian energy supplies?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello to everyone. And that is really, I think, a tremendous story how Ukraine synchronized with EU grids. And we were preparing from 2017, and it was a big road which we done before. But the interesting thing that we were planned in 2022, we're supposed to have 2 isolation mode for 3 days in isolation. Then this year, in autumn, we're supposed to be synchronized as a part of energy system of EU. And to do this, we're supposed to disconnect for these 3 days in winter and summer from Russia and Belarus grids. And I was really surprised when in December, the Russians and Belarusians confirmed our isolation mode for 3 days in 23 of February. At that time, really, I was shocked because it was something strange that Russia agreed Ukraine to disconnect from Russia to become a part of European energy system in isolation mode. And now I understand why, because on the 23rd of February, the full-scale invasion started. So they know what they did, before. So they know the dates. And they, the plan was to capture the Kyiv in 3 days. So 3 days we were in isolation. Then they come to Kiev in their thoughts and dreams, and help us to reconnect back to Russia, and it would be some kind of probably celebration, what they expected, I think. But of course, it was really challenging issue, and we were disconnected at night 4 hours before the war started. And of course, when any energy system which is in isolation, it's rather vulnerable, and especially when you need to maintain the frequency, it's quite difficult from the technical point of view. And but we were quite sure that we never be connect back, and we made a decision that so we were supposed to work 3 days and then connect back to Russian and Belarusian grids, but we passed the decision that we would be in isolation as much as needed. And I might say that it takes us 21 days in isolation, and on 16th of March, Ukraine became a part of European energy system. We're synchronized with European energy grids. And it happens because of the strong support which we receive from all of our partners. I can count how many talks we have, how many times we discuss how it's better, how to do it quickly. And that is all as United States, Europe, I mean, the commissioner, all partners said, we with you, we would speed up this process. And I think that is really a historical thing for us, for Ukraine, and that is also very important from the point of view of security for our system. And then the war is continue, and we start export electricity to Europe. And that is also a very challenging issue that for us, even during the war, so we managed to export electricity to Europe. And I think that these attacks on the energy infrastructure, which started from the 10th of October, and we were living under this, still living under these attacks, everyday attacks, which are some massive, some not massive, hundreds of missiles at once, or like drones, 10 drones, 20 drones at once, or a mix of missile and drones, artillery. It happens every day now. But this is why they start attack our energy system. Of course they want blackout, of course they want to freeze us, of course they want to deprive of supply of heating, water, electricity. But I think that one of the reasons is that we become a part of European energy grids, and that we become export electricity to Europe to help save on Russian gas and coal. And they see this, and they understand that they need to target our energy system. The good thing, which I said to my colleagues and to friends, that it's probably, it's very rare possibility to personally be here. I mean, or in any events. Usually, it's the best possibility is to speak online. But why today I have the chance to be here? Because 3 weeks, Ukrainian energy system without any deficit. We supply electricity 100% to all consumers in the country. And that is our answer to these attacks. That is our answer to these missiles, hundreds of missiles, drones, everything they use. And I think that that is the question of what we should do for the future. Because during these attacks, I can tell you a figure that something around 50% of all energy system, when we are talking about production, generation facilities, transmission stations, were hit during these attacks. And of course, we rethink a lot of, even in our energy strategies, which we prepare and which exist, so we understand that a lot of things should be rethinking due to the situation which we already face during these horrible attacks. That is terrorist attacks, in fact, because they have nothing close to, that's not a battlefield. So that is attacks which the goal of these attacks to make people suffer, to make Ukrainians sit without electricity, live without water, without heating, and especially during the winter. And very important issue that we understand, that we see a lot of decisions which could help us, our energy system, to withstand in the future. First of all, and that is the issue of decentralization of generation. Ukraine had very good nuclear industry, so the nuclear company produced more than 55% of all electricity in the country. But what we see in these attacks, that when they attack the lines, and for instance, we have the generation facility, nuclear station, mostly on the west part of Ukraine, they can produce, but we cannot transmit this electricity to the center where there is deficit of generation. And the decentralization of generation facility is one of the main tasks for us to do it as quickly as we can, especially now we are talking about the next winter. And that is absolutely quick decision from the point of view how to realize, because Ukraine has very good gas pipe system all around Ukraine, cover all the country, and we could do this very quickly. Another issue, what is also very important, despite not only we're talking about the gas turbine, but turbines, we also understand that the renewables is the quick answer, which should be realized as quickly as we can, because that is the issue of decentralization. So we achieve this goal if we let's say install more renewables. And from the other side, that is also very important from the military threats, that it's very difficult, even from let's say military targets, to target so many stations, renewables, if they are all around the country. And that is also quite quick solution could be for us. Of course, we understand that we need to rebuild better, and we want to build better. We do not want to rebuild as it was. And we should take the military threats. We should understand that even after our victory, we still have this neighbor, and we need to protect our energy system. We need to be to build more safe system of transmission. So it means that it should take all the risks, all the possible risks. And of course, that is short-term plans, but we need to realize it before the next winter. And in the future, in fact, we see the mix of generation in Ukraine that is half nuclear and half renewables. And that is really very important from many perspectives. I mean, first of all, military and, of course, the perspective to maintain the system. We already saw during these attacks what decision help us to withstand. One more issue, and I would finish, that this is the issue of nuclear. I mentioned this, but you know, after Zaporizhzhia is still under occupation, and by the way, night from 3rd to 4th of March is 1 year of occupation of Zaporizhzhia and PP, the capture station at this night. We should get rid of Russians in nuclear sector. In civilized world, they cannot be present as a part of business in nuclear. They destroy everything. They destroy all 7 pillars of nuclear safety and security. They destroy all the civilized world achieved, all conventions, all agreements they achieved from the nuclear safety and security issues. And I think that that is very important. And I might tell you that we are, even before the full-scale invasion, we already diverse supply of fuel thanks to our American partners. So we have very strong cooperation with Westinghouse, and we really want to increase this cooperation as much, and we did it already. But very important is to let's say, to send a message to Russians that they cannot be on civilized market when they break everything what was achieved in nuclear safety and security. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Deputy Minister Butenko, as Deputy Minister of Communities, Territories, and Infrastructure, can you tell us, please, about the Ukrainians' approach to the post-war reconstruction that was touched on by the minister, but from your perspective, how are you thinking ahead about rebuilding even as the war continues? And how can Ukraine's partners in Europe, the US, and elsewhere help to proactively support those efforts? And where can these partners make the biggest difference? How has Ukraine worked not only to rebuild, but to defend critical infrastructure from Russian attack during the war? So we appreciate your perspective as well.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions. Let's confirm those issues and high importance for us. First of all, let me send greetings from Deputy Minister of Restoration, Minister for Communities, Territories, and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine, Alexander Kubrakov. His gratitude for invitation for this event and being together with Ukraine on these dark ages. His appreciation for your support, including assistance of emerging needs of our critical and energy infrastructure. Answering the questions asked me, let's start from more important for today. In fact, I'm very happy with the first spring day, and it means that we survived the hardest winter for our country. And not only in military sphere. From the very first days of massive bombing in October, let's mention my colleague, Minister Kalushenko, government started to plan, to design, and altogether Minister of Infrastructure, Minister of Energy, and shoulder to shoulder common with work with Ukrenergo, public-private companies, and local authorities, and with unprecedented support for international partners, we've successfully implemented measures not only rebuild, but also physically defend energy infrastructure. As implement urgent ones like defense building, as develop mid-term projects like secure grids and distributed generation. Concerning war infrastructure management, according to the report of the World Bank published in June 2022, the damaged cost of the Ukrainian infrastructure already reached almost $100 billion. The need for recovery is nearly $350 billion, and unfortunately we expect significantly higher rates of losses. In 2022, we had colossal infrastructure destruction, 1,000 kilometers of road, more than 340 road bridges damaged, 6,000 kilometers of railway tracks lost, 13 civilian airports, seaports, 1,500 schools, and more than 1,000 multi-apartment buildings were damaged. So answering the question, we are forced to improve drastically our crisis management skills. One of the biggest fears for us in this winter to hit supply for citizens. More than 600 heat supply utility companies were hit with Russian rockets and artillery, with almost 500 boilers, 21 thermal power plants, and more than 100 central heat substations damaged. Nevertheless, even these circumstances, we've managed more than 64% of equipment to get back to operation and satisfy critical needs. Concerning the approaches to post-war restoration, in long-term perspective, the key goals is to build a framework for sustainable restoration, which includes the following main principles: a balance of emergency recovery and post-war restoration, application of the best practice in policy regulation and implementation, European integration, of course, sufficient institutional capacities, financial support and cooperation with international partners. Thanks to support provided by international partners and our talented engineers, Ukraine managed to keep energy system and infrastructure in such extreme conditions and synchronize the urgent needs activities. And government of Ukraine, together with international partners, began a strategic planning of restoration agenda. Also, let me use this opportunity to express appreciation to PNNL, who've assisted us during the last 6 months to finish developing a long-term building and renovation strategy and modeling the energy efficiency targets and measures up to 2050 in building sector. And I should mention the pillars of modernization in restoration of the energy, transport, and social infrastructure, passing the evolution steps and implementation best practice are European and transatlantic integration. Energy efficiency and energy-friendly technologies, decarbonization, energy security and civil security infrastructure, like I mentioned, secure grid and distributed generation. Modern urban development and city planning, digitalization, public administration reform and anti-corruption. Such a large-scale restoration doesn't give us other options that pass the technology evolution as fast as possible. We should simultaneously implement as modern for Ukraine but traditional developed continuing countries tools like cogeneration, decentralized small heating system and energy generation, and to stick to the high-end solution like distributed generation or NZ buildings. To ensure the sufficient institutional capacity of restoration process, the government of Ukraine already made key institutional decisions to implement one window recovery approach. First of all, merged the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Ministry for Communities, Territories Development for the synergy of the policy making on the national and municipal infrastructure areas. Created the State Agency for Restoration and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine, which will implement the country's reconstruction projects. Integrated the State Agency for Energy Efficiency of Ukraine to the subordinates of our Ministry of Restoration to ensure the restoration would be inevitably green. Secured operation of Energy Efficiency Fund, which managed to expand when successfully launched the restoration program of the EF with support of European Union. And concerning the international efforts, last but not least, but in fact the first priority for us is securing financial support and cooperation with international partners. We mustn't allow a slowdown as it will only prolong the energy, economy, infrastructure and social crisis effect. But what we must not forget about is that the urgent and long-term needs of Ukraine were being covered now for the IFI loans, financial assistance from governments and international organizations, of course with grant assistance and international technical assistance. But one day be assisted for even replaced with the flow of capital gained from the arrested and withdrawn funds and property of the Russian Federation. So Russia should pay for all. Taking this opportunity, I hope PTEC and PTEC members will become the leading participants of Ukraine restoration as our permanent, reliable partners with high protection implementation standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Assistant Secretary Vols, can I call on you to ask, what role does the U.S. Department of Energy see for PTEC in Ukraine's reconstruction? And can U.S.-EU collaboration on climate contribute to a more resilient and economically competitive Ukrainian energy system?
Sure. Thanks, Dorothy. And really, I want to just echo and underscore my appreciation for our Ukrainian colleagues making the trip here today in the midst of significant hardship and danger, and really to congratulate you, Mr. Minister, on the last 3 weeks of really incredibly impactful efforts that demonstrate that you can overcome through creativity the attacks that are being perpetrated upon the people of Ukraine. To make very clear, the Russian attack on Ukraine is not just an attack on Ukraine, it's an attack on the very idea of Europe and the ideals of free democratic institutions and the things that we all hold dear, and the future of the energy systems, not just in Europe, but throughout the world. And we've seen that as the targeting of those attacks have really begun to focus on civilian infrastructure, as the minister has pointed out. I think we should go back for a second to talk about the establishment of PTEC and how PTEC came to be and why it's here. PTEC was an outgrowth of the 3 Cs initiative that recognized that there's a special relationship and a special unity here amongst countries in Central and Eastern Europe that wasn't recognized and wasn't coordinated in a manner previous to the establishment of PTEC. And the importance of this platform has been underscored by the fact that it has transitioned and transcended political change within the United States and within each of the PTEC countries here. It continues to endure and ride across the tops of the wave tops of political change. That's how important this grouping is here today. And so just wanted to really underscore that. And while it is the 3 C's initiative that gave birth to PTEC, there are another 3 C's that really do serve as the foundation for PTEC, and that is coordination, collaboration, and creativity, all of which we are seeing and all of which will be needed to rebuild Ukraine in a resilient manner moving forward. To that end, I'm really grateful for all of the private sector partners that are here today. This is a problem that is complex enough in scale and large enough in scale that it cannot be tackled by the public sector alone, and it certainly can't be financed by the private sector alone or the public sector alone. We need the private sector to come in and step in and provide the financing to propel Ukraine into a 2.0 system that the minister has talked about and that we are committed from a U.S. perspective to helping to create. And I know my colleague Jake Levine will be talking a little bit about some of the tools that the United States can bring to that fight and in collaboration in a minute here. Speaking of that partnership and leveraging that partnership between the public and private sectors, the United States in just under two months, the Department of Energy specifically with our partners at the National Laboratory System and private industry have been able to mobilize millions upon millions of dollars of critical energy equipment needed to repair the grid that the minister and his colleagues have done such a heroic job of putting back together in the face of these attacks. So that really is a perfect example of how the public sector and the private sector have come together and can come together in a very short period of time when focused and properly motivated to really achieve some incredible outcomes. And I just could not be more proud of our private and public partnership in that regard. The PTEC platform is already bearing fruit in the reconstruction and the assistance for Ukraine. There are a number of things that I could highlight, everything from our Lithuanian colleagues, our Romanian colleagues, our Polish colleagues, and their commitment to the shared values that we're all fighting for and trying to defend in Ukraine have brought those resources and those commitments to the reconstruction and stabilization of Ukraine's energy systems. The task is overwhelming in its nature, but I think that, as they say, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and that's what we are doing here today, and that's what our Ukrainian colleagues have continued to do day in and day out, is take one step at a time and continue to move forward in a direction of resilience and rebuilding. We're in complete alignment from our perspective with our EU colleagues on what Ukraine 2.0 needs to look like. As the minister has pointed out, it needs to be something that is resilient, it needs to be something that is renewable, and it needs to be something that is focused on being able to supply not just the Ukrainian people, but the European continent more broadly with clean, effective, safe energy. And we believe deeply in the capacity of Ukraine to play that role. We recognize that there's tremendous potential for the private sector to play a significant role in that. And as I said before, that investment is going to be absolutely essential in catalyzing that. It will not be financed on the balance sheets of sovereigns. It's going to have to be a partnership between the public and private sectors. And my colleagues in the National Laboratory System are already hard at work putting together the plans and in collaboration and coordination with our Ukrainian colleagues, with our colleagues at the EU in Brussels, about what Ukraine 2.0 looks like. And I think the collaboration between those parties needs to be underscored, because so often we talk about things about people without them in the room, and our commitment is that we will never do something about Ukraine without Ukraine. Lastly, I just want to highlight something that I know Secretary Granholm holds very dear to her heart as one of the Department of Energy's flagship programs to help countries throughout the world through their energy transition program, which is called the Net Zero World Initiative, of which Ukraine is a part. And we invite other countries to participate in that program that allows access to our national laboratory system to really leverage the public and private sectors to deploy the technologies at scale that are going to be required for the energy transition and going to be incredibly important in creating the vision that you have, Mr. Minister, for Ukraine 2.0. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Dr. Ashby, can you please give us your thoughts on how the U.S. national laboratories have supported Ukraine during the war and will continue to do so? And what are the greatest opportunities for technical collaboration to ensure that Ukraine's energy system can be defended not only during the war, but during what can be an uneasy peace going forward? And one last thing is, how can the national laboratories help Ukraine's decarbonization efforts and unlock the country's tremendous clean energy export potential?
Okay, there's a lot in that question.
I know.
First, let me say that the Department of Energy National Laboratories, and PNNL in particular, are extremely proud of the efforts we've been able to bring to bear to help Ukraine throughout this war. And I want to say personally, I'm humbled to be on the stage with you, and I'm so proud of our president visiting Kyiv recently. I want to say I've been with the Department of Energy for my entire professional career, 35 years, and I've never been prouder to be associated with the Department of Energy than during this time, in which you really see how the department and the power of the national labs can be put to use to help our colleagues and allies. So thank you very much for that. In the case of PNNL, our efforts during the war have really leveraged a long-standing relationship that we've had with Ukraine that dates back to 2012. So this is not something just that's new. And it's when we began working with Ukrenegro to improve grid resiliency and cybersecurity, all back in 2012. Fast forward, by the summer of 2021, PNNL was teaming with Ukrenegro leadership to plan for their desynchronization from the Russian grid and synchronization with ENTSO-E. And in February of last year, as you already referenced, just before the invasion, PNNL power engineers were working with their Ukrenegro counterparts to conduct an islanding operations test in support of the desynchronization that was planned for later in 2023. In fact, they were visiting at PNNL the week before the invasion. And of course, that islanding test was cut short by the invasion, but live monitoring by ENTSO-E confirmed that the transition was nevertheless successful and has continued to be so. And with terrific support from their European partners, Ukraine completed the emergency desynchronization on in March of last year in a remarkable amount of time and effort. During the same period, PNNL and Idaho National Laboratory, one of our sister labs, were providing grid cybersecurity assistance to Ukraine in support of full synchronization with ENTSO-E. And we ratcheted up those efforts following the focused cyber attacks that began in October of that year. PNNL also supported real-time damage assessments of Ukraine's energy system, things like the power plants, substations, gas pipelines, transmission lines, where we repurposed capabilities we had developed for other sponsors, other work that we do, to bring it to bear on this important problem. And these efforts are ongoing and do provide continuing advice and input to the Ukrainian government to assess the broader damage to their infrastructure. And as referenced just before Christmas of last year, PNNL Idaho participated in a DOE-wide effort to identify and vet replacement equipment that could support Ukraine's restoration efforts. And I was very proud, by coincidence, happened to be having dinner with all the lab directors and the secretary. She was kind enough to join us the very night the first C-17s were en route to Poland to deliver that equipment. I also want to point out, although we're talking about Ukraine, other colleagues at Argonne National Lab in Idaho have been working with TSO Molelectrica and the Ministry of Infrastructure Regional Development there to model, train, and assess Moldova's energy system. And so this is an example of what we can do not just for Ukraine, but for other partners here. You asked me to turn to other things looking beyond after Ukraine wins this war to the reconstruction. And there's things we're going to be doing right now to look at modeling we need to do to improve the resiliency of the grid that I think we'll continue to look for, because what we've learned is that the grid doesn't just have to withstand weather events or the random cyber attack, but even physical attacks. And we want to make sure the grid of the future is able to withstand that should, God forbid, anything like this happen again. And so we've already begun joint planning with Ukraine to rebuild its energy infrastructure with an emphasis to transitioning to a more resilient, decentralized, and clean energy system with the capacity to balance renewable energy with baseload energy generation, such as from nuclear. Evaluating a range of low-carbon sources, including nuclear and wind for electricity, as well as biomass for green fuels. And we're planning for reintegration with the broader European power markets so that Ukraine can once again become a net exporter of energy. We're also leveraging our modeling and analysis capabilities to examine ways that Ukraine can rebuild other sectors of its economies via low-cost net zero emissions pathways. And this includes, for example, construction of low and net zero carbon buildings and related systems. And this is where, as you were mentioning, we're leveraging a larger activity, the Net Zero World activities, and looking at some of the things we can do with there, the technologies coming out of the national laboratories, the expertise of the national laboratories, and bringing that to bear on Net Zero World partners, which include Ukraine. And so we're excited to see the future that Ukraine creates for itself, and we're eager to partner with you in that journey. And that journey will undoubtedly provide important lessons for rebuilding other countries' energy systems that are impacted by natural disaster or conflict. So thank you very much for this opportunity to share our perspectives.
Thank you. Roger Martella from GE Power. Question for you is, how is the private sector viewing the risks and opportunities presented by a post-war Ukraine, and what are your biggest concerns?
So, Dorothy, thank you. And energy is really the lifeblood of our society and our civilization. Kids need energy to learn, to be educated, to feel safe. Everyone needs energy to go to work and support their families, and we need energy for healthcare. Our mission in the world is to energize the planet. We provide 1/3 of the world's energy in 170 countries. So when we see tragic attacks on energy infrastructure going after civilians and their society, it hits us really closely. It goes right to our mission. So I'm very proud to be here, not as myself, but on behalf of our employees and our leadership who are united, minister and minister, in supporting your success with our partners here. We were proud, very, very proud, earlier this year to deliver what we call a TM2500. TM stands for trailer mounted. And these are very sophisticated gas-powered turbines that are on trailers inspired by jet engines. They derive from jet engines. They can power 100,000 homes. And you can move them around in a couple days. As the minister said, the infrastructure is minimal. And we were proud to work with our colleagues here up on the stage with me to deliver the first of what will be many this year, as well as grid equipment, transformers, and things like that, so we can succeed in our joint mission towards making sure we're providing this lifeblood of energy to everyone who needs it in Ukraine. And I think, Dorothy, to your question about the risks and opportunities, I see two risks and maybe one opportunity. The first risk is this is an unprecedented situation. We're working in a wartime environment in a war-torn country to provide this very complex and sophisticated technology on an emergency basis. That's all quite unprecedented, even for a big multinational company like GE. The good news here is that our partners in the government have really significantly de-risked that environment for us. Our partners at USAID, the State Department, Department of Energy, and the EU, the European Union, the G7, they have done everything they can to take that risk away from us, focusing on the contracts issue, the logistics issues, the finance issues, so we can do our jobs and get the equipment ready to be delivered. It's the epitome of public-private partnership. It's probably the best public-private partnership I've seen in 30 years of doing this, where you have the best of the public sector and the best of the private sector coming together to get it done. So that's been really encouraging, knowing that this is a significant risk. But I think the government has been there with us to de-risk it, including daily phone calls and whatever we need to do. So that's risk number one. The second risk is on us. We need to be able to deliver what Ukraine needs when it needs it. And we've come to learn that's not an easy thing to do. This is some of the world's most complex technologies. These are not things sitting on shelves or, there's significant lead times, there's a backlog of many years, and a lot of this is bespoke. So our team internally, and I'm very proud of what they've done, our team on the front line has created an entirely new ecosystem for how we work at GE. They are doing worldwide scavenger hunts, looking at what we can put together, how quickly we can do it, talking to our supply chain. We need to accelerate this material over something else so we can build this equipment for Ukraine. Talking to our customers, can we think about how urgently you need this versus Ukraine? And working incredibly creatively, I would say on the front line in addition with the leadership of our company, our CEO, Larry Culp, the CEO of our energy business, Scott Strazik, get weekly updates from me and have committed personally to call our customers, to call our suppliers, because they know this represents the best in what companies can do to make sure we succeed here. It's also been a wake-up call, I think, to the Secretary's point about as we're looking at other energy security issues, we need to be prepared for this in the future and learning from Ukraine for that. So that's the second risk. I think we're managing in real time. We're in early days. We're learning a lot, but that's what we're confronting every single day at GE. The opportunity here has been well stated. We want Ukraine to come out stronger than it was before. We want them exporting energy. We want them to have the grid of the future. I think we all understand that they're going to succeed in that. I would even take it a step further. I wouldn't define success as us building equipment in the US and Western Europe and just sending it over to Ukraine. We have to do that today. We got to keep the lights on. But as I was talking to the minister earlier, we had the chance to meet one-on-one. Our vision would be that Ukraine is invested in the supply chain, that Ukraine is manufacturing in Ukraine for Ukraine and for other parts of the world, that we can integrate them more closely into our clean energy supply chain. And importantly, that we can train the people of Ukraine to be the leaders of the future. We can go to underserved communities. This is something GE does well in 170 countries, and start to train those people so they don't have to rely on us. They can do this strictly at home. So we've already talked about how we could possibly accelerate that sooner. So we join the optimism and the opportunities, and we have lots of ideas and partnership with everybody here on how we can move forward.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Roger. I appreciate that. And speaking of risk, which you underscored a bit in your remarks, Roger, I wanted to turn to Jake and ask him about the DFC and their role in this rebuilding of Ukraine, and how can the DFC help to lower risk and make Ukraine be seen as the place to invest, given the formidable continuing political risk that we're experiencing now in Ukraine?
Thanks so much, Dorothy. And thank you to the panel. It's just been a wonderful conversation, and I want to just echo the thanks of everybody here to the ministers who came on what I'm sure was a complicated journey from Ukraine. I recently had the chance to visit Kyiv earlier this month, and I can say from experience, it is not easy to get in and out of the country at the moment, and so we really appreciate the effort that you've taken to get here, not to mention to keep us all inspired and committed to this effort. This is a top priority for DFC. Oh, and I'm sorry, I also wanted to just quickly shout out one other unsung hero here, who is Deputy Minister Demchenkov, who's sitting in the front row. He has been the Deputy Minister has been a consistent, brave voice, not just for Ukrainian energy security throughout this war, but for the future vision that Ukraine has to lead this part of the world and the region in clean energy and in decarbonization, and it has not gone unnoticed, and it's a really important role that you're playing, so thank you. DFC was committed to Ukraine before the war. We're committed to Ukraine now, during the war, and we will be there after the war. I want to just provide a little bit of a snapshot of what we're doing, and then a couple of thoughts on where we see opportunities moving forward. Because so much of what this panel has said really resonates with so much of what we're working on. So, of the many, many billions of dollars of US military and financial and economic support, about $1 billion of DFC exposure is in Ukraine. And this is comprised of 13 individual projects, some of which are now unfortunately in Russian-occupied territory. We have been working with our clients to ensure that those projects can survive. We have been providing flexibilities to our borrowers, and we have been seeking to understand what they need to make sure that their physical assets can remain safe during this crisis. A lot of that work is done through DFC's political risk insurance tool, and I'll circle back to that at the end. In December, we announced our first commitment to a Ukrainian bank during the war with a $15 million loan portfolio guarantee to the Bank of Lviv to help support small and medium enterprises to keep them afloat during this crisis. We also announced support to the Ukrainian Catholic University, which was designed to help ensure that students could continue with their online remote learning sort of post-COVID and into the war mode of education. When we were there earlier this month, we had a chance to announce another set of investments, including a commitment to mobilize $250 million for additional loan portfolio guarantees and on-lending projects with Ukrainian banks to make sure that the lifeblood of the economy, the companies that are providing jobs, that are paying taxes, that are keeping people afloat with their livelihoods can continue to operate. And we're confident that with these investments, we can mobilize well over $1 billion of private sector support. We also committed to sending DFC staff to Kyiv as soon as we were able to do that, to work in our embassy and be boots on the ground to help source new opportunities and new transactions and build our pipeline of good projects in the country. There are other transactions, in fact, some that have been mentioned in this crystal ballroom earlier today, that involve Ukrainian companies that are outside of Ukraine. For example, DFC provided $400 million of political risk insurance to the Ukrainian company ERU to help resupply gas to Moldova and allow them to 100% flip the switch off of Gazprom. And that is the kind of energy supply diversification that we're interested in pursuing all around the region. In terms of the longer term, we're focused in a few key areas. Number one, energy security, and we heard a little bit about that work, but I want to just underscore a couple of things that this panel mentioned. Number one, Ukraine has the opportunity not just to secure its own supply of energy, but to become a European source of energy security, to provide low carbon power, in many cases nuclear power, but all sorts of low carbon wind, solar, battery storage sources of energy that can be a critical resource as Europe is pursuing its own decarbonization strategy. And as we've begun to connect with the private sector in the United States, which is eager to be contributing to this work, the effort to build domestic supply chains, domestic capacity to localize those jobs and that set of resources is enormous, and we're excited to be having those conversations. The other two areas where we are deeply focused are in the food security space, where, of course, Russia has significantly impeded Ukraine's export of grain to the rest of the world, which has significant ramifications for Ukraine's economy and for the global food security picture. And we're working with major multinational corporations to try to identify opportunities, including in partnership with Deputy PM Kuberkov, around export terminals, storage, and other logistics and shipping infrastructure. And then finally, we believe that there is going to be and that there is an enormous opportunity in the healthcare infrastructure space. We were pleased when we were in Kyiv to be able to sign a letter of intent with the Dobrobut Hospital to pursue a program to help support their anticipated needs around rehabilitation, post-surgery, rehab and prosthetics work that we know is an enormous need right now in the time of war. I just want to end on sort of a historical note here, because I think it's sort of fitting and telling where DFC has its roots in terms of our political risk insurance tool, which I mentioned at the beginning. This is a financial product that was born in the Marshall Plan. And when the US Agency for International Development was created in the late 1940s, they identified a need to provide risk guarantees and then investment guarantees to American companies that wanted to invest in Europe and rebuild after the war. This tool was very successful in attracting business opportunities and de-risking those opportunities for the private sector. It grew from there. In the 1960s, when our predecessor agency, the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, was created, it was expanded by Congress to include expropriation provisions to protect against war risk coverage. And it's a tool that now has been a tremendous driver for innovation in the world of climate finance. One of the most creative and innovative uses that we have deployed this political risk insurance for is in the context of debt restructurings all around the world. The latest one that we did was in the country of Belize, where we provided up to $610 million of political risk insurance that will create flows of new financing to protect the Belize barrier reef and coastal ecosystems in Belize. And we have an enormous demand, needless to say, coming from the market for the use of that tool in Ukraine. We are determined to find the best opportunities in partnership with you and with the private sector to use it, and we look forward to the chance to work together more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jake, and appreciate all of that and the history of the DFC and how pertinent it is to today's challenges. We appreciate that. And right now, I would like to invite, please, for our intervention, our minister, please come to the stage, Poland's Honorable Minister of Climate and Energy, Anna Moskwa, for an intervention and to give your thoughts on today's panel discussion, please.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for your thoughts. I will be short and non-diplomatic as always. Last year, it was maybe April, just after the surroundings of Kiev were shelled, I visited Kiev and visited both cities like Bucha and Irpin. And we could see some houses still burning. But we also could see Ukrainian TSOs and Ukrainian companies already climbing with cables to restore the energy system. And it has happened. We all have heard today that the energy system functions without any trouble. So I'm pretty sure Ukraine will manage to restore the energy system, will manage to rebuild Ukraine, no matter how many companies and how much money we will involve from all democratic countries. But there is a huge task in front of us, in front of all democratic countries. Let's come back to 2014. What has happened? There was war in Ukraine. Ukraine was attacked by Russian Federation. What has happened with democratic countries after this lesson? Nothing. Nord Stream 1, Nord Stream 2, Russian oil, Russian fossil fuels, Russian gas, Russian business as usual. So what we need to do, we need to learn this lesson, which is already for the second time. We need to stop the business with the Russian Federation. No business as usual, meaning no money, non-financial transactions, no fossil fuels, nothing at all. No matter if we have any contracts or not, no matter how much it will hurt our economies, our people, but I believe it's the last lesson we can learn. If we don't want to have Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Estonia, or any other European countries which can be attacked as Ukraine was twice already. And second task for democratic countries. We need to get Ukraine compensated from Russian Federation as much as possible and over. It should be decent compensation for everything. For energy infrastructure, for every single human being, for environment, for whatever what was destroyed and affected. And it's our huge task to start this preparation today, to calculate it, to prepare all documents, and then to go through this process as fast as possible to provide Ukraine with this money which they deserve. So this is my appeal today, and I believe we will repeat this appeal to all democratic countries, because it's something what Ukraine needs to be rebuilt and to be safe, and this is something what Europe needs for today and after this war. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and I want to say on behalf of the United States as well for Poland's efforts in this response to war crimes and atrocities affronted onto the Ukrainian people by Russia. We thank you for all you're doing in the efforts there as well. I want to thank our esteemed panel, especially our ministers from Ukraine. As a representative of the State Department and the Office of Global Partnerships, I think that what stands out today is the real spirit of partnership between the public sector and the private sector, and that there is a all of government and all of private sector approach and solution to what we are experiencing today. And I hope that it's resonating, as I feel it is, by the presence of so many here today on this particular issue of rebuilding Ukraine. Thank you very much. I encourage you to all stay in your seats, as the next speaker we have is the keynote speaker for today. Our Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, will be addressing the audience in just a moment. So thank you very much, and I need to turn it back to Milovan Savanik to come back to the stage, right? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for this inspiring and emotional panel to close out this portion of today's business forum. I would now like to introduce our penultimate speaker for a keynote address, the Honorable Jennifer Granholm, Secretary of Energy of the United States of America, has since 2021 led the U.S. Department of Energy in its mission to secure reliable, affordable, and sustainable power for the U.S. economy. We are honored to welcome her to Zagreb to discuss the United States and Europe's common challenges to ensure energy security and energy transition amid the disruptions stemming from the war in Ukraine. Secretary Granholm, please take the floor.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. It's so great to see all of my fellow ministers here. Particular shout out, of course, to Herman Heloshenko. So great to have you here. I hope you feel the love of all of us who are standing so strong with Ukraine. And of course, a big thanks to Croatia for co-hosting Minister Filipovic. I just can't tell you how tremendous this is. We have a huge delegation from the United States as a statement about the importance of this gathering, and we look forward to further partnering with Croatia in your aspirations as well. So thank you. I do want to thank as well the Atlantic Council with their help for convening this group, and you know, it's not just the ministers, but it's the private sector, it's the NGOs. So thank you so much for your help. I don't know if Mark Fleming for our Chargé d'Affaires is here from our embassy here, but thank you as well and your team for making this possible. So we are, I'm sure you've all been talking about this, but I just have to double down on this moment that we are in, which is a huge geopolitical realignment that is happening as a result of this barbaric war in Ukraine. And that geopolitical realignment is happening around much of it, much of it from our perspectives of energy ministers, around this issue of energy and energy security. Obviously, this is just a few days after the one-year invasion. And over the past 12 months, we really all have stood in awe of the bravery of the Ukrainian people and the resolve and the commitment. And we only can hope that our strength can match their resolve in supporting Ukraine. We've been reminded how dangerous it is to rely upon Russia, upon Russian energy, especially for Central and Eastern Europe. And we've been reminded about how one country's actions can send global oil and gas markets reeling, and of course leaving everyday citizens to pick up the tab, in addition to Ukrainian citizens who are doing a lot more than that. But there are two important unintended consequences from this war, and combined, I believe they can prevent Putin or any other autocrat from weaponizing energy again. And first and most important is that the free world has come together to support Ukraine and to stabilize global energy systems. We in the United States have been, as you've heard, proud to do our part from 6 to 9 time zones away, and more in some cases. We're heartened by the broad coalition of countries that have proudly stood with Ukraine. We've joined with our international allies to jointly release 310 million barrels of oil from emergency reserves to try to stabilize the oil and gas system across continents. We've certainly helped European nations keep their homes heated this winter, not us, but the private sector, the liquefied natural gas that we have permitted and they have delivered. In Croatia, I know that the imported LNG through the new Kirk Island terminal is the first of its kind in the region, and certainly will help to keep partners in Central and Eastern Europe away from Russian supplies. In February, we, like so many of our allies here, have delivered supplies to Ukraine. We delivered a second tranche of equipment to help respond to rebuilding the grid. And so this crisis has, I don't know, given us it's not a gift because it's in the context of war, but has given us this incredible bond with one another that is so important, and so important that we carry forward. It is the opposite of what Putin wanted. Putin wanted Europe divided. He wanted NATO divided. Instead, as President Biden said last week in Poland, NATO has never been stronger. And I know that PTEC has never been stronger. So that unity is the first development from over the past year. And the second is that it has accelerated this movement toward clean energy. I think it's going to ensure that movement toward clean, and the acceleration of it will ensure that history does not repeat itself. Because despite the crisis at hand, 2022 was another record year for installations of renewable energy worldwide. Heat pumps outsold gas furnaces for the first time in the United States. The heat pump market in Poland has more than doubled. Last year, the EU added more wind and solar capacity than any year prior. In August, the US, we passed our biggest climate investment in history, the Inflation Reduction Act, right following the bipartisan infrastructure law that is hundreds of billions of dollars in all stages of clean energy commercialization, in renewables, yes, but also in advanced nuclear energy, abated fossil energy, and so on. And that level of investment that we are all making, that level of investment will mean more innovation. It will mean more scale, and more innovation and more scale will mean lower costs, and lower costs will mean more deployment and faster deployment of these technologies everywhere. We know that clean energy is what is going to allow this region and the entire world to diversify away from Russian energy. We know that clean energy is abundant, it's homegrown. No nation has ever been held hostage over access to the sun, over access to the wind, over access to geothermal. It is homegrown, and therefore it is all energy security. We know that solar energy is the cheapest form of electricity, and other clean energy sources, as we deploy them, will help to build this clean, low-cost, energy-secure future. And we know that investing in clean energy is going to give us a shot not just at avoiding the worst of the climate crisis, but actually building a thriving global economy that is buoyed by a clean energy market that is supposed to reach $23 trillion by 2030. $23 trillion is a huge opportunity for all of these countries. When Ukraine builds back, taking a piece of this market and being able to use it for your own citizens, but perhaps to export. We've been talking about this with Croatia. Your huge resources and abundant resources here to be able to build those resources for yourself and to export. In Poland, what you're doing on nuclear energy as well, to be able to build that and export, use it for yourself, but export it as well. What an opportunity that this economy provides for our citizens. And it's not just at the state and governmental federal levels, not just at the country level, but it's also at the city level as well. Today, I'm actually pleased to announce that we'll be launching the PTEC Green Cities Alliance. It's actually a new project that is going to connect cities in Central and Eastern Europe with the tools that they need to fulfill their own aspirations, to build their own clean energy futures. So through this alliance, the U.S. Department of Energy is going to tap the expertise of our national laboratories. You've been hearing from them throughout the day to develop tools to be able to get what are the technical pathways to be able to achieve a 100% clean electric grid for a city. What are the tools that you need to be able to reduce energy consumption in a city, to make progress toward climate goals? And the Green Cities Alliance is going to be working with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development on their Green Cities program. So together, financing and technology roadmaps will make cities have the power to be able to generate their own power and to get to their climate goals. And to kick off this project, actually, mayors from across the region will be meeting in Split on Friday to be able to fulfill this at the end of the week. And we're going to share lessons and get this kicked off. So let me just say that the enthusiasm that we do feel from governments, from countries, and from cities is terrific. But we know that governments cannot do it alone. Like any economic transformation, the clean energy transition has to be, what we always say, private sector led, government enabled. We need energy companies, we need banks, we need trade associations, we need manufacturers, we need all businesses to focus as much as possible on clean. And so therefore, we need, for the companies who are here, we need your investment. We need you to help reach these net zero emissions by 2050. We'll actually need trillions of dollars of private sector investments by every year, actually, by the end of this decade. That's a lot. But coming from the private sector, leveraging public sector dollars, we know this is critical for the financial world as they evaluate climate risk more, and we see these extreme weather events causing such expenses across countries. We know that the companies themselves see this as a huge market opportunity as all of our nations have these goals of getting to net zero by 2050. All of our nations are going to have to buy or manufacture these products to be able to bring down our carbon footprints. That's a huge, huge economic opportunity. So we know that this opportunity is also going to create thousands of jobs for our people as well. And we want to see more and more deals like the one we're doing in Poland to be able to partner on nuclear energy, but on all kinds of energy. This region is so ripe for that kind of investment and partnership. So whether your company has always been here or whether your company is looking for opportunity, you heard from Jake Levine about potentially partnering with our DFC, but there are lots of partnering opportunities. Because every single wind turbine, every single solar panel, every single heat pump, every single geothermal bore, every single hydrogen project, every nuclear project is going to bring Eastern and Central Europe closer to a future where every family has secure, reliable, affordable energy, a future that is free from Russia's grip forever. That future is possible, but only if we work together. So let's get started today. Thanks.
Secretary Granholm, thank you for those keynote remarks, and thank you to the U.S. Department of Energy for making this event possible. We will now end today's proceedings with closing remarks from our host here in Zagreb. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back Croatian Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development, Davor Filipović.
Dear State Secretary Granholm, thank you for such a great speech. Dear ministers, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the first day of PTEC, I would like to draw attention to the importance of our partnership in creating stronger and deeper ties in situations where our lives of our families and those of our neighbors and our economies are threatened. Already in 2015, Europe has made clear what it will base its energy policy on, perhaps the most important policy of our time: energy security, solidarity and trust, internal energy market, reducing energy demand due to energy efficiency, decarbonization of economy, and research, innovation, and competitiveness. What in 2015 was for some actors, some skeptics, another in a series of documents, routine and self-explanatory, today proves to be a key element of our national security, our geopolitical situation, and security of our fellow citizens. We know the threats, but we know the solutions. We know what lies ahead and how and what needs to be done. Together, we must raise the level of security of supply and ensure a sufficient quantity of energy as well as stable prices. This also implies expanding the capacity of our own energy production in the renewable energy sector, which in combination with reducing CO2 emissions and increasing energy efficiency will also increase our energy self-sufficiency. The goal is clear: to make us always and everywhere completely independent of malicious actors who abuse Europe's energy landscape. The tools for achieving these objectives are operational program competitiveness and cohesion, the National Recovery and Resilience Plan as the basis of the implementation of investments, and the REPower EU plan, which will enable us to develop new technologies in order to position ourselves at the forefront when it comes to the decarbonization. Croatia also strives for a significant role when it comes to regional security of supply and the green transition. We will use our leading role, our knowledge, and our position to stabilize entire neighborhood energy-wise and reduce the destabilizing elements and trends that see the opportunity precisely in the area of energy to push all of the Southeast Europe into new conflicts. I believe that today you had the opportunity to make valuable business contacts, which are a bridge to cooperation, and the result of which I believe will be a strengthened infrastructure as a pillar of securities in the decades ahead. Distinguished guests, today we have heard well-founded strategic considerations not only for the future of Europe, but also about the times and the world we live in and work, which no doubt is a turning point. We've identified neuralgic points, we possess the knowledge and the tools, and now it's up to us to realize them. The change should not be feared when it is desired and driven by knowledge, when we know why it will make us more stronger than we were yesterday. This is why the green transition must not be slowed down despite the difficult circumstances in which it takes place. On the contrary, it needs to be accelerated in order to move away from the trap of excessive dependence on fossil fuels as soon as possible, and thus on orders and forces that do not share our civilization and values. I thank you for participating in the first day of PTEC, and I look forward to hearing the discussion that will take place tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Minister, for your closing remarks, and for the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development hosting of this fourth meeting of PTEC. We look forward to welcoming you here again tomorrow at the Westin for the PTEC Ministerial, as well as this evening for the business dinner here at the Westin's Restaurant Capital. Until then, all the best.